The man's name is Chen Pinggang. 5 years ago, he came from Earth to this immortal cultivation world. All of this had already happened to him once before. The same move, and the same inability to cultivate without spiritual roots. Chen made himself comfortable on a wooden chair in the shade and put his foot on his leg. The day was sunny and warm, and the young man felt good in the shade of the sakura tree. But now things were a little different. This time, Chen would only gain power after successfully completing 1,000 missions. The system decided to give him a gift in the form of a few chickens that were quietly running around outside the fence. Ping'an realized that all his assignment was irrelevant, but the young man could use the rewards in his daily life. The system was generous and gave Chen another gift in the form of a small aquarium bed with fish and lilies. Ping'an was already tired of these gifts. He was used to living in the world of digital technology. Throwing another gift from the system on the ground, the young man shouted that he needed Wi-Fi and an air conditioner. Chen was tired of resisting. After he had yelled enough, he sank down in exhaustion on the wooden chair, which was also a gift from the system. Another gift from the system came in the form of an information display. The system immediately notified him that a new task had been selected. The young man lazily looked at the screen and asked what the new task was. The young man's blue eyes stared contemptuously at the screen. He was tired of making toys for children or breaking up fights between lovers, and wanted something new. This time, the system suggested that Chen go to the mountain sect. From surprise, the young man almost dropped the cup with the drink. He almost choked on it. Ping'an stared perplexedly at the display. He knew that the mountain sect was a sect of immortals that ruled the cities of the Swept Ones. Chen tried to convince the system that he couldn't get there. Suddenly, a timid hunch began to form in the young man's mind. The system would have to give him the opportunity to become stronger in order to carry out this plan. The system announced its requirements for the order. The man had to be strong. In addition, only 3 months were allocated for the task. Chen grudgingly looked at the screen and grimaced unhappily. He guessed that this would be the case. Chen reached out and said that it wasn't that simple. In the past 5 years, he had been assigned some very bizarre tasks, and Ping'an didn't want to lose years of hard work because of one assignment to join the mountain sect. But as time went on, nothing happened, and the young man realized that no one else would do it but him. He scratched the back of his head and declared that he couldn't handle it. With great regret, Chen left the comfortable resting place and followed the path to search for the sect. He had traveled a long stretch of forest path among the mountains and was a bit tired. He suddenly realized that he didn't know the location of the mountain sect and said it out loud. Ping'an looked around and thought about which direction he should head in. Meanwhile, a holographic display appeared in front of the young man and informed him that men should be self-sufficient. This angered Chen, and the young man shouted to the source of the information that he hadn't counted on him at all. Tired and hungry, Ping'an sat down in the middle of the path near one of the trees and realized he was lost. The young man knew that such sects were hidden in the mountains, and if you didn't know where to look, you could wander around for 3 months and get lost. Chen decided to let things go. He decided to just sit and wait, and then the solution should fall down on him from the sky. At that moment, a loud cry was heard high up in the trees. A girl in a dress was falling right on top of him. She was holding a katana. The girl flew and let out screams of fear. Chen realized that something wrong was happening. A look of surprise froze on his face. He stood up and looked around for the source of the noise. The girl was coming closer and closer to the ground with the speed of a meteorite, screaming along the way, and Chen decided to catch her. He quickly put out his hands in a ring and ran up to the place where the girl was likely to fall. The young man regarded her fall as a sign from heaven. But Ping'an was a little late, and the girl slipped past his hands, landing noisily on the ground. Chen disappointedly said he was sorry. The girl was lying on her side with no signs of life. Despite the emergency landing, she did not let go of the sword and continued to clutch it tightly. Chen glared at the girl. She was very beautiful, and the young man decided that she was a cultivator. At this moment, the girl started to regain consciousness and opened her eyes. Ping'an squatted down beside her and smiled in a friendly manner. He was glad of any company now, let alone such a pretty girl. The girl blushed and turned away from him in the other direction, sitting on her knees. Chen tried to explain himself and said he had done nothing wrong. The girl was dressed in a snow-white dress with a golden border. There were blue-colored gems on her chest and hair. Suddenly, the girl's eyes changed as if she had seen something. She called the young man elder and begged him to help her. Chen questioned what the girl meant. He didn't know what he should help her with. Meanwhile, behind his back, purple auras with silhouettes inside them began to appear out of thin air. They appeared one after another. Chen turned around and started to panic. He realized that the girl was being chased and he couldn't handle it alone. There were more and more of them. Ping'an was scared and told the girl that there were too many pursuers and she should flee. Chen was beginning to worry about himself. The girl kept sitting on her knees and tearfully begged for help. The young man got angry and said that pretty eyes would not help her in this case. There were more and more subjects. They were coming closer and closer to the young man. Chen decidedly did not understand how a mere mortal could defeat so many cultivators. Suddenly, the situation changed dramatically for Ping Han. As the cultivators approached him, they knelt down in respect. This was very strange. One of the kneeling ones apologized to Chen for disturbing him and also called him senior. The others didn't even raise their heads. Ping Han was astonished by their actions. These were immortal cultivators, and they couldn't bow down to a mere mortal. Chen asked them why they were kneeling. In the meantime, the system's presence were chatting amongst themselves, taking advantage of Chen's absence. Sakura said she didn't know when the master would deign to return from his journey. The rooster mumbled back that he was in the chicken incarnation but was a phoenix, and he was terribly ashamed. He said that the master had taken a kitchen knife, but he had no luck. Fish also felt that he had been treated unfairly. He had been a golden dragon before, and now he had to flounder in this hole. Sakura complained about kitchen knife. According to her, Knife is always wanting to kill. One day he might just not be able to help himself and become a serial killer. Rooster assured Sakura that she had absolutely nothing to worry about. He added that Knife wouldn't dare to cut people unless his master wanted him to. The girl in the white dress marveled at Chen. She immediately realized that he was not a mere mortal, but now she knew that the young man was more than an elder. None of the cultivators could get off the ground. One of them realized that he wouldn't break through such a Tao rhythm, and that saved the girl named Mu Ron-Suhei, who was being pursued by them. Cultivator was frightened by Chen's mere gaze. He felt as if Ping Han could scatter his soul to the winds with a single glance. Therefore, the cultivator thought of Chen no differently than a monster with secret abilities. Ping Han himself straightened up to his full height and just stared at him. His eyes seemed to be looking specifically at the cultivator and trying to drill through his own pupils. Their goal was to reach his brain and dig into his subconscious. The cultivator couldn't stand the mental attack and shouted that he couldn't take it anymore. If Chen had something to say, let him say it. The cultivators would leave immediately afterward. Ping Han was beginning to understand. It turned out that cultivators were actually not bad people, but because of the system, Chen had become just a puppet to follow orders. The young man tried to hide all signs of hostility and portrayed friendliness on his face. He turned to the cultivators and asked them to leave. At the same second, the cultivators let out a chorus of cries of thanks to the elder and rushed away with all the speed they could muster. The rescued girl hugged Chen and said that young Mu Ron-Suhei thanked the elder for saving her life. Ping Han tried to explain that he was a mortal and not a cultivator at all. Mu saw something completely different. Before her eyes, a mere mortal had frightened 4 experts at the Jindan stage with just the Tao rhythm. She realized that Chen was obviously not telling her something. Ron assured Chen that she believed him, but the young man quickly recognized her deception and said that she didn't believe him at all. Ping Gang realized this from the look on her face. The young man asked if the girl was a holy maiden of the mountain sect, Mu Ron-Suhei. The girl was surprised. She was very happy that the elder knew her name. Chen told the young Mu Rong that he needed to go to the mountain sect and offered to walk together. The girl was happy and assured him that she would do anything he asked for. Chen regarded the girl as a big shot and was excited to experience flying in the sky in addition to going to the mountain sect. Ron had also counted on flying in the sky with the consent of the elder. Without knowing each other's true thoughts, they continued on their way to the mountain sect and smiled at each other. Each of them thought of the other as a deity. After a while, they arrived at the mountains. The rock to be climbed was very high. There were eagles circling over the top. There, they had a brief but thorough conversation, from which it was clearly evident that Chen could not provide the opportunity needed. Ping Han sadly admitted to young Mu Rong that he was only a mere mortal, and thus could only walk, much to his great regret. Ronnie readily said that she would accompany him on foot. Chen was taken aback. He had thought she would take him by air. In the middle of a small mountain reservoir, Chen was sitting and warming himself by the fire. At the same time, Ron was meditating in lotus posture on a rock in the center of the spring. The girl concentrated for the ritual and recited the necessary magical incantations. The streams of air flowed upward from her stone in a spiral. Closing her eyes, the girl methodically increased the pace of the spiral's rotation, and it turned into a homogeneous body. Suddenly a drop of water splashed into her eye, and Ron opened her other eye in surprise. She was displeased that everything was gone. The spiral of water she had summoned immediately plummeted downward, creating a lot of splashes. The girl continued to sit on the rock and watch the water move. Ronnie said bitterly that she has failed again. She has been watching the water and educating herself for months, but all to no avail, and Mu doesn't know what to do. Ping An pondered in turn that he would be taken directly to the sect. He had not counted on the fact that they would have to ascend step by step. The young man complained that it was all very difficult. At last, Ron finally raised her voice and called out to Chen, calling him senior. Pingang looked around unhappily and asked what the girl wanted. Mu embarrassedly said in a quiet voice that she would like to ask Senior for a favor. She shyly ran her fingers over it. Ronner was a little embarrassed. She looked pleadingly at Chen. It seemed that no one in the world could withstand the pressure of her eyes. Pingan assumed that the girl's request had something to do with water. It was not for nothing that she had spent so much time sitting on the rock and meditating there. Ron was marveled to the extreme by the elder's comprehensive wisdom. He had somehow anticipated her thoughts and actions. Chen mentally asked her to marvel after the girl dried her things. He regretfully thought about the fact that gentlemen like him weren't supposed to watch this. Pingan looked at her with wide, open blue eyes. Thinking very hard, he suddenly made a remark about the girl's buttocks out loud. Ron immediately turned around and asked Chen with surprise. She didn't quite understand what the elder meant. Chen realized that he had accidentally said too much. The girl was admiring him more and more. The senior master immediately understood her water practices and the fact that she wouldn't be able to break through anywhere. The girl stepped another step toward Chen. Their bodies were right next to each other. Roan looked at him pleadingly. This great man could give her the knowledge she needed. The girl exclaimed that this breakthrough was very important to her and she needed her mentor's help now. Pingan replied that he was an outsider and had no right to interfere in her affairs. The young man offered her some hot tea and told her that she needed to warm up. Chen added that they would later discuss what to do next. Handing the girl a cup of hot drink, Pinghan told Ron that cultivators had many ways to break through, but Mu replied that she couldn't ask them for help. The girl sipped the marvelous drink and tried to make sense of what was happening. The only thing that was clear was that the elder was immortal and did not want to deal with mortals. Suddenly, Mu understood everything. The elder meant that instead of watching the water and waiting for enlightenment, one should become one with the water in order to achieve enlightenment. The girl plunged deeper into the water, and for a while her head was underwater. Then she realized with joy that she had managed to break through. After getting out of the water, Ron fervently thanked the elder for his advice and promised that she would never forget this gesture of kindness. Chen looked at her in amazement. He didn't realize his merit. Pingan smirked and scratched the back of his head thoughtfully. In the young man's opinion, he hadn't done anything to be thankful for. They soon arrived at the mountain sect and found themselves in front of a tall pagoda beautifully decorated with colorful plates. Chen was glad that he had finally made it. Once inside, the young man realized that this place deserved to be an abode for the mountain sect. Pingan didn't expect the girl to be the daughter of her mentor. Chen noticed that they were coming in the back door. He realized that even laborers had to be qualified to go through the main entrance. The girl entered the room with the elders, leaving the young man to wait outside the door. At the table sat her father, the boss of the Mu Mountain sect, Rong Yunhai, and Elder Qingxuan. Yunhan listened to his daughter and was surprised. A mere youth has a very strong Dao and Qi, and he himself had never even heard of this person. Yunhan asked why he needed a sect then. The mountain sect elder smiled and asked Mu if this was all a joke, and why such a strong master would want to join their sect. Ron was indignant and assured that she was telling the truth. She herself was also surprised to hear that the elder wanted to join their sect. Right now, the young man was waiting outside. Her father looked at her carefully and said that there was still a lot she didn't know. Yunhai was sure that his daughter had been tricked by some unorthodox cultivator. He turned to Qi and apologized that he would go with him to explore the treasure later. But right now he needed to deal with the liar first. Qi was fine with that. Yunhai headed for the door and said he would look at the man who dared to lie to his daughter. Mu ran after him and tried to prove that it was all pure truth. Yunhai resolutely opened the door and stepped onto the step. He could already imagine how he would debunk the liar and throw him away in shame. Suddenly he saw. His eyes went wide with surprise. This was clearly beyond his comprehension, and Yunhai refused to believe his own eyes. He asked the girl in surprise what exactly she had seen. According to her, her whole body was radiating qi. Mu said that was exactly what she said, and Yunhai had to see it. Chen was sitting on a bench surrounded by a golden aura. Yunhai noted that Mu called it qi radiation, but it was more like his body was pure qi. Meanwhile, Pinghan saw a girl with a man and immediately realized that it was the boss of the mountain sect. Yunhai approached him with a confident stride. Chen thought that he should greet the elder with honor, smiled politely, and said the words of greeting. To his surprise, the boss bowed low to him and began to make excuses that he didn't know about the appearance of such a distinguished guest. Yunhai apologized for the delay in waiting. Pinghan was stunned. Chen shouted that he was a mere mortal and it was not right for the head to bow down to him. He was very panicked, not understanding the reasons for this attitude. He thought that everyone in this family was really overreacting and overestimating his importance. Mu whispered to her father that Senior cultivates his mind like a mortal for self-control, and he better not dwell on cultivation so as not to anger the elder. Yunhai tried to contradict her and regarded Chen carefully. He concluded that it was impossible to call a person with such an aura a mortal. The boss smiled and informed the young man that he could call him Yunhai. He said he was aware of the elder's intention to join their humble sect. This alarmed Chen, and he was surprised that the boss immediately allowed him to call him by his first name. Pinggang asked for permission to stay in the sect. He was willing to be even a laborer. Yunhai flatly refused and shouted that he didn't agree. Mu stood up for the young man and told his father that he was just out of his mind. Chen twisted his head in all directions and tried to understand the reason for this attitude. He asked the sectarians why they were more excited than him. Mu was embarrassed and tilted her head. Yunhai solemnly announced that he was abdicating his place as the sect head, and from now on he, Pinggang, was the head. Chen realized that the boss was obviously crazy. Chen waved his hands indignantly and exclaimed that he could in no way be the head of the sect. The very thought was unacceptable to him. Chen noticed that he was being very reckless. He pointed out to the head and his daughter that this post was not good enough for the elder. Yunhai and Mu were very surprised by his words. Yunhai tilted his head and thought for a while. He closed his eyes and declared that he couldn't afford to play noble. Chen pleaded and put his hands in the air. He couldn't just accept defeat after a long journey. He asked the head for permission to stay, otherwise his mission would fail. Yunhai said that on behalf of his father, he was authorizing him to leave the position of sect founder, and from now on, Pinggang would be the only ancient ancestor of their sect. Chen held his head in helplessness and said that Yunhai was a misguided son. He added that immortal cultivators couldn't be spoken to normally. Pinggang took offense and said that he might not be able to cultivate something, but regarding the hierarchy and dominance of sects, he was well aware. Chen introduced himself as an ancient ancestor and declared that he was a mere mortal and not even fit to be a disciple. He urgently had to find a way to convince them. Pinggang saw Yunhai's eyes light up and realized that this was obviously not a good thing. He just wanted to accomplish his mission and get out of here. Yunhai declared that he had made up his mind. From now on, Chen is their founder from now on. He apologized for keeping the elder waiting and demanded that a meeting be prepared in the hall. Mu gently tugged her father by the hem of his clothes, drawing his attention to her. Yunhai turned to his daughter unhappily. The girl reminded her father that Qixuan was still in the hall and he might say something disrespectful to the elder. Yunhai asked his daughter to stay with Senior and he would quickly go there. Yunhai ran as fast as he could, only his heels glistening. Chen looked at the head who was quickly moving away from them with astonishment. Behind him, a pillar of dust was rising. Pingyan looked at his companion and asked what was wrong. He assumed that the head needed help. Mu replied that, in a sense, it did. Yunhai soon reached the central pagoda, which stood on a hill and slightly towered above the rest of the buildings. The entire complex was located near the water. Elder Qixuan was waiting for the head and was leisurely examining the walnut. He sat serenely on the chair and looked in front of him. Suddenly, the door opened and Yunhai ran into the threshold. He called out loudly to Xuan in a worried voice. Qing asked the head if he was able to deal with the liar. Yunhai put his hands on his shoulders and asked him not to tell this to the elder, because this person was now an ancient ancestor of their sect, and his strength was unpredictable. Xuan was surprised by this news. He resented that the rascal had managed to fool Yunhai as well, since he was only a senior. The elder jumped out the door and ordered the head to be silent. He realized he had to see for himself what that rogue could do. Only after seeing with the corner of his eye did Xuan realize that the boss was not mistaken. His own eyes widened in surprise. Chen and Mu walked towards him. Both of them were surrounded by a unique golden aura that only very strong warriors had. The elder immediately knelt down before Pingyan. He was bitterly sorry for his mistake and tried his best to rectify it. Xuan assured that he really didn't know about the Grandmaster's visit. He sincerely apologized for not greeting him immediately. He was very sorry for that. Kneeling down and with his face to the ground, Xuan thought about how lucky Yunhai was to have stumbled upon such a wise and great being. Chen wondered why they were so fond of bowing. He wondered if it was an etiquette among cultivators. Pingyan asked Elder Xuan if the young man should bow down to him in turn. In response, both the elder and Murong simultaneously squealed that there was no way he could do that, and held his hands just in case. At this moment, a walnut flew out of the elder's sinus and rapidly began to fall downward. As it hit the ground, it bounced off and ended up at Pingyan's feet. He picked up the walnut in surprise. It was new to the area. Chen showed the walnut to the elder and asked where he got the thing. His blue eyes were very surprised. The elder confessed that this item was found by his disciples of the Illusory Moon sect. They do not know the material from which the item is made. Chen laughed and said that the material was ordinary wood, and there was nothing interesting inside. There was food. Xuan looked at him in amazement. The elder asked how the elder was able to see what was contained within the objects. Ping'an tossed the nut up and caught it in his open palm and then said he couldn't see inside the object. He just made it himself. Chen thought that if the assignment was to make toys for children, it was nothing new to him. A young man would be able to do it. He pulled out a knife and stood under a tree. Ping'an had an idea to make some Lubin locks. The mechanism looked broken, though, and it was impossible to open it in the normal way. The young man began to rummage through his bag, looking for the right thing. Finally, sometime later, he found what he was looking for and retrieved a large cleaver from his bag. Chen waved his cleaver, cutting through the air with a whoosh. The sect boss and daughter were astonished by what they saw. They had never seen such a thing before. Mu asked what had happened in the first place. Yunhai was amazed at the power of the weapons. After all, even the tools of immortals are not at this level. Ping'an claimed it was an ancient legendary artifact and swung his knife. A walnut lay on the table in front of him. Everyone was mesmerized by the nut and Chen's manipulation of the cleaver. The nut seemed to be whole, for no one had ever been able to open it before. Xuan's eyes went to his forehead in surprise. In his brain, it was no other than a clash of laws. The cleaver came down loudly on the fruit and split it clearly in half. The young man said cheerfully as he opened that lock with it. All three were near the door, and Chen asked them why they had traveled so far away. Mu walked up to him and asked him unhesitatingly what it was. Chen replied that it was just candy, and said it was supposed to be a reward for the children who opened their toys. The girl hesitantly said that this item had too much spiritual power for candy. She tasted the insides of the fruit and was very much surprised. A new sensation ran through her whole body and she felt a surge of energy. Mu admitted that she had advanced, and very quickly, from the first level of core formation straight to the 10th level. She was very grateful to Chen for both saving her life, helping her break through, and building up her strength. Mu said she didn't know how to thank him. She looked at him pleadingly and asked if she could repay him with her body for all the good the elder had done for her. The elder all flushed at such an unexpected offer from the girl. He thought Mu Ransuhe was beautiful and her figure was good. He was surprised that such a beautiful woman was willing to sell herself for candy. The girl stood there embarrassedly, waiting for an answer. The older man thought the girl clearly had a problem with her head. He was stunned. The elder said that Mu Ransuhe didn't have to act like that, and he didn't do anything like that. The young man didn't need her body, not to mention that her father might not agree. Mu Ran Yunhai replied that he had taught Mu Ransuhe to be grateful since childhood, and he thought that reciprocity was the best way to repay the favor. The elder put his hand on Mu Ransuhe's shoulder and addressed her. He said virginity is clearly not something she should give up for candy. Mu Ransuhe said that when the elder came to the mountain sect, he needed someone willing to serve him. The girl clung to the young man's chest. She asked the older man to let her be his maid. The young man was very surprised at this offer. She looked at the older man with her big eyes and asked if she really looked that bad. The young man got a nosebleed from that sight. Unable to withstand the pressure, the guy agreed to the girl's proposal. Her father was happy about it. Qing Xuan angrily told his brother that he was trying to say that Mu Ransuhe would be his daughter-in-law. He asked him to keep some dignity and quit. Yunhai said that if he had the opportunity, Qing Xuan could snatch it from his senior. It was not reasonable to blame others for his incompetence. Especially this was Mu Ranshue's wish. The sect elder thought that things were very messed up, and his brother was definitely greedy for his elder's favor. Qing Xuan really didn't know how things would work out for this great deity to stay in the sect. Not only had Mu Ransuhe made a breakthrough, but she had also jumped through 10 levels at once. He didn't realize what chance his son would have if he faced an elder. His son was also very handsome. The mountain sect elder thought that perhaps his son and the elder would like each other. Qing Xuan glared angrily at the senior from behind his back. The young man was embarrassed. The elder was hugging Mu Ransue at this time. He didn't understand what the elder was thinking, and why his gaze was sending chills down his spine. The older man asked Mu Ransuhe to let him go and pushed the girl away from him. The girl clung to his chest, hugged him tightly, and screamed that she would never let go. The older man thought he couldn't stand her embrace any longer. He thought that he had inexplicably been propelled to the position of elder by the sect leader, and the sect leader's daughter had somehow become his maid. The young man was sure that there was not a single sane person in this sect. Somehow or other, the young man accomplished the task of joining the mountain sect. The guy approached Yunhai and asked what the ancient ancestors usually did. The boss replied that the elder didn't need to do anything, and was only needed when the sect needed to make an important decision, or the sect was facing insoluble difficulties. The guy held his head up and asked the chapter if they would take him back. He figured that if he wanted to fly, he shouldn't go around and around with this group of people. Better to just say so. They moved in the blink of an eye with the help of the Immortal's powers. Yunhai said that they were in place. The elder said with a sad look, "That's too bad." Yunhai was horrified at these words. The boss thought that it seems traveling at light speed in the eyes of the elder looks as slow as a turtle crawling slowly. Yunhai thought that he had wasted the senior's time. At this time, the elder thought that unfortunately the speed was too fast, and there was no feeling of flying. The older man told the chapter to forget about it. He was just thinking about stuff. The young man decided to go and make himself a cup of tea before leaving, and after that, he would meekly follow them. Yunhai sighed with relief and thought that it was good. At least the elder didn't blame him. The boss was surprised to see the senior's residence. He thought he should have negotiated a better together for him in the sect. The young man said that he actually liked this life, and still had fish and chickens to raise at home. A beautiful peach tree was blooming next to his senior's house. At that moment, one of the chickens approached the visitors. She had an angry look, and her eyes were glowing yellow. The cult members were frightened when they saw her. The older man looked around and asked the boys what was wrong. Yunhai and Mu Ronsuhe said they were fine. They were just a little exhausted. Qingshuan also said that everything was fine. They watched the chickens walking around the courtyard. The elder told his guests to take a walk around the courtyard for now, and the young man would go and make them tea. The sect boss objected to him. All the visitors were horrified that the older man had gone and left them alone. The sect members thought it was over, but there was terror on their faces. Qingshuan tremblingly said that he had never seen such a thing. The peach that grew in the senior's yard was just all surrounded by qi. In addition, the pond in which the fish swam was also surrounded by kai. They noticed that the chickens are surrounded by qi, as is the broom. The senior's entire yard was made of qi, energy enveloped everything around it. Mu Ronsuhe asked her father what the treasure was. The girl noticed that the place where the elder lived was too scary. She asked what they should do. Yunhai thought that maybe the elder is probably checking on them and need to brace themselves. The sect members looking at the courtyard surrounded by qi thought that there was just a devil's guard here. Mu Ronsuhe flushed. She felt uncomfortable in the courtyard of the elder. She told her father that she couldn't hold back any longer. All the sect members heard Senior coughing loudly outside the door. The fish, chickadees, and broom were surprised to hear such a loud sound. The sect members were still standing in the courtyard watching qi around them. Yunhai said of course, the speech is about the ancestor, but he thinks they need to check everything. The boss suggested a quick trip inside the elder's house. Yunhai opened the door to the young man's house and addressed the elder. He was sitting there coughing with a cup in his hands. The young man choked. He was drinking tea too fast. The older man asked if the visitors had finished their tour. He invited them to sit down and drink the tea that had just brewed. The young man looked at the sect members who had entered with surprise. They were out of breath, sweat running down their foreheads. The older man asked if they had been exercising in the yard. The older one was surprised to see them. He thought his yard was not a playground even after a few laps, so much so they wouldn't be exhausted. Looking at Mu Ronsuhe, he thought that perhaps they were doing something else. The young man blushed and thought it was none of his business. He began to pour tea for the guests. 14. The young man offered to taste the tea and tell if the guests liked it. Yunhai looked at the flow of tea. It also had qi in it. Golden streams of energy were rising from the tea. Qingshuan asked if this tea was an elixir. His brother replied that he didn't know, but it must be as good as the elder's kitchen knife, and it was best to take his time. The sect boss resolutely took the cup of tea and decided to taste it. When all three took the tea in their hands, they realized that the kai was changing. Spiritual roots are the foundation of every immortal cultivation, and the level of spiritual roots determines the speed and frequency of spiritual energy absorption. Just the mere smell of the fragrance of tea, the spiritual root will be lifted. Mu Rongshui took a sip of tea. The elder didn't understand why the guests had such facial expressions, and he asked if the tea was unpalatable. At this time, the guests were drinking tea prepared by the young man. The sect members shouted with pleasure that they wanted more of this tea. The young man was surprised by this reaction and thought that either he liked the tea, and I liked it, or he was making a fool of himself. The eldest was already running out of tea leaves. The sect members all asked for more tea. The elder asked them not to panic. He said they had all drunk and there was no more water. The mountain sect elder began to conjure something with a sly look. He conjured up another bottle of water in a flash and handed it to the older man. The elder was angry and cried out to him. The young man explained to the boys that drinking too much was bad for their health. He asked them to leave. Yunhai obediently said that they would remember the teachings of the ancestor. The young man ushered them out of the threshold. The young man didn't understand what he had taught them. The sect boss couldn't walk anymore. He leaned on the shoulders of the boys and walked back to the sect. The eldest thought that they had finally left, so he decided to go and buy some food in town, or he would starve to death. A scalding sun rose in the sky. An old man with gray hair looked up at him. The moment he looked at the sun, There's a 60% chance of a breakthrough. The old man thought that when he had reached a spiritual stage, he could do no wrong. Looking at the sun, he thought he had almost reached the breakthrough. The sun was at its zenith at this point. Suddenly, he heard a voice addressing him. The old man was shocked that someone had interrupted him. Someone said they had great news for the old man. He was furious. He was interrupted by Yunhai. He noticed that the old man looked upset. The old man interjected with fury at what was great news. He drew his sword from its sheath. The old man said he had bad news for Yunhai. He swung his sword. 1. While beating Yunhan, the old man asked if he was very happy, if he had good news. The head asked his father to stop beating him. He was furious because Yunhan was tearing him down into cultivation. Qingxuan told Mu Rongshui that her grandfather seems to be very upset. The girl said that her father might be the reason. Yunhan's father had already burned everything around him. The sect boss asked him to stop. The old man asked if his son thought his father was joking. Yunhan asked him not to get angry, because their clan had an elder, and he would surely help him break through. The boss sat all beaten up. The old man said that until the Immortal descended to Earth to be initiated, no one would help him break through. He sat back down on the rock. His flawless cultivation was thwarted by Yunhan. Yunhan asked his father if he didn't believe him. The old man asked how about a bet whether his son was weak. Yunhan replied that he wasn't weak and asked what he would get if they won. He was glowing with enthusiasm. Qingxuan was willing to bet. He bet 1,000 soul stones. Mu Ran Suhei was also willing to gamble 1,000 mascara stones. The old man thought it was almost all their money, and they dared to put it all on the line. Yunhan turned up his nose and asked his father if it was weak for him to participate in the argument. The old man gave him a slap on the back for his rude behavior. He told him to take him to the older man. Yunhai brought his father to the elder's house. He said that they were there. The old man was surprised to see a modest house. Mu Ran Suhei asked him to watch his language. Yunhai also advised his father not to say anything rude. The elder respects himself as a mortal, to cultivate the mind, and he had never noticed the importance of cultivation. The old man thought that this was a liar's game. Yunhan's father wanted to see the Immortal, so he went into the house. The old man was amazed at what he saw. Mu Ran Suhei and Yunhan shouted to the old man. Yunhan's father, Mu Ran, was astonished when he stepped through the door. The old man thought that an Immortal really lived here. The pressure alone kept him from moving. He sat on his knees at the threshold. Mu Ran didn't understand what kind of divine essence the things he saw were. At this moment, a man with a long red braid flew towards him. He was surrounded by blue energy. The chicken yelled for him to stop. Turns out it was a knife in human form. Knife swung at the old man and almost hit him with his fist. He enveloped himself in blue energy and began to transform. Yunhan realized who this person was. He looked on in horror at what was happening. The boss realized that it was Senior's kitchen knife. Mu Ran didn't realize what kind of treasure it was. 26. The knife was telling the Phoenix that this old man wasn't a good person at first sight, and he hadn't seen him until now, so he should be fine after cutting him apart. Mu Ran thought that a tool with this level of intelligence was something above an immortal tool. Mu Ran was surprised that the knife called the chicken Phoenix. Phoenix said that this old man looked like an idiot and asked if the knife was afraid that he would be even more dumbed down after chopping him up. The old man sat on the ground in shock, not realizing what this place was. Knife agreed with Phoenix. Knife closed his eyes and began to turn again. He told the old man to introduce himself normally, otherwise, even if he dumbed down, he would still finish him off. The knife quickly flew back into the senior's room. Murong thanked the Phoenix for its mercy and said that its grace was unforgettable. The old man bowed politely to the bird. Yunhan said that his father should believe him now and asked when he would already make his bet. Murong was angry and asked why he had to mention it now. Murong slapped Yunhan and said that his father almost died, and he was still thinking about the bet. Mu-Ran Suhei turned to her grandfather and said that she felt like the elder wasn't here, so he would have to be patient for a while. The old man would surely get help when the elder returned. Mu-Rong decided to listen to his granddaughter. After a while, the elder was returning home with a basket of vegetables. He wondered why the sect members were here again. The young man did not want to make them any more tea. He saw Mu-Ran Suhei, her uncle and her grandfather outside the open gate. The older man awkwardly wondered what would happen if he went and hid. At this moment, Mu-Ran Suhei noticed the elder with the edge of her eye. She happily told him that they had been waiting for him for so long, and he was finally back. At this point, the older man tried to hide from them. He awkwardly asked why Mu-Ran Suhei had returned so quickly, and if there was anything else he could do for her. The girl introduced her grandfather to the older man. The boy was puzzled. Senior was shocked by this information because Mu-Ran's grandfather is the true ancestor of the mountain sect. The guy did not understand why he bowed on his patio. At this time, Mu-Rong was sitting on his lap. The elder thought that he couldn't allow such a person to be insulted. Whatever happened, He quickly ran towards him. Yunhan told his father that the ancestor is here and qi is hovering around him. He advised him to remember self-control the first time he sees the ancestor. The boy ran up behind the old man. He turned around. The moment the elder approached him, he felt a huge qi. The elder's kai hovered all around. The stronger a person is, the more he sees and feels. The elder approached the strick. He bowed low and greeted the elder. The young man thought it had only gotten worse. He was surprised at the old man's actions. He asked Murong to stand up, for he was a mere mortal, and the old man could not bow down to him. He helped him to stand up. Murong noticed that his choking had gone away. The guy can make qi obey passively. He is a true immortal. The old man noticed that just like Yunhai had said, the elder treated himself as a mortal in order to cultivate his mind. Murong told the young man that he was very generous and could call him junior or palace elder, but he asked that he no longer call him elder. The guy figured he'd just call him old man in that case. The elder invited all his guests to go and sit down in his house. He told the boys to make themselves at home. Everyone's eyes lit up at the thought of the elder making tea again. The young man said that he wouldn't make tea this time. The boy was holding a basket of vegetables. He asked what about the food. The old man replied that it would be as the elder wished. Muronsuhe was overjoyed. The girl's eyes were burning. All the immortals sat down at the table in the elder's house. They accepted patiently, waiting for the food. Muron asked why everyone's faces were so sour. He said that he would give them those soul stones when he returned. This time he was wrong. The old man would think that he didn't expect them straight, that the older man would live in the privacy of their backyard. Yunhan seriously said that they need his shower to me. The sect boss shouted that they just wanted to drink tea. The old man was surprised and asked why he should not go and make some for himself since the elder was not greedy. He reached out his hand for the cup. At this moment, Murong felt a strange energy emanating from the cup. She made the old man bang his head on the table with all his might. The old man thought it was a very strong pressure. The kettle and the cup glowed with yellow light. Murong thought that the utensil was also a treasure. It contains qi. Yunhan, teasing his father, said that they dared not lift a finger as they entered the house, but he dared to touch these things. The old man angrily asked if Yunhan could not have said this before. The old man hit his forehead on the table again from the qi action. Outside the kitchen door, I heard the older man sneeze loudly. In the kitchen, the young man was preparing treats for his guests. The older one sneezed because of the pepper. He thought the pepper was really hot. The young man thought that this roast smell was really good. At this moment, suddenly Qingxuan felt some strange energy. Qingxuan realized that he had broken through. Muron looked at her uncle in surprise. Muron Suhe, the sect boss, and her grandfather were dumbfounded when they saw this. The old man shouted to his granddaughter to sniff carefully. After all, it is not just a fragrance, but a pure aura. Yunhan wondered what kind of panacea the elder was frying there. One fragrance has a pure air. The dishes they would be served must be divine. After a while, the elder finished preparing lunch. He served all the dishes on the table. He invited the guests to taste the dishes. The table looked very appetizing. All the guests were eager to taste it. Their eyes were sparkling. The older man hoped they would be polite this time and not eat all the food. But looking at them, the young man had a bad feeling. Luckily, Senior cooked a lot of rice this time, a whole bucket of rice. A young man brought a whole bucket of rice and asked if anyone wanted some. The older man was shocked by what he saw at the table. The elder saw Qingxuan sitting down, greedily stuffing both cheeks with food. Yunhan looked exactly the same. He looked awkwardly at the older man. Muron Suhe's cheeks were bursting from the amount of food she had eaten. All four of them asked if the older man would mind adding a bowl of rice. They ate absolutely everything the young man had prepared. The elder angrily asked if this was the last time they would eat in their lives. The elder was shocked by what he saw. He didn't understand what was going on. The guy thought that they could also eat the light rice stew like hungry ghosts. It seemed to the guy that the cultivator's life was too miserable. At this time, Mu Ronsuhe was eating rice with both cheeks. The elder thought that she should take care of her image. Soon all the plates were glistening with frequency. The guests finished everything, to the last crumb. The rice bucket was also completely empty. Yunhan and Mu Ronsuhe thanked the elder for his hospitality. The old man and Qingxuan slept with their bellies full. The older one was in a stupor. He said there was nothing to thank him for. The guy was very surprised that they even got the plates out clean. Qingxuan advanced from the 5th yin-yang stage to the 8th yin-yang stage. Old man Murong had advanced from the peak of the spiritual core to the 1st stage of divinity. Muronsuhe, from the 5th stage of ki accumulation to the formation of the nucleus. Yunhan advanced from the 8th stage of yin-yang to the 5th stage. The old man cried with happiness over finally breaking through. He no longer thought that it would be with him for the rest of his life, until he was finally driven into depression. The old man fell at the young man's feet and bowed low. He said he would never forget it, even in the next life. The elder looked at the old man in bewilderment and asked what he was doing. The boy was confused. He couldn't understand what it all meant. The older man proudly gave his hand to the old man and said, "No need to thank him." The old man jumped up abruptly, his eyes shining with enthusiasm. He asked when they had time in the future. Would they be able to have lunch more often with Senior? The older man was running out of patience. He pulled himself together. The elder told the guests to go and cultivate. He threw the 4 guests out the door. Yunhan told his father to be ashamed of saying such things. Mu Ran called his son shameless and asked him how dare he speak to him like that. The old man slapped Yunhan with all his might. The old man got embarrassed and said he couldn't help it. He was too enthusiastic and accidentally let it slip. He also noticed that the older man had excellent magical abilities. The old man wondered how he could be angry about such trivial things. Yunhan was angry and shouted that he hadn't had time to taste a single grain of rice and they still wanted to come every day. The old man noticed that the ancestor had told them to cultivate, and he was reminded that greed couldn't stabilize the cultivation base. The power created in this way is useless. Qingshuan and Yunhan began to quietly taunt the old man and whisper. The old man noticed this and angrily shouted that he thought the ancestor really cared too much about them. Mu Ran Suhe said with sparkling eyes to her grandfather that she understood what he was saying. He thought how nice it was to have a granddaughter. It occurred to the old man that this was cheating. He was in a stupor. The old man advised Qingshuan to tell the others about the new ancestor. He said that he understood and was going to leave them and return to the sect. At this moment, Qingshuan heard a voice in his head addressing him. The voice was saying not to return to the sect. Qingshuan shouted that it was the sound of his father's voice in his head. The old man hesitated. He asked if it could be 1,000 words of a hidden voice. Qingshuan agreed and said that this was their sect's most urgent method of contact, and it had only been used once before. This voice meant that the sect was under attack. Clouds were gathering in the illusory moon sect. There was a thunderstorm over this sect. Lightning flashed everywhere. Some man from this sect was sitting under the lightning bolt. He was addressing Zhan Xiaofeng. He was asking if he thought when he took away the man's legs that he would be able to break through to the first stage of the divine realm. The man wanted his sect to be buried with Dan Xiaofeng. Dan Xiaofeng, the ancestor of the illusory moon sect, was wounded. He said that the man had destroyed an entire village and killed a bunch of people and should have been punished. The ancestor hated himself for not finishing off the man on the spot back then. The man looked angrily at Dan Xiaofeng and asked him if he was afraid of dying. The ancestor asked what was wrong with death. He said, "God save his illusory moon sect. His son is not in the sect now. He will surely avenge him sooner or later." Dan Xiaofeng's son was Qingshuan. He had just come running to his father's aid and said that he had returned. Dan Xiaofeng got angry and shouted, "What is that person doing? Didn't he say he should not return to the sect?" Qingshuan rubbed his bald head and said that as the sect head, he would have no excuse to miss such an event. He said that this is only the first stage of the divine realm and smiled. Qingshuan grinned as he looked at the man who had mauled his father. Dan Xiaofeng was shocked when he heard his son's words. The man thought that Dan Xiaofeng was stupid if he really thought that the divine realm was some kind of cabbage that could be eaten by tearing off a leaf every day. He added that if the divine realm was a person, he would call it father. At that moment, Mu Rong appeared behind the man and asked the man who he had called a peanut. The man was startled by the surprise and his heart began to pound. The man turned around frightened and asked who he was. Old man Mu Ran looked intimidating. He reached out his hand towards the man. He remarked that if he said he was his father, it would be an insult to his granddaughter. The old man put a flaming hand to the man's face. Flames erupted all around, shooting upward. A man screamed. Dan Xiaofeng, looking at the old man, asked who it was. Qingshuan replied that it was Mu Rong's uncle who was in the same realm. Old man Mu Rong defeated the man. He laughed and said that he had enough. He asked why make such trouble. The old man remarked that fortunately he had arrived in time. Everything around him was ablaze. Dan Xiaofeng asked if the one was an ancestor of the mountain sect. It turns out the men were old friends. He asked what S with the old man S cultivation. Mu Rong replied that it was a long story. The old man's eyes sparkled and he thought he was determined not to believe in the elder's strength. So he took the opportunity to bet with the sect leader and lost. Old man Mu Rong said, "Actually an immortal master living in the mortal city under the jurisdiction of their sect." Dan Xiaofeng was surprised. Dan Xiaofeng thought for a second and tensed up. He stared intently at the old man. Dan Xiaofeng jumped up, ran up to the old man, took his hands and demanded, leading him to the elder. The old man Mu Ran asked if he believed what the old man said and didn't even suspect him of lying. Dan Xiaofeng replied that he didn't suspect and his useless son S strength increased dramatically. Moreover, he has been friends with the old man for many years and he trusts him completely. Qingshuan was shocked to hear the words about the useless son. The old man said that he did not expect Dan Xiaofeng to say that. The true elder descended to the ground and treated himself as a human to cultivate his mind. He explained that they had just left the ancestral house and he felt that it was not worth bothering him again. Old man Murong asked what was wrong with Dan Xiaofeng's face. The man stood there, grimacing. He was clearly dissatisfied with what he had heard. Dan Xiaofeng shouted that the old man was lying to him. Murong was shocked. He wondered where the years of friendship were now. At that moment, the men heard a loud sound, and everything around them began to shake. They looked around frightened. Qin Xuan asked what that sound was. Perhaps it was an earthquake. His father replied that it was a strong spiritual pressure approaching. Everyone tensed up. Old man Murong looked up. He noticed that these sounds were coming from the direction of the elder's residence. He offered to check what was there. The old man thought he would be home in time for dinner at the elder's house. The old man took Dan Xiaofeng by the arm. He didn't understand what was going on. The two men flew off in a flash towards the elder's house. Qingshuan was dumbfounded that they didn't take him to see the elder. They flew into Chen Ping'an's yard. Under the peach tree, a hen screamed that she had spotted some kind of problem. Dano Xiaofeng was surprised to see that this was the residence of an elder. The old man said that the door was locked and he was most likely outside. The old man thought sadly that it seems he wouldn't be able to have dinner at the elder's house. Dan Xiaofeng, you asked in bewilderment why everyone here was so anxious about dinner all the time. At this moment, Dan Xiaofeng noticed something and looked up. There was something that looked like a black hole in the air. Dan Xiaofeng thought that the Kai earthquake happened because of this secret cave. After the secret cave, a kingdom will descend. With the cave being so large, the secret kingdom can be the size of an entire city, which means the cities below will be wiped out. They wondered if this was the work of the ancestor. The old man replied that it was impossible. An elder cultivating as a mortal, he would never use his cultivation to do such cruel things. Muran told his friend to leave as there was no point in staying there. They needed to rescue as many people from the city as they could while there was still time. Dan Xiaofeng agreed with him. At that moment, the men saw something strange begin to happen to the pond. A golden light poured out of it. Dan Xiaofeng and Murong looked toward the pond in surprise. The head of a huge golden dragon came out of the pond. Everything around it was glowing. The golden dragon flew up and opened its mouth. Dan Xiaofeng and Murong stared at this sight in surprise. The golden dragon quickly headed towards the secret cave. The dragon opened its mouth wide and bit the secret cave with all its might. Dan Xiaofeng asked if it was a dragon. The old man Murong confirmed what he said, and added that there was a phoenix inside it. Dan Xiaofeng was stunned by these words. He asked who was capable of commanding a dragon and a beast king at once. Dan Xiaofeng thought that only an immortal emperor could do this. At that moment, a blue force appeared in front of the trees and circled around. Out of this blue circle flew the sword of Senior. The sword thought that he was finally off the mortal world, and the bloody Blood Moon sect wanted an apology. Although Sword was badly injured due to the turbulence during teleportation, his spiritual body is intact, and he will regain his true form in the next 100 years or something like that. A man approached the sword. He noticed the sword and wondered why it was lying on the ground. Sword figured that if a mortal touched him, he would be crushed by his aura, and that person should blame himself for his bad luck. The sword gave a sly chuckle. At this time, the man was about to pick it up. The man gripped the hilt of his sword and thought he looked good. That man was the older man. He raised his sword and looked at it carefully. Weapon. I don't understand how he came to be okay. Sword looked at the older man with fear. He didn't understand what was going on. The older man was all glowing with Kai. He was going to take the sword home. Sword wondered what this man was all about. Sword was horrified to see the elder surrounded by Kai and the rhythm of the Tao. He didn't realize if this was definitely the mortal world. Sword wondered how such a strong man could be here. The elder picked up the sword from the ground. The young man noticed that the sword moved on its own and thought that it was a high-grade magic weapon. The elder threw it into the basket behind his shoulders and thought it could be sold for a good price. The sword was furious. He thought that there were many strong people who wanted to serve him in the immortal world. The sword didn't expect to fall so hard. The basket the guy threw the sword into contained first-rate herbal medicines. Most of the materials are ordinary, and only first-rate elixirs are better. Plus, the senior couldn't see the level of the sword right now. Sword laughed evilly and thought the elder was a common mortal. The body of the sword was badly damaged and shrunk drastically, due to which the elder was able to lift it. He thought that what he had just seen was a visual illusion, and it was just an ordinary world here. At that moment, the sword heard someone tell him to shut up. He heard the ho's voice. She was angry and called the sword a bug. The older man heard some commotion in the basket behind his shoulders. The senior took the basket off. He didn't understand why he moved so hard. The ho told the sword not to move. He replied that he would obey the big boss, the ho. The sword looked at the ho in surprise and fear. He thought it was actually an artifact. The ho glowed with ki. At that moment, the elder saw something pass across the sky. He looked up. It was the Immortals who flew to the secret cave on their swords. They said to hurry. Several Immortals flew straight into the center of the secret cave. Murong excitedly shouted to them that there was no need to do that. Something strange began to happen to the secret cave. A huge beam of blue light appeared from it. The birds flew away from it. The older man watched the whole thing. He thought it was a black hole. He didn't understand where the beam of light was coming from. Senior thought that it couldn't be the so-called secret kingdom. Soon a new assignment came to the senior. He saw the system line and thought that the building must not belong to the black hole. The elder hoped in fear that the system wouldn't give him the task of dealing with the beam of light. Senior got a lottery alert saying that the current lottery would end in 5 hours and it was worth using the ticket as soon as possible. Senior thought that when the assignment was done, he forgot about the lottery, and he was pretty excited at first. But then he realized that he could only take the everyday things that were completely useless, so he ignored them all the time. The elder still decided to use the lottery, he thought. Luckily, it didn't involve a beam of light. A notification came to the elder that use was confirmed, and at the same moment the cave lit up bright blue. A flute fell out of the black hole. A notification came to the elder that the selection had been confirmed. Taking the bamboo flute in his hands, the elder thought that this time he had received a good gift. The older man threw the flute into his basket behind his shoulders. He had learned to play it in a past life. The boy was going to try it when he got home. The flute was in the basket next to the sword. It too glowed with ki. The sword thought it was another artifact. Sword saw the power flowing from the flute. He thought it was a very powerful artifact. Sword was shocked by everything that was happening. He thought it was absolutely impossible and unrealistic. It seemed to him that it was surely an illusion. After some time, the young man returned to his home. He was very exhausted and decided to wash his face first. He put his basket of herbs and artifacts on the table. Sword looked around and was thrown into shock. He didn't realize what was happening. The young man's entire house was full of artifacts. Everything around him was glowing with ki. Sword had been in the immortal world for thousands of years, but he had never seen such a thing. He also paid attention to the peach tree outside. He thought that she was Svetiya, holy wonderful peach tree, immortal emperor. Sword also noticed that the rooster and the fish in the pond were 1,000 times stronger than the immortal emperor's dragon and phoenix. The chickens in the yard were also head to toe glowing with ki. The hoe and the flute looked angrily at the sword. The flute asked why the master had picked up the litter. The hoe agreed and said that at first it was a bug that kept babbling crookedly, and if it wasn't for the master, it would just destroy the sword. The teapot joined the dialogue. He angrily asked how the sword dared to insult the master. The teapot was going to wipe him into powder. The sword was horrified. He said the big ancients are so wise and he's stupid not understanding the rules. He asked them not to be angry. Sword still doesn't understand where he is. 1. A huge beam of light still continued to shine from the black hole. Mu Rongshui walked closer and began to conjure. She gathered all her magical power into a fist and swung it at the beam of light. The girl struck with all her might at the beam of light. Mu Rongshui didn't succeed. She felt pain in her arm. The girl got a big bruise on her arm and told her grandfather that it was too hard. The old man told her not to even try. This was a secret kingdom, and here the second-level divinity would be useless. Mu Rong looked at the beam thoughtfully. He said that there was no passage, and the beam of light was still there. He thought that perhaps some secret word was needed to open it. The old man said that it would be problematic. Dan Xiaofeng thought it was worth asking the elder to help them. The old man replied that he knew that they wanted to see him. But the elder had definitely already heard about such a large-scale event. And since he didn't show up, it meant that the elder wanted them to handle it on their own, so there was no need to bother him. At this moment, the old man looked up intently at the beam of light. He thought that it was quite possible that the elder would show up a little later. Dan Xiaofeng asked why the old man was so sure of this. The old man started to reply, but the beam of light suddenly activated. He directed his forces towards Mu Rongshui. There were still some forces flying over the elder's house. The elder slept peacefully in his home. He sensed these forces. He was really pissed off about all this, so he asked if they hadn't already dealt with everything. He was angry that they woke him up. He demanded they let him sleep. The kitchen knife was inserted into the stump. He said firmly that he would kill anyone who disturbed his master's sleep. The knife transformed back into a tall, red-haired man. He accepted the master's orders and headed for the exit of the house to deal with the beam. Some new forces began to appear around the beam. Mu Rongshui thought that it was an elder coming. They were very happy about it. The old man noticed that it was the elder's kitchen knife. He was confused. Dan Xiaofeng asked his friend why he was hiding. Sword looked at the beam of light. He thought it was unexpected that something so powerful had appeared in the human world. Knife thought that this was not an uncommon occurrence in the immortal world. He began to use his power to fight the beam. The sword thought that unfortunately, it was nothing to the sword spirit. He channeled all his power right into the beam. The sword told him to disappear. The directional force of the ball reflected back. The sword ducked, bowing away from her. Sword thought he was thinking too much, so it didn't work out well. The sword redirected its power into the beam of light. This time it pierced through it. The beam shattered into small pieces. Mu Ronshui used her strength to cover her grandfather and Dano Xiaofeng from the shards. The sharp shards of the beam fell to the ground with great speed. A huge crater had formed in the place where the beam used to be, with a glowing sphere in the center. It was a secret kingdom. There was someone there in handcuffs and chains. Red chains enveloped everything around them. A handcuffed girl was lying on the ground, the chains around her body gradually breaking. The girl woke up and looked up. She had already fully recovered and sat up on her knees. The girl smiled. Knife looked in amazement at what was happening around him. Mu Ronshui happily told her grandfather that the beam of light had spread out and offered to go see what was there. The old man told her to wait a little while. The old man held his granddaughter's hand as she wanted to go over and look at the orb. Dan Xiaofeng looked up and didn't realize what it was. Above the sphere was someone's intimidating face that glowed red. It was smiling evilly. At that moment, someone's hand showed out of the sphere. Someone was about to get out of it. Knife was the first to see it. He was confused. Knife didn't expect this. Someone climbed out of the sphere and stepped onto the ground. It was that mysterious sphere girl. She asked if she had gotten into the Tianyuan kingdom. Old man Mu Ran looked at the girl in surprise. He thought that she was an immortal from the spirit world, and such a huge secret realm was used as a cage for her. The old man happily told Dan Xiaofeng that they had managed to meet another immortal. The man asked if the old man had decided to make jokes at a time like this. He wanted to meet an elder, not an immortal who wanted to kill him. The girl angrily stood in front of the men. Mu Rongshui turned to her grandfather and tugged on his sleeve. She excitedly asked what they would do now. Old Mu Rong replied that they had nowhere to go and couldn't even escape from under the immortal fairy's nose. Their only hope was the older man's kitchen knife. Knife folded his arms and said hello to the girl. The knife demanded to know who she was. The girl looked at the knife with surprise. She angrily began to use her power. The girl pushed herself off the earth. She took off and headed for the knife. She told him to die. Knife thought it was a cheap trick and also started conjuring. Knife told the girl to stop. In the same second, her fist froze in midair. Knife bound the girl with his own strength and asked, since when did the immortals from the spirit world start yelling at him like that? Knife smiled and said that cultivators from the Imperial Immortal world were just trash. Old man Mu Rong was horrified by the knife's words. He didn't understand why the latter had said that the Imperial Immortal world was trash. Dan Xiaofeng asked where the elder was from then. Knife put his finger to the girl's forehead. He was going to see what had driven her crazy. The girl's brow lit up and she went back to her memories. At the time, the girl was just a child. Something caught her attention. Behind her was a man covered in darkness. He was conjuring. The man punched the girl in the chest. He used his powers on her. Her memories were seen by the knife. He looked sadly at the girl. Using his strength, the knife caused the girl to lose consciousness. He told the members in the sect that they were not to tell anyone about it. Knife took the girl in his arms and asked if they realized what consequences would await them if they told anyone. The old man Mu Ran humbly said that he understood the knife. Dan Xiaofeng thought that the elder wanted to meet this crazy woman. The old man replied that it was most likely to find out who she was. In the end, the elder had to intervene because of their powerlessness and can no longer be inconvenienced. The knife flew away with the girl. The old man told Xiao Shui to go down and put it into the heads of all the followers to keep quiet about it. Otherwise, they would be killed, and those who escape would be persecuted for the rest of their lives. The girl excitedly said that she understood everything. The girl turned around and looked at the huge crater. It seemed to her that they wouldn't be able to hide everything. After some time, the knife was returned back home to Senior. Phoenix, in the guise of a chicken, asked why the knife brought this girl here. Knife turned to the peach tree and said he would leave the girl to it and go himself. The peach tree began to glow with a blue light. Peach tree turned into a beautiful young girl in an instant. She asked the knife what it was going to do. Peach tree looked with surprise at the girl who was unconscious. She immediately understood her story. Peach tree said, "What a cruel immortal who was ruthless to this 6-year-old girl." She began to conjure. The peach tree conjured a flower. This flower was very beautiful. It glowed with golden energy. The flower of the peach tree broke off from the branch. The flower slowly descended to the girl's forehead. The energy of the flower surrounded the girl. She found herself in a sphere. The flower began to heal the girl's mind. Sword was watching from behind a crack in the door. He didn't know what was going on. Seeing the girl, the sword was startled as it recognized her. He realized that this girl was the daughter of Immortal Emperor Su Ling. The girl finally woke up. She didn't realize where she was. Her awakening was watched by a peach tree and a chicken. They thought the girl was cute. Su Ling really was very nice. She went upstairs and asked where she was. Peach tree touched Su Ling's forehead with her fingers, used her powers, and said, "From this day forward, this is her new home. She told the girl to call the master Big Brother. Sword had a feeling that the immortal emperor wouldn't just leave it at that. The sword laughed. The spirit world was a very beautiful place. There were houses set up there and cranes flying. A green tablet lay on the table. It glowed with a message. The immortal emperor took the tablet in his hands. He realized that someone had destroyed the secret world that he had created, and allowed Su Ling to awaken. The immortal emperor summoned his 3 servants. He gave them an order. The servants obeyed him and bowed. The immortal emperor told them to relay an order to all the people from the court of heaven. They were to immediately descend to earth to track down the whereabouts of his daughter. He asked them to help find her. As a reward, she would give up her imperial throne. At this time, morning had come in the mortal world. The eldest was sleeping soundly in his bed. He wrapped himself in the blanket and said that he hadn't slept so well in a long time. At that time, Su Ling came up to him. The girl called him little brother and told him to wake up. She held out her hand to the older one. The eldest was surprised that someone called him little brother. The girl tried to wake him up and told him that the sun had already risen. The older man froze in bewilderment. The guy jumped out of bed and asked who she even was and why she was in his house. The girl replied that her name was Su Ling and this was her home. The older one thought she was saying that this town was where her home was. He was amazed because he hadn't seen such a nice girl in the 5 years he had lived here. The guy got out of bed and asked the girl's name again. He stroked the girl's head and said he would call her Xiao Ling. He said her big brother would take her to his parents. The girl was embarrassed and agreed. The older man smilingly told the girl to follow him and not to get lost again. The girl took the young man's hand. Su Ling asked, would it be okay if she took the elder's hand? The older man smiled and replied that of course it was okay. The guy suggested going into town. He told the girl to show him the way to her house. The girl smiled and said she would. An hour later, Su Ling brought Senior to her house. She was eating sweets and said that her home was here. The elder was in a stupor. The girl brought the elder back to his own house. The older man thought they had come to his house again. He was puzzled. The elder asked Xiao Ling if she remembered what her parents looked like. She was eating sweets and said she couldn't remember, but she mentioned her Peach sister. Peachtree was confused. It didn't want the elder to find out about everything. Peachtree threw a rock at the girl. The stone landed right on the girl's forehead. Xiao Ling cried out in pain. Her forehead was very sore. The older man asked if the girl was okay. The older one thought it looked like she was walking through town with her parents and got lost and she didn't know what happened. And then maybe she fell and hit her head. He thought it was very complicated. Xiao Ling had tears in her eyes and asked the elder if he liked her. The older one asked why she suddenly thought that. He decided to take care of her until he could find her parents. At this point, someone came to the guy's house. They were asking if the older man was home. The gate to the elder's yard slowly opened. Old man Mu Rong and Zhan Shaofeng came to him. When the old man saw them, he asked what they were doing here. The old man introduced his friend and said that Zhan Shaofeng wanted to meet him in person, so he had brought him. Dan Shaofeng bowed politely, greeted the elder and thanked him for his help. Dano Shaofeng stared at the elder. He thought that the elder was as strong as Mu Rong had said. The elder didn't understand what kind of help the man was talking about. They didn't seem to have met before. Around the elder, Dan Shaofeng saw streams of qi everywhere. The older man was not happy about their visit. He wondered what happened this time. At this moment, Xiao Ling approached them and asked who the men were. Old man Mu Ran was in a stupor. Seeing the girl, he started to say something to the older man, but the latter interrupted him. The elder said that this was his little sister Xiao Ling, and she was an ordinary person. He told the girl to quickly say hello to the elders Mu Ran and Dan Shaofeng. The girl smiled sweetly and said hello to the men. There was a strong energy around her. Mu Ran and Dan Shaofeng were shocked by what they saw. They didn't think that the girl was an ordinary person because of her strong energy. The men didn't understand why the older man said she was an ordinary person. Dan Shaofeng said that this little girl looks even younger than Mu Rongshui, and she is after all the youngest genius in Mancini, but even Mu Rongshui doesn't possess such power. Old man Mu Rong thought that she is also an immortal cultivator. The old man thought that considering she was the elder's sister, it was no surprise. He wondered if the sister's siblings were so strong. What were the capabilities of their parents? The guy invited Mu Rong and Dan Shaofeng to come in and sit with them for a while. He added that luckily it was just the two of them, so there should be enough food. Dan Shaofeng politely said that it was not necessary, and they could not so unceremoniously barge into the house of an elder. Old man Mu Ran glared angrily at his friend. He covered Dan Shaofeng's mouth with his hand, and said that he would do as the elder wished. The elder told them to stop being pompous, and said that they should be brave. The old man and Dan Shaofeng looked at each other intently. Xiao Ling asked if her little brother would cook. The girl smiled and enthusiastically asked to provide the cooking for her. The elder sitting at the table said that he didn't know Xiao Ling could cook, but he wasn't very confident in her ability. The elder yelled at Mu Rong to mind his manners, because there would be a child at the table with them today. Dan Xiaofeng asked his friend in a whisper what he had eaten at the elder's house, that he had managed to forget his manners and lose control. The old man told his friend to keep his temper in check. A divine fragrance was coming from the elder's kitchen. Dan Xiaofeng inhaled it with pleasure. The food was ready. Xiaoling took out what she had prepared for the guests. She placed the pot of food on the table, opened the lid. The food glowed with a golden glow. The men looked at the food with astonishment. Dan Xiaofeng asked what this unimaginable treasure was. After a while, both men sat with full bellies full of food. All the plates were empty. They thanked their hosts for the meal. The elder was surprised that they had piled up the container of rice again. He thought they were the devil incarnate. Xiaoling calmly finished her food. Senior also tasted the rice. He said that Xiaoling's cooking skills were an order of magnitude better than his, and she should apply to be a chef. The elder asked Xiaoling where she had learned to cook. The girl embarrassedly replied that she didn't know, but she could cook a lot of things. The boy thought that was great. In other words, he didn't need to cook anymore. The cauldron in which Xiaoling was cooking food also had consciousness. She thought that the girl was his soulmate. He told the elder that her food was what he called a real dish. The bowler loudly told the knife to tell the divine peach to add more seals to Xiaoling, and she must not remember anything. Knife angrily thought that the bowler was very noisy. Dan Xiaofeng cried with happiness. He had finally had a breakthrough. After the meal, he was able to accomplish it and reach the first level of divinity. Mu Ran also sat and cried with happiness. He thought that the dish tasted great. It also strengthened his self-cultivation. He thought that Xiaoling's cooking was delicious. The old man thought that Mu Ran Shui was his granddaughter was inferior to the girl in everything. The man envied Xiaoling. The old man rushed to the elder. He asked him to let him exchange Mu Ran Shui for Xiaoling. The elder was shocked and asked what kind of nonsense the old man was talking about. At this moment, Mu Rong Shui sneezed loudly. She thought she was sneezing because someone was scolding her. She asked what important business her father and grandfather were away on, and at that moment the girl noticed something in the sky. She looked up. A huge ship loomed over the girl. Mu Rong Shui thought she was here. The girl waited impatiently for the ship to land. The ship slowly landed on the ground next to Mu Ran Shui. A girl came down the stairs. She called out to Mu Ran Shui. It was the Imperial Princess Luo Lanqing. The girl said that she had returned. Mu Ran Shui said that it had been so long since she had seen the princess, and complimented her that she was getting prettier every day. Luo Lanqing replied that Mu Ran Shui knows how to talk teeth. The princess looked at Mu Ran Shui's breasts and thought about the fact that they were all growing. The girl was very embarrassed and asked Luo Lanqing to stop. At this point, someone else came down from the ship as well. It was Luo Xiaoji. He asked Mu Rong Shui if she hadn't noticed him. Mu Rong Shui angrily asked why he was here. Did he really take up again? She told Luo Lanqing to stay away from this asshole. Luo Xiaoji told the princess not to listen to this nonsense. He is quite good. Luo Xiaoji angrily approached Mu Rong Shui and whispered that when she grew up, she became a little stronger. But she should keep in mind that when she was a child, he bullied her as much as he could. Mu Rong Shui laughed and said that at that time, his improvement base was praiseworthy and she couldn't beat him. But now things had changed. Luo Xiaoji told her to give it a try if she had the strength. Mu Ran Shui started to use her powers on the guy. She knocked him down. Luo Xiaoji fell to the ground. He did not understand how she had done it. The girl replied that she had an 8th level Ki. She asked Luo Xiaoji how he felt about her strength, whether it was comparable to the power of the 3-realm geniuses stuck at the 5th level of core formation. 1. Luo Lanqing asked Katie what was wrong with her cultivation, and if it was all about the spiritual sword. Mu Ran Shui didn't understand what spiritual sword the princess was talking about. Luo Lanqing said with a worried look that this is why she came here. That day, she and her father were to attend an auction. At night, the princess admired the mountains from the balcony of her house. Luo Lanqing said to her father, "They say the mountains contain countless wealth and resources, and is also the basis for the establishment of the state." Out of the blue, however, a spiritual sword cut the mountain in two. It probably belonged to a great cultivator who was practicing diligently at the time of the incident. The princess was shocked by what she saw. The sword sliced off countless mountaintops, but did not receive any scratches. Luo Lanqing said that besides her, many more cultivators had come to this place to find the sword master. Mu Rong Shui felt embarrassed and said that it was not the sword itself, but his intentions. The princess's eyes lit up as she realized that Mu Rong Shui knew something. Mu Rong Shui glanced angrily at Luo Xiaoji. She didn't want to tell everything in front of him. The girl told Luo Lanqing that they would talk elsewhere. Luo Xiaoji shouted after them to take him with them. At this moment, Mu Rongshui used her strength and pushed off from the earth. Mu Rongshui and Luo Lanqing flew up into the sky using their strength. Luo Xiaoji called out to them pitifully. While the girls were flying in the sky, Mu Rongshui revealed what had happened after all. Luo Lanqing was surprised to hear about the old Immortal, that tea increases the level of spiritual core, nutrition improves self-cultivation. The girl had completely forgotten that it was a secret. Luo Lanqing asked how powerful this deity was if her friend was lying to her. Mu Rongshui replied that of course she was telling the truth and invited the princess to come with her. She would introduce her to the elder. The girl forgot about everything that had happened earlier. The eldest was sitting in his house with a flute in his hands. He thought it had been a long time since he had played the flute. He wondered if he even remembered the tune. At that moment, the girls came to the elder's house. Mu Rongshui opened his gate and asked if the elder was at home and if they could enter. The elder saw Mu Rongshui. He told her that the girl could come in and asked her what she had come to see him for today. The girl waved her hand to the princess that she could come in. Luo Lanqing stepped cautiously outside the threshold of Elder's house. The princess said that this court was too intimidating. It bothered her to have so many powerful eyes looking at her. Luo Lanqing felt as if she could see through those eyes. The girl was embarrassed. Mu Rongshui told her that she could relax. They are invited by the elder, so they won't be touched. Mu Rongshui told the elder that her friend wanted to meet him, so she brought her to him. Luo Lanqing was very embarrassed by her friend's words. The girl embarrassedly said hello to the elder. She thought that Mu Rongshui was right and his cultivation levels were unimaginable. The girl thought the Immortal would be a gray-haired old man, not a handsome young man. The older man suggested she drop the formalities. He told her to just relax. The young man was confused that everyone was calling him the elder, for he did not even come close to having that kind of power in his opinion. At this moment, Xiaoling appeared from behind a tree. She asked her brother who it was that had come. Mu Rongshui was embarrassed and asked who the girl was. The elder introduced his sister. The elder told Xiaoling to just call the girls big sisters. The girl said hello to them. The princess and Mu Rongshui fell in love with the girl at first sight. They thought that she was strong, as expected of the elder's younger sister. However, on top of that, the girl was also an indescribable cutie. Mu Rongshui and Luo Lanqing embraced Xiaoling. Senior thought that even though it was true that one couldn't take his eyes off Xiaoling, it was also indecent to stare. The boy thought he should continue his flute playing. The eldest picked up a flute and began to play a tune on it. Mu Rongshui was surprised when she heard the melody of the flute. When Luo Lanqing heard the melody, she had a strange feeling. Mu Rongshui asked if the girl had felt an awakening. She exclaimed that it was not an awakening, it was its peak. The notes were merging into harmony. The sword was also listening to the melody in surprise. He thought it was worth it to listen to the tune for a while, his injury half cured. It turns out that not only does the elder not only emit power and majesty, but he is also familiar with awakening. Sword thought that then the number of artifacts was not so surprising. The melody was to blame. Sword wondered if he didn't have a chance to become a divine artifact if he stayed here. Sword decided that he would not leave here and become the greatest artifact. Broom angrily yelled at the sword to shut up and go to the corner. The sword awkwardly agreed with what the broom told him to do. Xiaoling ran up to her brother, patted him and said that it was a beautiful melody. The elder was happy to hear it. The princess happily remarked that she had accomplished a great deal through the song alone. She was promoted from the first level of core formation to the 6th level. Mu Rongshui had also raised her level from Yuan Ying's level 5 to level 9. The girl thought that she still didn't know how many amazing things the elder was capable of. The girls bowed low to the elder and thanked him for his blessing. The elder did not understand what they were talking about at all. The older one was confused because he didn't even feed the girls. Luo Lanqing told the elder that she didn't even know how to thank him for such a broad gesture of kindness. She was about to offer herself, but the older one interrupted her and told her that she wasn't taking the body. The girl got angry. Tears came to Luo Lanqing's eyes. She turned away from the elder. There was only one thing going through the boy's mind: how immortals could open their hearts to a lowly mortal. The girls were about to leave his house. The boy pondered the question. To the eldest, it was because he was too handsome. Luo Lanqing, coming out of the senior court, said that she was the princess of the country. But her first confession was so decisively rejected. She was very upset. Mu Rongshui said that after all, the elder was an immortal, so was used to looking down on people like them. Luo Lanqing asked if Mu Rongshui had confessed her feelings to the guy. Mu Rongshui immediately felt embarrassed and said that she was not shameless enough to talk about such things. 22. Anyway, Mu Rongshui advised her friend not to be greedy, for the elder's blessings were not meant for her alone. 23. Luo Lanqing remembered the song they heard and reached into the pocket of her dress. The girl said she recorded it on a sound crystal she got at the last auction. When Senior said he wanted to play the flute, she secretly activated the sound crystal. Mu Ronshua was surprised. She told her friend that she was too clever and suggested that she find a place and listen to the tune again. The girl activated the sound crystal. They heard the beautiful melody again. The melody of the flute began to work on the girls again with the same force. They thought that this thing was really very useful, and if they continued to listen to this melody, very soon they could become immortal. Through this tune, Mu Ronshui advanced from the 9th level of Yuanying to the peak of Yuanying. At this time, Luolanqi went from the 6th level of core formation to the peak of core formation. The girl said that today they had made a breakthrough in one fell swoop. The princess picked up the crystal and wanted to turn it off, but something strange began to happen to the sound crystal. It exploded in midair. Luolanqi didn't understand what happened and why it exploded. Perhaps it was disposable. Mu Ronshui thought that the elder realized what they were doing and decided to punish them. The girl didn't understand what the black smoke was flying around. When the crystal exploded in the air, its shards hit the princess's clothes, her clothes smoking. Luolanqi realized that this crystal was corroding the clothes. Mu Ronshui shouted that the clothes were ruined. After a while, the girls were almost out of clothes. At this time, Luo Xiaoji remained standing at the place where the ship had landed. He was one of the 3 great geniuses of the kingdom. The young man thought that the girls wouldn't be able to get away from him so easily. To prevent the princess from being separated from him, he had installed a tracking technique on her clothes beforehand so that she would be easy to find. He conjured up a map of the area with the location of the princess. Looking at the map, Luo Xiaoji was surprised that the girls were standing in one place for so long. After a moment, the young man was very surprised at what he saw on the map. The location of the princess disappeared. The guy was terrified. At this time, Luolanqi and Mu Ronshui ran behind his back, half naked. While the girls were running, Mu Ronshui accidentally stepped on a dry branch. It broke and made a loud sound. Luo Xiaoji heard the sound and turned to see where it was coming from. The guy didn't understand where the girls were coming from. They were very embarrassed that they had almost no clothes on. Mu Ronshui shouted to the young man to turn away now, and if he dared to look at her, the girl would kill him. Lu Xiaoji blushed and closed his eyes in embarrassment. The boy was surprised to feel their new powers. He noticed that the girl's strength had increased. At this time, Mu Ronshui and Luolanqi quickly ran to the ship. Luo Xiaoji thought that it must be related to the place where they stayed for a long time. The boy decided that he needed to look around there himself. Luo Xiaoji came to the elder's house. He thought that this was where the girls were. The guy stepped over the threshold and noticed that he saw nothing unusual. A moment later, the guy saw a chicken, Phoenix, and a broom. They were both glowing with ki energy. There was energy circling around the guy from all directions. It was bearing down on Lu Xiaoji. The boy was shocked by this. The energy knocked him off his feet. He fell to the ground. Lu Xiaoji didn't realize what kind of monsters they were. He thought it was just their coercion that was immobilizing him. He felt like he was burning alive. Despite the difficulty, the boy thought the feeling was wonderful. He blushed. Chicken Phoenix wondered why he was so excited, and why she could feel this little brat's blood boiling. The hen asked the broom if the young man had any amulets. The broom was stunned. At that time, the eldest and his sister were coming from the market with groceries. The elder said that he digged a lot of yams today, so he would make some yams for the girl later. Xiaoling was happy to hear this. The boys went to the gate of their house. They were open. The eldest saw Lu Xiaoji sitting on the ground of his yard. He did not understand why this man was sitting on his knees. The guy thought that perhaps he had tripped, however his threshold was not that high. The elder ran up to Lu Xiaoji and asked if he was okay. Lu Xiaoji noticed that as soon as the elder approached him, the compulsion disappeared, and the pressure on his body also disappeared, so it looked like the master of the house had returned. The boy thanked the elder. Lu Xiaoji looked at the elder. His eyes reflected the incredible power that surrounded the elder. The young man was very surprised. Lu Xiaoji fell to his knees in a flash and bowed his head to the elder. He said that he was a humble man and welcomed the elder. He asked him to forgive him for invading his territory. It was not the first time for the elder to see such a picture. The elder asked Lu Xiaoji if he was related to Murong's family. He added that the young man's family often dropped by Senior's house, so he was used to it. The boy didn't have to take it personally. Lu Xiaoji's eyes lit up. He said that the elder was truly full of grace. The guy thought that Mu Rongshui couldn't talk about him. The elder only knew about him by looking at him. A deduction of this level really terrifies the fellow. The older guy thought their whole family was hereditary, and when they came to see him, everyone was sweating in the yard. The boy thought kidney failure was hereditary in their family. Xiaoling told the elder that she would go inside the house. Lu Xiaoji saw the girl for the first time. He was amazed by her strength and thought that there was another immortal here. Lu Xiaoji thought that this little girl looked 12 at most, but she had a lot of strength. Xiaoling was carrying a basket of food at this time. Lu Xiaoji fell at the girl's feet and bowed. He called her elder. The elder yelled at him and demanded that he stop calling everyone elder. The elder took Lu Xiaoji's hand and told him to get up. The young man said that Lu Xiaoji has a weak body, so he should not overexert himself, should find a balance between cultivation and rest. The elder said that the young man's figure was unstable in itself, so there was no need to abuse the kneeling stance. After all, one didn't always have a gold coin under one's feet. The young man's legs were shaking. Lu Xiaoji thanked the older man. He thought the coin under his feet was a hint of something. Perhaps it was the key to his problems. The young man was surprised that his predecessor saw his shortcomings. Lu Xiaojie thought that in addition, he was also one of the great geniuses of the realm. His base of excellence was never different from theirs, yet these two overwhelmed him. There was a fundamental difference between the young man and them. It was that he didn't have a martial arts skill that could support his body. Lu Xiaoji thought that this was exactly what the elder was implying. Lu Xiaoji decided to use his strength on his knee. He thought that it should converge, condense, and collect. The golden air rose upwards, colliding and taking shape. The young man continued to conjure. The elder didn't understand what Lu Xiaoji wanted to do. A young man flew into the air and commanded someone to rise up. Senior thought he was a martial arts cultivator and looked quite imposing. Lu Xiaoji was pleased with himself. He had just created 3 martial arts at once. Of course he had done it with the help of an elder, but it was still a great feat that could not be accomplished by a green novice. The elder shouted to the young man to go back and balance training with rest. He should make his body healthier. He shouldn't kneel for too long, otherwise the blood would stop circulating. Take his time and beware of problems. Lu Xiaoji didn't quite know what the elder was talking about. At that moment, the young man felt a sharp pain in his leg. Lu Xiaoji realized that there was still a problem with his martial arts. He should have maintained his qi cycle. The young man flew away and thanked the elder for his advice. The elder was puzzled. He asked if reminding him to strengthen his kidneys counted as advice. After a while, the elder and Xiaoling came to Pinggang. The elder asked his sister what she wanted to eat today. The girl's eyes lit up and she replied that she wanted to eat watermelon. The older one was surprised why she wanted it again. The older man's attention was caught by a man passing by. He asked if his companion was sure she was here somewhere. His friend replied that he was 100% sure. Quite a few bigwigs had come here to get a better look at everything. Senior thought they might be new cultivators. At home, at the elder's peach tree addressed the kitchen knife, it said that cultivators were appearing around, probably because of his actions. The phoenix hen said that if they found this place, they'd be sure to leave no stone unturned, so the kitchen knife is responsible. The fish in the pond agreed with what everyone else was saying and said that it was really all about the knife, so he should work out his own problems. Kitchen knife grabbed his head and said that he hadn't even expected an immortal emperor to be so squishy. It was definitely the crappiest immortal emperor he had ever seen. The master told him not to go out, but he didn't understand how he could fix it. Sword listened to their conversation. He was surprised at Knife's words about the trashiest immortal emperor. His older brother was talking about something else. Unexpectedly, the sword was spotted by a kitchen knife. The sword was frightened by its appearance. The knife asked the sword if the little useless trash wanted to help him. The knife was very scared. The sword said that if the knife needed help, he would be sure to make everything perfect. The knife replied that the task was not difficult at all. Knife put his hand on the sword and said that from the looks of it, his wounds were almost healed, so he could transform. He told the sword to come out to see what was going on, and then to think of a way to draw the curious barbarians away from their home. Knife added that although the tasks are not difficult, the sword can be very useful. Sword asked, shaking with fear, if Knife wanted him to be useful, and there seemed to be no turning back. Knife patted the sword on the hilt. Sweat of fear was digging from the sword. Knife smiled slyly and patted the sword on the iron shoulder. Sword replied that he understood the order and he would go complete the task. At the same moment, the sword flew away at the knife's command. Sword arrived at the scene of the incident at the behest of the knife. There he saw a large crater in the ground and fallen trees. Sword thought that, on that day, the knife's intentions were seen by the whole country, and many mountains were destroyed. If you follow the trail, you can come to the starting point. He still found the ruins that leveled the ground. Rays of light from the immortal realm. They definitely had to pay attention to it. The sword began to transform into its human form. The sword transformed. He became a young boy with golden hair. The boy said that he would fix it now. The sword flew into the air, swung his hand, and used his magic powers. His strength moved the stones out of place. The dust around him rose. Throwing balls at me and laughing in the air, he was trying to get my attention. People who were in the neighborhood noticed the guy. They thought it was a humanoid celestial artifact. The people of the area thought it was his handiwork, and a new artifact appeared. They said that if they had this immortal weapon, they would be invincible in this land. The residents wondered how they could catch the sword. At that moment, a man joined the conversation. That man was the master of Tianzhong Tower, Lao Tan. He said he knew what to do. He handed the people the artifact, a dream immortal formation. The man said that it needed a lot of chi energy to control it. However, Lan Aotan didn't think that it would be difficult for them to trap the new artifact, since these people were all masters of the Mahayana realm. Lan Aotan said that after that, the sword will be able to choose any master of his choice. One of the residents said that it was a great idea, and there was no other way out. Since they will sacrifice the artifact, they will unite to catch it. Sword looked surprised at what was happening. Long Aotan began to use his magic powers. He concentrated. The guy realized that they were using a dream immortal formation. At this time, 4 mages encircled this artifact and began to use their powers. Sword thought he hadn't seen him in a while, even though he had been looking so hard for him. The boy was very happy. It's been 2 hours. The sword was already tired of waiting for any action. The man who used his powers asked why the artifact didn't work. He was already exhausted. Another resident said his chi was also running low. He was very tired. The third man told him to take his tishan. That was all the chi this man had left. With great difficulty, they lifted the artifact into the air. Sword thought that their cultivation base was disgusting since they didn't even have enough chi. The guy was bored, he thought. How about he goes down and deactivates it? Long Aotan thought that the sleep immortal formation was good enough for a magic weapon against an immortal. But the man's chi was about to run out. Fortunately, not all was lost yet. As long as education works, he has a chance to become a recognized master. The men finally completed the activation of the sleepy immortal formation. Lan Aotan struggled to maintain his work. At this moment, gold chains appeared from Artifact A. They surrounded the sword that sat at the center of the formation. Golden chains circled the guy's arms. Sword was surprised. Lan Aotan was very satisfied that they had managed to catch the artifact. At this moment, the sword smirked slyly. The guy said it was his turn. The sword broke all the chains binding him in an instant. Lan Aotan fell to his knees in shock at what he saw. The sword questioned how it could be subdued by someone like them. The man stared in horror at the bursting chains. Sword replied enthusiastically that he doesn't kill lowlifes. The young man was going to say something to these people. He had come here to find a master worthy of him. Sword said he would appear in the center of the mainland in a month and pointed his finger at him. He will appear for the one who will be destined for him by fate. The guy wouldn't mind helping him become #1 in this world, even get a place in the world of immortals. Guy wasn't sure if it would be all right. However, one way or another, it was necessary to escort them out. The sword flew away and said goodbye to the inhabitants. The men thought the artifact was too strong. The airstrike was so crushing that one of the men thought he was dead. The other one wet his underpants. They were in shock. The man told Lan Aotan to go back to the sect and report everything. In a month, they would go to the center of the mainland. If he was chosen by this immortal, the future would be a fairy tale. Lan Aotan sighed and thought that the world was huge. The man had power and influence. Given that, Lan Aotan had thought that he had no competitors among mortals, but now it seemed nothing more than a ridiculous assumption. The man hadn't been home in 1,000 years. He didn't even know if this little town was still standing. The door of the elder's house opened quietly. The sword looked at the slit and told his older brother that he had decided everything, and cultivators wouldn't bother them anymore. Knife said that wasn't bad, but he had to remind the sword that the Lord would be coming soon, so he had to stay out of his sight. The sword should have returned to its weapons guise, or else its little body and mind would be destroyed. Sword asked in shock, would the Lord kill him if he saw him in this guise? At that moment, the door of the house opened. Sword looked in that direction with horror. It was the elder who came. He told Xiaoling to wash the groceries, and he was going to prepare firewood. The girl agreed to do so. The sword transformed into its normal form in an instant. Entering the house, the elder looked at the sword. He asked where the axe he bought last time was. Had it disappeared? The sword didn't understand why the royal rhymes surrounding the Lord had disappeared. Sword thought that he probably hid them because of the annoying cultivators. At this time, the elder was looking for an axe. The older man turned around and looked at the sword. The young man took the ball in his hands and said that it meant that today it would be him instead of the axe. The sword did not understand why exactly he should do it. Sword wondered if they would chop wood with it. He was shocked. At this time, a ruined house stood at the edge of the woods. Lan Aotan walked into it. He didn't think it would be like this. Hundreds of years had passed, his parents long dead. He shook the dust off the table. The man thought he was old too, but he still went there. Even now, Lan Aotan remembered those dashing days. At this moment, Lan Aotan made a breakthrough, he thought. It seems like the weakness has disappeared, and apparently the development of the heart is not insignificant. A man used to be sure that the right way was to improve himself diligently, but now he realized that this was not the case. The man left the house and said he was not staying here anymore. Lan Aotan, looking at the house, told his dad and mom that their baby was leaving. He left, right then and there, promising them to be the strongest on this continent. While walking through the forest, Lan Aotan heard loud noises. The man stopped. He saw an older man chopping down a tree with a sword. Lan Aotan realized that this was the same immortal weapon he had encountered before. The elder thought that not only was it a cultivator's weapon, but it was also good for chopping wood. Lan Aotan was very surprised that this kid was chopping wood with an immortal weapon. The man even thought that because he had been hit recently, he was hallucinating. Sword thought that he had gained enough experience in his immortal life and would not be used as an axe. Sword thought it was a good thing no one could see this. He looked in the man's direction. Sword noticed Lan Aotan, who was staring at him intently. The man fell to the ground from shock. He realized that this was indeed the immortal weapon he had seen earlier. The older man noticed something going on behind his back. He walked up to Lan Aotan and asked if he was all right. The boy threw his sword aside. The man was twisted in shock that the young man had just thrown the immortal weapon to the ground. Lan Aotan took the older man by the shoulders and asked him why he was using such a strong weapon to chop wood. The boy asked if the man was talking about that sword. The older man replied that it was useless. Here he was using it where it would come in handy. The man was horrified by the boy's words. The elder was picking up branches that had fallen to the ground. He suggested that the man come to his house and wait until he was finished. The man stared in horror at the sword that lay on the ground. He was sure it was an immortal weapon. Lan Aotan thought that this person definitely had feelings, but he couldn't see the lightest level of cultivation. The elder seemed like a fool to him for not seeing the full power of the item and thinking it was an ordinary weapon. The man did not understand why the immortal weapon recognized him as its master. The man also wondered why, even if a master uses a sword as an axe, he doesn't go into a rage. The older man finished gathering firewood. He tied them with a rope. The elder asked Lan Aotan to carry his sword. The man was in a stupor. He interrogated whether the older man was serious now. The guy smiled and said there was nothing wrong with that. He just had to try not to cut himself. Lan Aotan wondered if the young man really thought that a cut was all this sword could do. The man thought it would kill him if he touched it. The sword glared angrily at the man, and yet the man still wanted to support the immortal sword in his hands. He reached for it. Lan Aotan took the sword by the hilt and thought to just do it. The moment the man raised his sword, the man asked what the man was doing and ordered him to die. Lan Aotan was terrified. He shouted that he was wrong, and it was the young gentleman who asked for his support. The elder coughed. At this moment, the sword immediately calmed down. The guy said he'd been working half a day, and his throat was a little dry. The older man told the man to follow him. Lan Aotan couldn't believe that he could subdue an immortal weapon so easily. He wondered who this young man was. The two men came to the house of the older man. Mek was standing leaning against a mountain of logs. The older man said it was his home. The young man apologized for its squalor. Lan Aotan looked at the elder's courtyard with surprise. He saw ki energy everywhere. He felt as if he had been electrocuted. The man immediately bowed to the older man, gave his name and said he was greeting his master. The boy was very surprised at the change in behavior. The man thought that compared to this courtyard, that immortal weapon is really useless. It seems like the elder is developing his mind, and if he is immortal, the man is nothing more than a mere bug. The older man was very surprised that just now Lan Aotan had called him kid, and now he called him gentleman. The kid said that there was no need for formalities. He was going to call the man Lon Lan. The young man asked if the man was a cultivator, and if he knew Murong Palace. Lan Aotan became numb when he heard of Murong Palace. The man thought of the founder of Tianzun Tower. It was already clear to him that he had ascended to the heavens 1,000 years ago. Lan Aotan wondered if the elder had found out something about the owner of the tower. The man replied that the Lord had the greatest wisdom and he admired it. The lad wondered if he was referring to everyone associated with the Palace of Muron. At this time, the door of the house was opened by Xiaoling. The elder told her that they had a guest. She was very happy that her brother had finally returned. She greeted the man. Lan Aotan also said hello. He was amazed to see the girl. Lan Aotan thought that she was really cute, so she also had tons of strength in her. The elder asked if the girl had cut the watermelon he had brought. He told her to treat the guest. Xiaoling wasn't happy with this suggestion. She said that the watermelon was very small, after all, and so there would be nothing left for her at all. The elder stroked Xiaoling's head and told her to be a good girl and not be greedy. The girl pouted. She angrily told Lan Aotan that he could enter the house. The man wondered with horror, would he dare enter after such a thing? Lan Aotan felt uncomfortable with the situation. He turned to the elder. The man said that he suddenly remembered that he had unfinished business, and it was very urgent, so he had to excuse himself. Xiaoling looked at him angrily. The elder interrogated the man about the urgency of his business. Lan Aotan repeated that the matter was very urgent. The man tried to find an excuse to leave. The elder said he would not force the man to stay, but wanted to ask if he had ever heard of a treasure that could lower the temperature. The man realized that the young man was talking about a cooling treasure. Lan Aotan said that he had such a thing, but wasn't sure if it was a treasure. He thought it must be insignificant trash for the Lord. The elder smiled and said that as long as it fulfills its function, it remains useful. The young man wondered if Lan Aotan planned to sell her to anyone. The man bowed and said that the young man was too polite. He hardly used it. So if the man wanted it, the man could bring it tomorrow. The older man said he would be only too glad to do so. He offered the man a meal before departing. Xiaoling glared angrily at Lan Aotan. The man stiffened and said his business was very, very urgent. The men flew off in a flash and said goodbye to the boys. The older one thought he must have something incredibly important. The girl was happy about that. The next morning came. Xiaoling told her brother to wake up. The elder was sleeping in his bed. He opened his eyes and realized that Xiaoling was waking him up. He still wouldn't get up. She shook him by the shoulders. The older one said it was too early and asked her to let him sleep. The girl said upset that the elder had promised to buy her a new dress today. The elder remembered that they had talked about it yesterday. He had completely forgotten about his promise. The older man stood up and asked how he could have forgotten about it. The young man said he would get ready now and they would go. The girl smiled cheerfully. The elder and his sister walked outside the gates of the house. Sword thought the Lord had finally left and breathed a sigh of relief. Sword is too tired to listen to being discussed. At this point, the ball's attention was drawn to something strange behind the goal. He saw more cultivators flying in the sky. He thought they hadn't had enough yesterday and he must satisfy his older brother. The sword began to turn. Sword flew away and told his older brother that there was some change left and he would decide for himself. Sword was going to come back soon. Knife opened his eyes asking what was wrong. The knife turned into its human form and thought that meant something was wrong. The sword flew back to the site and the incident with the big crater. The sword was sure that it was in the right place, but after all the commotion, no one was there. There was a man standing behind the sword. He said this mortal world had a familiar odor. That familiar odor came from the sword. The young man turned around and was very surprised. Creepy noises were heard from the closed room. The man chained the sword and whipped it with a whip. The man grinned grimly, mocking the boy. The man's beating caused the sword to bleed. The man asked if they weren't immortal weapons with a golden plume. The man told the boyfriend that they hadn't seen each other in a while. Apparently they knew each other. Sword realized with horror that this was the Blood Moon sect. The sword was freed from its chains and told the man that there were a great number of mortal worlds, and that even after calculating the right one, it was impossible to determine its exact location so quickly and easily. The young man asked how the man had done it. The man said they marked his chi and tracked it from the beginning. As long as the sword uses its powers, the spells will be able to trace itself as well. The sword thought that yesterday's blow had caused an energy drain. The man said the sword underestimated their power over him. The boy thought he had to run. He decided to use his powers. The man realized the guy was trying to get away from him again. He pulled out a piece of paper that said, the man began to use his powers. The spell began to work. Spell inscriptions started popping up all around. A stream of yellow energy formed around the boy, created by the man. The boy fell to the ground from the weight. The man asked if this power was familiar to the guy. This barrier was created specifically for the sword. The guy said that if it wasn't for this barrier sealing his ki, trash like him and his trashy sect wouldn't be able to do anything to him. The man laughed and told the guy to blabber whatever he wanted. He asked what next. Despite being trash, he was able to render the sword powerless and unable to resist. He suggested that the guy surrendered. Sword said that the man never understood anything. The guy said that there was a mortal far superior to this man, and how unfortunate that even in the mortal world, he remained a lowlife. The man was shocked to hear this. He asked if the guy wanted to say he was no better than a mortal. Sword confidently replied that it was. The young man had never before seen those who are equal to the elder in strength. Even though his level was unattainable for a young man, being around him is already considered a luxury for a guy. The sword struggled to rise from the earth. He confidently stated that both this man and the others were simply the dregs of society, and not even worthy of being called trash. The man replied that the sword was noisy and began to use his power. At that moment, something glittered in the sky. A beam of light came straight out of the sky, destroying everything in its path. He thrust his sword straight through his chest. Sword thought that, as expected, he was still too weak. Blood spurted from the guy's mouth. The lad thought that if the Lord wanted to save him, it would be good for him to show up right now, because the older brothers couldn't leave the courtyard because of the Lord's restrictions. The boy thought it was the end and closed his eyes. In the elder's house, the peach tree said that they could not leave without the master's permission. The kitchen knife hesitated and said he knew it. The chicken also told him that he knew the rules, and leaving the yard without permission would not only turn him into a mortal, but destroy him. The knife answered that he knew this, but it was he who sent the sword. The knife went straight to the courtyard gate. He was ready to die. Knife said that even if he died, he would still save that fool. At that second, the man saw someone flying in the sky. He looked up. The man landed on the ground right in front of the man with a clatter. The man didn't realize from the realm of the living could come such intense pressure. To the sword's rescue came the knife. He said with a menacing look that when he is angry, even Buddha kneels down. Knife called the man a maggot from the realm of the Immortals. He stated that the man had brought Knife's wrath upon himself. The sword was covered in blood. He looked pitifully at the knife. The boy was surprised that his little brother had come to save him. Knife dismissively asked if such a poor barrier would hold back the sword. Knife called the guy a lowlife. He punched the barrier lightly. The barrier holding the boy back was shattered in an instant. The man shouted that he was the headman of the Blood Moon cult of the immortal world. He asked how the Knife dared to go against him. Knife was preparing to use his power against the man. He did not understand his words. Knife asked if the man was worth going up against. With a slight movement of his hand, the Knife sliced the man's head from his shoulders. Blood spurted out in all directions. Sword asked why his little brother was out of the house. Since it was forbidden, Knife told him to shut up and go home. Sword was in a stupor at these words of the Knife. He was very pleased that his little brother cared about him so much. The boy smiled. The young man reached the house of the elder. He sat on the doorstep with the chicken. The young man was uncomfortable with the Knife. For the transgression of the Knife, punishment now awaited him. He bowed to something. The image of a girl made of blue energy rose up in front of the Knife. This girl said the Knife broke a taboo. At this time, it was clear day in the immortal Blood Moon cult. There was fog all around. His subordinate came to the cult leader and said that Juhu's life card had exploded. The man was very surprised to hear this. He looked at his subordinate. He didn't understand who could kill an immortal. There are very few people capable of such a thing. The boss wondered if it could be related to the search for the immortal emperor's daughter. In the world of the living, there is someone who can break the immortal emperor's bridge of light, which means he is comparable in strength to the emperor himself. The boss smiled slyly and thought that in all likelihood he would soon share the world with him. At this time in the realm of the living, the elder was asking Xiaoling if she was having fun. After all, they had bought a whole bag of clothes. The girl was all dressed up. She said it was the best day of her life. Lan Aotan walked up to them and greeted the elder. The elder asked why the man did not come in. He asked him not to say that he had been standing at the doorstep all day. The man said that while the older man was away, it was difficult for him to go inside, so he brought what the older man asked for and waited for him. Lan Aotan brought the mystical heaven ice crystal as requested by the young man. The boy took it away and exclaimed that it was wonderful. The guy told the man that if he came again he shouldn't be shy but just wait for him inside. The man thanked the guy. The older man said that Lan Aotan had helped him a lot yesterday, but he was in a hurry. But today the man just had to stay for lunch. At this time someone flew to the gate of Senior. It was an immortal emperor. He was asking if he had sensed the immortal realm cultivation base and why he could no longer sense her aura. The emperor was looking for his daughter. He wondered if she could be in the abandoned garden. A man opened the gate to the elder's courtyard ajar. The immortal emperor was astonished by what he saw in the courtyard. Lan Aotan was sitting in the elder's house, to whom the housemasters had prepared many treats. He was shocked that the food was helpful in pumping cultivation. The man marveled that the tea helps in strengthening spiritual threads. He looked at the cup of tea and thought that such a small cup destroyed the neck. Taking the cup, Lan Aotan thought that this was a great opportunity. The man assumed that the older man was thanking him for the crystal in this way. The young man attached the crystal to the watermelon cabinet. It turned out to be an improvised refrigerator. The man thought the older man's methods were peculiar. The guy didn't realize that the crystal was so easy to use. He had long dreamed of a refrigerator, because frozen watermelon is incredibly delicious. He motioned for Lan Aotan to take a seat. The boy put a watermelon on the table. The man was in no hurry to touch the treat. Something was bothering him. To his right sat Xiaoling with a disgruntled look. She was greedy for watermelons and stared intently at the man. The eldest slapped her and told her not to look at the guests like that and not to eat too much watermelon or she would get diarrhea. The girl grabbed her head. She was in pain. She said she understood. The man decided to taste the watermelon after all. He reached out for the fruit. He took a slice in his hand and thanked his host for the treat. The man thought this house had magical tea and food. He wondered whether the watermelon was tasty. Lan Aotan took a bite of the watermelon. At that moment, the man saw an explosion in his mind. He didn't know what it meant. Someone called out to him. Lan Aotan was mentally transported to another reality. Lan Aotan realized that this was a sign that someone had broken into the Earth Immortal realm. The man thought he would reach it. Lan Aotan didn't understand how an ordinary watermelon could do this. Perhaps it was the power of the kitchen knife, he thought. The energy flowed through the knife while cutting. The knife was lying on the board covered in watermelon juice. He was thinking how slippery it was and how uncomfortable it was. The knife wanted to be washed as soon as possible. Lan Aotan thanked the elder for being so kind. He said that he would never pay back, but if he needed anything, he would do his best. The man thought that the energy release from the gust would be huge, and it would be impossible to blow his house apart. Lan Aotan rushed towards the exit, saying that he had a lot of things to do. The elder thought that the man was overexcited again. Lan Aotan said that he had very urgent business and headed for the door. The man swung the door open. There was someone sitting on the ground in front of it. Lan Aotan looked at the seated man with surprise. He didn't realize who it was. He wondered if the aura of the garden was putting pressure on this man. In front of the door sat the Immortal Emperor. Lan Aotan apologized to the Emperor and said that he was busy. The man quickly ran away. The Emperor wondered if he would break through to the Earth Immortal realm. The man did not think that Lan Aotan was the owner of this place. The older man shouted to them and not to run away, for they had a restroom. The Emperor glared angrily at the young man. He saw the young man glowing with energy. The Emperor thought that his whole body was made up of Tao. The Immortal Emperor now understood why the garden was filled with a terrifying aura. Apparently, the Emperor had broken into the expert's house. The Emperor didn't understand what the elder had forgotten in the realm of the living. The elder saw a man sitting on the ground. He asked him why he was sitting on the ground, whether it was because of the barrier's power. The Immortal Emperor thought that the young man was practicing mental cultivation, but that was impossible. The Emperor thought that the rhythms of Immortal Emperor Taoism were hovering around the young man. The Immortal Emperor had a vision of the image of an elder walking on the water in the distance. The Immortal Emperor thought that this was a game of chess with millions of people's lives. He was very alarmed. The man thought that to the older man, people are pieces, and the world is a playing board. In his mind, the two elders were just playing chess with people's lives. The man thought he was a pawn in the elder's mind and got angry. The older man asked if the man was okay. He said he would loosen the barrier a little later. The young man asked if he was injured. The elder thought that judging from his luxurious attire, the man was strong, no need to mess with him. The man said that he was Siasui and hailed an elder. The guy was startled, thinking that it was another cultivator. A young man asked if the man had come for Su Ling. Siasui cheerfully said it was his daughter and asked if she was in the house. The young man awkwardly thought about what to say to the Emperor. The older man thought that since it was her father, it should be made clear that it wasn't him who kidnapped her, but the girl herself who came to his house. The elder asked the Immortal Emperor to stand up. He took him by the hand. The guy said Xiao Ling is in the house and called the girl. Xiao Ling was hiding behind the guy's back. He told her that he was her father. The girl said she didn't know him. The Immortal Emperor looked at the girl in surprise and asked if she was really his daughter. Xiao Ling insisted that she did not know the man. The older man didn't understand what had happened in their family, that the daughter didn't recognize her father. The elder was already beginning to doubt that the Immortal Emperor was her father. The girl was cursed by a cruel immortal, and the only thing the man could do was lock her away for 1,000 years. The Immortal Emperor wondered if the elder didn't know the fate of everyone on the chessboard. He came to the conclusion that he was an unnecessary piece, and his daughter was just a pawn. The Immortal Emperor said that it couldn't be hidden that he had been away from his daughter for a long time. The thing is, the girl should have grown up during this time, but Xiaolin looks like before, so the man was full of doubts. The guy looked at the man reproachfully and asked how he didn't even remember his daughter. The elder began to doubt that the man was her father. He asked Siasui to describe the girl's birthmark. The man agreed. He said her birthmark looks like a snowflake on the back of her neck. It was true. The guy was shocked that the emperor really is her father. The young man put his hand on the girl's head and said, since she didn't remember him, it was up to her to stay with the elder or go with the emperor. Xiaoling replied that she would like to stay with the elder. The young man told the man that Xiaoling still didn't remember him, probably because of the long separation, and if the emperor didn't mind, the girl could stay with the guy. The guy said that it was just about time for her to study, so he would take care of it and pass on all his knowledge to her. The Immortal Emperor thought that the elder wanted to train her. The man hesitated. It seemed to him that the elder had not only cured her, but had also offered such a favorable deal. The emperor gritted his teeth. Sia Sui bowed low and said that he was leaving his daughter to the elder. The man asked to take care of her. The young man said that there was no need to react so violently. The guy thought that maybe the man had gotten wind of the fact that he was teaching in the city. However, he was being overly dramatic. At this time, Lan Aotan was testing his strength in the forest. He began to conjure with both hands. The man's strength felled all the trees around him. Lan Aotan said that the breakthrough went well, and he was finally able to cross over to the Earth Immortal realm. A man heard someone breaking a branch, stepping on it not far from Lan Aotan. It was the Immortal Emperor. He patted the man and told him to accept his congratulations. Lan Aotan said that the breakthrough could happen while he was at the Elder. The man hoped that he would forgive his sinful soul. The Immortal Emperor told the man not to worry. They are both related to him in one way or another, and if he wants, they can switch to you or brother. Lan Aotan called Siasui a brother. The man thought that such an acquaintance was even better than an immortal artifact, and he had come there for a reason. The Immortal Emperor put his hand on the man's shoulder and asked him to tell him when he would reach the immortal realm. Xiasui said that he had gotten dealt skills from Senior Lan Aotan, so he was confident that the man would soon reach the lowest immortal stage. The Immortal Emperor gave the man a badge with an inscription on it. He told him to accept it as proof of their acquaintance. With it, Lan Aotan would be able to enter any city or clan or directly into the immortal realm. The man thanked the Emperor. Lan Aotan said his name and asked how to address the man. Xiasui said his name and added that in the immortal realm, he was called Emperor. He praised Lan Aotian's name. The man was at first pleased at such praise from the Emperor. He had not yet realized what he had said. Lan Aotian pondered over the Immortal Emperor's words about his name. At this moment, a realization came to the man who the person he had just met was. It was the Immortal Emperor. Xiasui returned to the immortal realm. He didn't think he would see his daughter after so many years, but thanks to Senior, he would now be able to visit her. The man was very happy that the elder allowed him to come once a month. He thought the young man was very good. At this moment, the Immortal Emperor saw his subordinate who wanted to say something to him. A man fell at the Immortal Emperor's feet and greeted him. Xiasui asked what had happened. The Emperor thought that the lousy man had really come. The man asked if the Emperor had found Fairy Suling. The Immortal Emperor passed by him and said that he hadn't found her yet. The man was shocked hearing those words. He looked at the Emperor in surprise. The man asked if he should send more people out to look for her, since he needed to find the girl. The Immortal Emperor waved his hand and ordered the man to get away. He threw him away using his own strength. The man flew off and hit his back on a palace column. It cracked. The man's name was Xiao Zhao. The Emperor told the man to remember that if he showed up at the Emperor's door again, he would kill him. The Emperor added that it didn't matter to him whether the man was looking for an immortal weapon or something else. If Xiasui found out that someone from his clan had descended to the ground, he would cut him out completely. Xiao Zhao, lying on the ground, said that he understood everything. While the Immortal Emperor was lying in the garden, he felt an immortal artifact, a golden feather. The man thought it was good that the elder didn't blame him for it. The Immortal Emperor wondered if the elder wanted to share the world with him. The man thought that there was no harm in dreaming. At this time, it was a clear day in the human world in the capital of light. The events that followed took place in the Immortal Shushan Academy. Someone was shouting about the wisdom of Confucius. The academy students said that this was indeed his skill. The guys were discussing something heatedly. At that moment, the door to the academy room opened and some man walked in. He was covered in soap foam. The man said that even if the new Confucius is really here, it doesn't mean you have to yell like that. He asked not to ruin the reputation of the academy. That man was Zhendan Teng. He angrily asked, "So where is the one the guys were talking about?" The man was standing in just a towel with a brush in his hands. One of the guys told the tutor that he didn't think this was the right time for this. At this moment, a young man approached Zhendan Teng. He greeted the man and said that his name was Shen Guozimo, and he was a Confucius skill holder. Zhendan Teng angrily asked what it was, whether the guy was taught this skill as a child or by himself with the help of a mentor. Guozimo replied that he started training at the age of 13. For the past 4 years, he had been assisted by Mr. Chen, which was the name of the protagonist. The young man said that he had an unlimited supply of knowledge, and if he were a cultivator, Mr. Chen would at least be immortal. Zhendan Teng asked if Guozimo had written down his poems. The educator asked the fellow to read them. The man had not heard of such a thing in either the realm of the living or the realm of the dead. Zhendan Teng didn't know which weirdo had gotten this treasure, but he hoped he hadn't ruined this boy's life. Guozimo said that Mr. Chen had written countless poems, so he would read the one he gave to the young man on the last day of training. Zhendan Teng was surprised that this young man had mastered Confucius skills. The man hoped that it was not too late to correct his mistakes. Guozimo, with a peaceful expression on his face, began to read Mr. Chen's poem. The poem went like this. From the house you could hear crying, not the crying of misfortune or sorrow, but the crying of children gathered together, not knowing where the guest had come from. Zhendan Teng fell to his knees in shock. The young man was very surprised and frightened by this. The man was so much struck by this verse, its poetry and depth, that his legs could not stand. Zhendan Teng thought that these lines described life with all its vicissitudes. The mentor thought Mr. Chen was worthy of the title of Confucius for such poems. Zhendan Teng asked the young man with burning eyes where this beautiful Mr. Chen lived. The man would really like to visit him right now and offer to teach at their academy. Zhendan Teng changed his mind and decided that it was better to make him a mentor in their academy in the first place. Guozimo was in a stupor. The mentor grabbed the young man's hand and said that they were going to Mr. Chen right away. Zhendan Teng ran out of the academy wearing only a towel and dragged the young man with him. At this time, a new assignment came to the elder. The owner had to create a new cult with the name Pinyang. The young man was shocked by such an assignment. He was enraged because he was forced to join a mountain cult last time. But luckily, Muran's family was generous and gave him an ancestral title. And now they want the older one to create a whole cult. The kid was furious. The assignment said he didn't care, and the young man had 2 months to complete it. The older man thought he was going to be driven to his grave. The boy thought he might have to ask Muran's family for another favor. At that time, someone came to the elder's house. The guest asked if Mr. Chen was at home. The young man opened the door to the guests. Standing outside the door was Guo Zimo. He greeted Mr. Chen. The older man also said hello and asked if the guy was going to go to the city, or if he had already decided to return. Guo Zimo introduced his mentor to Immortal Shushan Academy and said that the man was very eager to meet him. Senior was shocked to see such a guest. He wondered if Guo Zimo was joking, because if he was right, the mentor was one of the most powerful people on the continent. Zheng Dan Teng bowed low and greeted Mr. Chen. The guy was confused by this greeting. The older one was shocked that another one was falling at his feet and worried. He thought he shouldn't do that if his health didn't allow it. Chen wondered if he was related to the Murong family. All the big shots bowed and called him senior. The boy wondered since when he had become invincible. The young man wanted to ask Mentor Zheng something. Chen awkwardly asked if he was too strong for Mentor Zheng. Mentor Zheng fell on his knees and bowed low to the young man. He asked for their forgiveness. Chen didn't understand where this reaction was coming from, he asked, just to answer honestly. Mentor Zheng wondered if the young man was angry. Perhaps he had interrupted his retreat. The man thought the elder had come down to train his talents and enjoy the solitude, then miscalculated his intentions for disturbing his peace. The man was drenched in sweat and was about to tell the young man everything he thought, since he had permission to tell the truth. Mentor Zheng decisively said that the young man was powerless. The mentor added that the elder didn't have a drop of cultivation in him, that he was an ordinary mortal. The elder turned away and thought it was not worth pouring salt on his wound. Zhen Dan Teng and said that they could dispense with the formalities. The man asked to call him Zhen Teng or Xiao Zhen. The older man decided against it. He was too uncomfortable to call his mentor that. Mentor Zheng's hands were shaking behind his back. Guo Zimo asked why this was happening, whether the mentor was in pain. The man replied with a cold expression that he got what he wanted. He was very worried. He grabbed the boy's hand and said goodbye to the older man. The two men flew off in a flash. Mentor Zhen looked back. He noticed that he was not being attacked. Apparently, the elder had decided to let them go. The man thought it was a good thing he didn't make the elder even angrier, or there would have been no problem. The man thought that maybe it was all about Zemo because he was a senior's apprentice. The guy didn't know what was going on. Mentor Zhen thought that in that case, he should seriously look into training this genius. The man smiled. The elder thought that perhaps Guo Zimo had read that poem to his mentor, and the mentor thought Chen had written it. And then the mentor came to the conclusion that Senior was a literary genius, so he came to idolize him. The young man thought it didn't matter now and needed to figure out how to accomplish the task. He was going to leave the house. Senior didn't know anything about cultivation, and the system wants him to organize a cult. The guy thought it was stupid. Senior was going to go to the city and buy a couple cultivation books. The eldest came to the market in town. There were no people there. He saw a store of 1,000 books in the marketplace. The elder opened the door to the store and asked if Boss Duan was here. The young man said he wanted to buy a book. The girl slammed down the book she was reading and thought that if it was Mr. Chen who had come to see her. The girl noticed that the young man had not visited them for a long time. She asked what he had been doing. Chen agreed and said he really hadn't visited her in a long time. He asked if they were making progress. Dwayne got up from the table and said that there was no progress. It was business as usual. They were barely making ends meet. Duan looked seductively at the older man and said that she was a weak woman trying to make a living by hard work, but she would like to find a good, not-looking husband. Chen replied that he didn't think there would be a guy to match the girl. Duan smiled slyly and looked at the elder. She approached Chen and said that she felt like such a man right in front of her. The older man looked embarrassed and closed his eyes. He coughed and said that was the end of it. The young man asked if they had books on cultivation. He was interested in some for beginners. Duan said that of course they did. The girl said angrily that the older one changes the subject every time. The boy said that for some reason he felt like they had every book. The girl replied that he thought he was right, for the lad had seen their name. Duan smiled sweetly and handed the young man a book. She said it would be a free book for him, a token of her love and appreciation. The older man took the book to thank the girl and said he would be sure to help her with the publicity. Duan replied that there was no need to do that. The young man just needed to stop by more often. The older man wondered why he felt like he was doing something terrible by coming here time after time. Walking out of the store, the guy thought that Duan's boss reminded him of someone. And in that instant, the elder remembered that he had forgotten to do something. The guy turned around and called out to the supervisor. The girl asked if Mr. Chen had changed his mind, if he had decided to propose to her. The senior asked if Dwayne's boss was funny. Since she had helped him so many times, the guy wanted to invite the girl to his place. Duan's boss decided to agree. She replied that as time permits, she would go. The guy said goodbye to the girl. Walking out of the store, Senior kept thinking about how he had a strange feeling he seemed to know but couldn't explain. The girl stared intently after the older man. Warden Duan said not this time. The girl snapped her fingers. A bright light appeared outside the door of the bookstore. The girl used her power. She used the power of moving. The light gradually eyes. In the elder's garden, he was sitting on a chair reading a book he had bought. It said that practice always brings something new, and it turns out there are so many opportunities for cultivators to develop abilities, even with food. Da young man suddenly realized that all the cultivators came here because of the cultivation, enhancing food. But after a second, the senior thought that this is nonsense because only after Tiankai Dibao is there a possibility of a breakthrough. The young man buys Rice City and this backwater is unlikely to have it. The elder thought that they seemed to like his cooking. Even though it didn't increase cultivation, it was still delicious. The guy thought of Mr. Long. He was quite polite because of his status. The guy thought he should test this theory and also ask about the formation of the cult. At that moment, Mu Ronshui knocked on the gate to the elder. She asked if Senior was home. The guy thought it was a coincidence. He let the girl in and said that she was on time, and he only remembered her. Senior had something to discuss with Mu Ronshui's father. He asked her to give it to her father. The girl said it was amazing that the elder was able to foresee her coming. She had just come with a message from her grandfather and her father. They wanted to discuss merging the Muron family's mountain cult and the magic moon cult into a new cult under him. Mu Rongshu asked what the elder thinks about it. If he agrees, he can choose the name himself. And if he is not happy with it, then they can abandon the plan. The guy was very surprised that they wanted to organize a cult under him. It was an unexpected coincidence. The girl said that he was the ancestor of the cult followers. So this cult belongs to the eldest by right, so it should be named by him. The older man replied that he had come up with a couple of names. He suggested Henzyong. The boy wondered if it was too gaudy. The girl's eyes lit up and said that it was a great name. She didn't think that Senior would name a cult after himself. Mu Rongshui thought that everyone would definitely like such a name. The young man noticed that they liked everything he said. It bothered him that this was a very strange coincidence, since he had been given a similar assignment. Senior always wanted to ask Mu Rongshu something. He asked why they all called him Senior and acted respectful and polite. The girl happily replied that it was because of the strength of the elder's cultivation. But after a moment, the girl realized that she probably shouldn't have said that. Mr. Chen didn't understand what the girl was talking about after all. He is an ordinary mortal. Mu Rongshui thought that she had misspoken and completely forgot about his mental cultivation, also talking about the young man's strength. The older man still couldn't understand what the matter was. He thought the girl was going to bow at his feet, so it was better to end it there. The elder said that Mu Rongshui would be in charge of merging cultures, so the young man suggested that they go eat first before they set off. The girl fell at his feet and told him that they were so greedy. She had learned the lesson of the hidden stone sound, and they would no longer try to profit from deals with the elder. The guy was shocked. He asked if the girl was talking about food now. Mu Rongshui thought that she had misspoken again. The girl was ready to fall through the ground. Mu Rongshui hurried towards the exit of the courtyard. She apologized to the elder and said that she had urgent matters. The older man didn't understand the reason for the girl's reaction after all. He had only asked a couple of questions, and she had changed the subject. The young man thought it would be good if he really was strong. At this time, the sky was clear with something shining on it. It was an asteroid that was hurtling through space, straight for Earth. A meteorite flew across the sky. It was like a dragon. At the same time, Chen Pinggang was with his girlfriend. The girl asked the protagonist if he would take full responsibility. The guy confidently told her that there was only room in his heart for her. Chen told the girl that a large meteorite had fallen in honor of their love. Here the main character stopped talking and thought about what was happening around him. The guy got scared and shouted loudly that it was not a meteorite, but a meteorite. He grabbed his girlfriend's hand and shouted for them to run away. They ran away from the meadow. There was a man standing nearby who called the meteorite the Hanjie stone. He added that judging by its size, the stone belonged to an unusual person. The man noticed that the meteorite was flying towards the elder's estate, and from the looks of it, the stone had been searching long and hard for its owner. The man had never expected to catch such a sight. A hen in the main character's yard watched the meteorite fly. She thought the luck of her elders had brought another disaster. The hen told the fish that this rock was even bigger than last time. The fish in the pond agreed. The fire dragon meteorite continued to fly. It was headed for Earth. The dragon meteorite made several turns in the air during flight. The man looking at the meteorite remembered to himself about the elder's garden. The man looked more closely and saw that it was a real burning dragon. The man walked into Aoshin Long's house. He thought to himself that the older man had his own plans for the meteorite. He thought to himself that the inhabitants of this house could soon be considered immortal. He remembered the case of the House of 1,000 Feathers Empire. One night, the kingdom burned down and was reborn from its ashes. Prince Qingyu awakened tremendous abilities and became one of the continent's talents. The great emperor was able to make a breakthrough of the Mahayana realm, and in less than a month, the empire had a new name of Thousand Feather Empire, and it became a center of power. A month and a half ago, the protagonist held a meeting with an old man. The old man informed Chen that they were disturbed by people from another empire once their prince bought a lot of people. They asked for cooperation to search for the treasure. The old man added that their highest level of cultivation was to overcome the tribulation period. The old man suggested that the guy suspend the construction of the cult. The guy didn't like it. The old man added that the foundation has already been laid, so there is not much work. The guy said there's a month and a half left, and why would they come now? Chen said that the Shushan Immortal Academy had more of the Emperor's men. He thought that they could be asked to handle it. The old man asked the guy if he really wanted to entrust this matter to the Shushan Immortal Academy. Here the protagonist realized that this option will not work as he cannot contact the dean. The guy thought and remembered about Xiaoling's father. He was also strong and could be asked for help. The old man asked the prudent protagonist if he knew anyone stronger than the academy students. The guy replied that the one came a month and a half ago and we should wait for him for the same amount of time. The old man sadly asked the older man why he couldn't get in touch with anyone. A princess of the Empire of 1,000 Feathers named Liu Yushi sat on a makeshift throne in the forest and commanded the workers to dig a hole. The girls shouted angrily to them that any old woman was stronger than they were. She was clearly displeased. The workers with pickaxes looked angrily at the princess. She shouted at them that if they didn't like it, they should fight the guy standing next to her. An immortal superiority world cultivator stood beside Liu Yushi. A maid came up. She said timidly to the princess that she had brought her watermelon. Liu Yushi asked angrily at the maid how dare she shake and called her a useless creature. The maid replied that the melon was harder to get because of the greedy people living in the area. The princess decided to try the watermelon and she took a small bite out of it. Liu Yushi shouted hysterically to the maid that the watermelon was unpalatable and demanded that she bring another. This behavior of the princess made the servant girl very angry. She could hardly contain herself. The servant girl looked at the princess very angrily and was even ready to hit her. Liu Yushi looked at the servant girl with a smile and asked her if she was reluctant to attack her. The acolyte thought to herself that she needed to calm down and conflict was not allowed in the cult's territory. Then the girl saw her grandfather coming from afar. She ran towards him. She asked her grandfather what the older man said. He replied that Chen still couldn't get a grip, so there will be more meetings. Suddenly from behind, the girl heard a noise. She couldn't understand what was going on. Grandpa stood next to her warily. He said excitedly that it might be an earthquake. A strong earthquake shook the neighborhood, and the workers began to climb out of the pit. The princess asked loudly if this is how the birth of the treasure happens. Suddenly, the earth opened up violently, and a big and long beast came out of it. The princess was very surprised and frightened. She did not understand what it was. The princess was very much frightened. A big snake jumped out of the ground next to her. The man standing next to me was very surprised. He seemed to realize what had happened and who the monster was. The man called this dragon the Black Serpent. The dragon looked at the man carefully. The princess shouted pitifully for the man to stop this huge dragon as soon as possible. He was about to carry out the princess's instructions, but someone from outside shouted to the man to stop. The owner of Tianzhong Tower came over. He said that as long as he was here, no one could kill the dragon. The princess approached the owner of Tianzhong Tower, introduced herself, and asked him to take her to a safe place. The owner looked at her and thought he had been gone a very long time and didn't know what this girl had done. He thought to himself that there wasn't much mana left after his last breakthrough. The monster in front of him was at the peak of the Mahayana realm. In the end, the owner of Tianzhong Tower decided that the black monster was perfect for training. The dragon named Black Serpent looked at the owner of Tianzhong Tower with anger. Suddenly the dragon squirmed and said that he had never killed anyone and explained that he was a Buddhist. The tower owner was very surprised by this answer. He said that there were many innocent people here, and he should not have let him hurt them. The dragon calmly replied that he never intended to hurt anyone. He said that he had just come out to bask in the sun. The dragon said that he used to be good at killing immortal beasts. The tower owner thought the dragon was a demonic beast. The tower owner kept thinking about why he felt humiliated. He decided he didn't need to kill the dragon. Here came the princess. She timidly addressed the owner of the tower and called him the elder. The princess told the man that the dragon is very afraid of him, so he's being quiet. After the tower owner leaves, the dragon may kill everyone here. The princess further told the tower owner that the dragon might then go somewhere else to wreak havoc. For that reason, it is better to kill it now. The man told the princess that he was not the sword for her. He also added that he was not impressed that she was from the Empire of 1,000 Feathers. The owner of Tianzhong Tower added to the girl only that he looks at her and realizes that her father is no better. He added to the princess that everything she was given could also be taken away if she was very angry. The man told her she was on her own now. The princess didn't like it. She shouted after the owner of Tianzhong Tower that they too would one day fall at the feet of their empire. When the tower owner left, the dragon cheered up. The black serpent rose to its full height. The dragon asked the princess if she had just said something bad about him. The princess was very frightened. She did not know what to say to the dragon. The owner of Tianrong Tower thought angrily that he had only given the princess a reprieve because of his predecessor's good luck stone. He assumed that it was all planned by the elder, but apparently it wasn't. The tower owner went into the forest and heard a noise. He demanded that his warrior show himself. From the thicket, a warrior jumped from a tree to the ground. He greeted his master. The master commanded the warrior to immediately gather everyone from Tianyun Tower and all the auxiliary forces to fight the 1,000 Feathers Empire. The tower owner also threatened to declare anyone who cooperated with the 1,000 Feathers Empire as enemies. The warrior replied in agreement. After a little thought, the master told the warrior to send a message. During the night, the Empire of 1,000 Feathers was defeated, and a bloody battle was fought with many casualties. The warriors from Tianzhong Tower had a bloody massacre, and there were many dead. The warriors mercilessly massacred the population of the Empire of 1,000 Feathers. The chief warrior found the father of the princess of this empire and approached him. The warrior looked at the princess's father and told the man he was having a great night. The owner of Tianzhong Tower was having tea with the protagonist. Chen turned to him and called him Elder Lao. The protagonist asked Lao if he knew the Empire of 1,000 Feathers. The tower owner hesitated, surprised by the question. He decided to make Chen happy with his answer. Elder Lao said that he came to the protagonist to talk about it. He said that the people of the 1,000 Feathers Empire were too cruel and arrogant. He added that he had already subdued these people. Lao apologized to the protagonist if he had overstepped his authority. The main character was very happy. He said that he did not expect this from the elder and called him a good man. He thought about it and asked the elder why he was apologizing to him. The elder was silent. Chen asked Lao why he called him senior. To himself, the tower owner thought that the guy wanted to test him. Lao wondered to himself whether the development of the 1,000 Feathers Empire was included in the trial of senior. The tower owner thought for a while and said that he would answer if the protagonist wanted him to. Lao told Chen that he calls him senior because he is the strongest. The main character liked that answer. He answered that he understood. The boy thanked Elder Lao and said he had something to do. He replied that he was dealing with the aftermath of the suppression. Lao said goodbye and left. As he left, the elder decided to himself that the elder did not look angry. He thought he had passed the elder's test. After the elder left, the protagonist turned to the system for help. Chen demanded very loudly that the system come here immediately. The boy told the system that he couldn't understand why people respected him. He thought he was strong, but the system always said he was weak. What can she say to that now? The system replied that if he fights someone and wins, it will be very surprised. Chen replied that he still didn't believe it. The protagonist was thinking. He wanted to find a worthy opponent. He remembered the members of the Mu Ran family and realized that they were very kind to him. Chen also realized judiciously that he couldn't fight the thugs. He thought to himself that he could really be a weakling and die. The protagonist thought deeply. He searched his memory for a candidate so that he could fight him. Senior Chen thought for a long time. He looked at the tree and remembered that Xiaoling was lying under it. The guy looked at the girl. She was sweet and serene. He realized it would be perfect for him. Chen approached the girl and asked her to do him a favor. She was surprised. The hero seriously asked the girl to fight him. Such a guy's decision led the system to hang up. She saw Chen next to Xiao Linger and replied to him that it was very impudent of him. The guy suggested Yao Linger to use a bamboo stick as a weapon. A girl came over and picked up a stick and said it would be fine. She asked the guy if he really wanted to fight. Chen cheerfully replied to the girl that he would only take off his clothes. Xiao asked him if he could keep his clothes on since she might hurt him. Senior Chen replied that it was fine, he just didn't want to get his clothes dirty. He thought to himself that Xiaolinger didn't hit hard and she wouldn't hurt him. The girl took a bamboo stick and confidently prepared to fight. Chen was ready for a quick victory. He asked Xiaolinger if she was ready. The girl swung the stick and prepared to hit the guy with all her might. After the blow, the guy was very stiff with pain. He didn't expect to be hit so hard. Xiaolinger hit the guy in the face with a stick and he fell to the ground. The fall of the boy made the girl very frightened. She did not expect such a reaction to her blow. Xiaolinger asked the guy if he was okay. Chen replied that he was fine and he just wasn't ready. He couldn't understand how the girl could be so strong that he didn't even have time to dodge. He thought the system might be right, and he was so weak that he couldn't even beat a little girl. The boy decided that such a thing was impossible, and told the girl to fight again. He expressed his intention to win. The very next moment, Chen received another very hard punch to the face. The main character stood up and told the girl to hit him again. The girl agreed and swung for a punch. Chen kept trying to fight Xiaolinger, but he couldn't beat her. Pretty soon, a beaten Chen was sitting on a chair. Now he realized that he was not strong at all. Then the system activated and reminded him that she had told him before that he was weak. Chen replied sadly to the system for her to shut up, for he wants to be alone. Xiaolinger turned to the main character. The guy thought to himself that judging from the girl's appearance, she was descended from 7 cultivators. For this reason, she is stronger than an ordinary child. The girl asked the guy if he was okay. Chen decided to himself that he was weaker than Xiaolinger. Senior Chen thought to himself that perhaps this was all a bug. He remembered that the textbook said that cultivators could sense the strength of their opponents. He thought to himself that he was weaker than Su Ling because of the bug, and everyone felt a strong aura around him. The guy realized that this was the reason everyone called him elder and didn't believe him when he said he was a mere mortal. Chen immediately cheerfully thought that he could lie about his strength. A deep night descended upon the country. All slept and rested in silence. The dark night was a good time to activate magical and magical powers. At this very time, a large dragon was quietly and peacefully sleeping. It was the Black Serpent. Night also enveloped the main character's estate. He was resting after a hard day's work. Chen was sleeping peacefully and didn't even know what exactly was happening in his yard right now. There was a guy with golden hair sitting in the courtyard. He asked the goldfish why he felt one of his dragon family today. He added that it was a very strange feeling. The fish replied that perhaps the creature had eaten a dead dragon. Perhaps it was injured by the scum in the realm of the Immortals. Then that creature accidentally came to this world and hid here. Fish added that the creature cannot absorb dragon energy on its own. If it is near her, there is a chance that the creature will become a true dragon. The chicken offered to train the creature and make it an errand boy. The guy with the golden hair seconded the motion. The fish in the pool also supported it. At that time, the bronze sword came to life and he turned into a little boy. He also said he agreed. The fish spit out a golden ball and told the boy to go and make the creature swallow the thing. After that, it should change shape. The fish reminded the boy that if it didn't work out, he knew what to do. He said it would be done. The dark night hung over the neighborhood. Everything was quiet and at peace. As before, a fiery vortex in the form of a meteorite flew across the sky. The boy with golden hair ran as fast as he could to fulfill his errand. He shouted to the dragon not to worry, for he had not come to kill him. The boy stood near the pit with the dragon and told him it was useless to hide. Dragoness asked the guy what she could do for him. She called him boss. The boy was very flattered and happy to finally be called boss. Draco shyly questioned the boy, or was it something she said wrong? Then the boy timidly asked her again what she had just called him. Dracosha once again repeated him confidently and clearly and called him boss. She turned to the boy and told him confidently to be serious. The boy said that the big shots want her to be an errand girl. He offered her 2 options. In the first option, the dragoness herself agrees. In the second option, the boy would force her to agree. He gave her the opportunity to choose. Dragoness thought about it, and it was a very difficult choice for her right now. The boy asked her very seriously if there was anything she wasn't happy about. The dragoness stirred. A large cloud of fire flashed above it. After a little thought, she answered confidently and unambiguously that she agreed. The boy told her that if she was willing, she could eat the golden ball. Just then, the boy put a golden ball into the dragon's mouth. It swallowed it. Here, she immediately sensed that there was a lot of pure dragon energy in this golden sphere. In a couple seconds, she swallowed 1/10 of the energy in her body. And a secret transformation technique. Dragoness realized immediately that she could change her form now. Immediately, the transformation process began. The dragoness began to shrink in size. Its head became small. Her tail became small and the usual black fluffy paws appeared. Instead of a dragon, there was now an ordinary black dog that barked. She wondered to herself why exactly she had changed from a dragon to a dog. The boy was very surprised and amused by the magical transformation. He laughed. The boy told the dog that he wasn't laughing at him, but just remembering a joke. He continued to giggle. The dog realized that the boy was laughing at him and didn't want to stop. The boy took the animal with him and said he would introduce it to the real boss. They made their way to the main character's residence. The boy shouted to everyone that they were back. The black dog was very surprised. She had not expected to see such creatures here. The guy with golden hair thought he felt a terrifying aura. The hen remembered to herself that she used to think there was only one powerful guy here. Here the bird concentrated. It began to look with a fiery gaze at the dog that had come. The dog said hello. She thought to herself that she hadn't expected there to be a pond of them. The guy with the golden hair said the little brat was well trained. The boy told him that they had trained him. The guy turned to the dog and told him to behave himself, especially around the master. The guy also added that if the master suspected something, the dog was finished. She nodded positively. The guy said if she understood, she should come over and talk to her ancestor. The dog looked into the pond and there was a fish swimming there. She immediately said hello to it. The dog sensed something was happening to him. As he looked at the fish, he felt the dragon's energy level rising. Fish told the dog not to worry and he would soon get used to it. She explained that it was hard for people with dragon blood in them to look at her. Here the dog was interested in the fish in the pond and asked who it was. Fish explained eagerly that she's known to many as the Holy Dragon. The dog felt a bit of the memories of the dragon he had eaten. She had remembered something like that before. Such an ancient dragon existed long before the creation of the world. Also, he exists always and everywhere. He is the true ancestor of dragons. The dog was surprised that a real deity lived in a pond shaped like a goldfish. The dog wondered how strong their master was. There was a peach tree suddenly lit up brightly. The flowers on it shone in the night. There was the sound of walking feet. They belonged to the magical girl who had come down from the tree. The girl glowed in the night and she held a magic mirror in her hands. Proud, she addressed the sleeping Xiaolinger directly with her words. The girl with the mirror told Xiaolinger to persuade the owner to keep the dog tomorrow. Xiaolinger confirmed that she would fulfill the peach tree girl's request. In the palace of the Thousand Feathers Empire, Emperor Liu Zhentao was talking to his father. His father demanded an explanation from him. Liu Zhentao sat in silence. His father demanded that he explain what was going on here. In response, Liu Zhentao said that he only knows that Yushi went on a treasure hunt. The emperor's father's name was Grandpa Liu. He angrily shouted to his son that Tianzhong Tower had defeated them overnight. Also, former allies had turned their backs on them. Liu Zhentao said that he really didn't know. Just then, a young princess came through the door. She said that she had returned. The girl said that it had gotten dangerous lately. She asked why no one was there. She demanded that someone bring her a cup of tea. Her father was surprised that she was still in the mood for tea. Liu Zhentao asked strictly for the princess to tell her what she had done while she was away. The girl said that the cult masters had become completely lazy and worse than dogs. The father figured it out. He told his daughter it was all her fault. In response, the princess timidly and innocently asked her father what had happened. The emperor himself was very angry. He wanted to beat his daughter now. The father asked the princess's grandfather if he could hit his favorite granddaughter. He stopped him. The girl was very happy. She decided that her grandfather would protect her from punishment. Old Man Liu said menacingly that he would even help the emperor in punishing the princess. The very next morning, the protagonist was woken up by Xiaolinger's girlfriend. The guy woke up and with great reluctance asked her what was wrong. The girl greeted him. A large black dog stood beside her. Chen asked her excitedly where she found that big black dog. The girl said the dog was very cute and she found it near the door. Xiao thought the dog was lost. The main character asked her if the dog was just lying by the door, how she knew it was lost. Xiaolinger told the protagonist that the dog told her everything. Senior Chen put his hand on the girl's head and told her not to talk nonsense. The guy told the girl that someone let the dog go for a walk, so he needs to take it to the yard. He'll come back when he's done playing. Chen noted that Xiaolinger likes the dog. At the same time, the dog found in the mountains may be wild. In the end, the guy decided it was better not to risk getting a dog. Xiaolinger told the dog that she had done her part. If her brother didn't like the dog, let him go and play in the yard. The dog was disappointed not to be invited to live in the house, but she decided to herself that she had to try and make a nice face. The dog decided that he would do whatever it took to not get kicked out of here. The dog came to the well and decided he would just lie there. The guy came out of the house in the morning and was very much surprised by what he saw. Chen was very surprised that the dog was really lying in the yard waiting for him. Xiaolinger suggested that the dog steal her bones and chew on them. The guy yelled for the dog to walk. The dog thought the bones from the elder's yard would be a real feast for him. The protagonist was distracted as he heard and felt a message from the system. The system sent an alert. The guy thought that the new assignment was right after the last one, and this was the first time it had happened to him in 5 years. The system voiced a task within 10 days. The main character's cult should consist of 10,000 people. The protagonist resented such a task. He realized that he couldn't find so many cultivators in 10 days. The system told him that death is not a punishment for not completing a task. Chen decided to himself that if losing didn't kill him, he didn't have to do it. The comm system informed the guy that if he did not comply, his sex organ would be halved. Such a warning made the protagonist very angry. He clutched at the system screen. Senior Chen swung around with all his might and tried to knock the system screen to the ground. At the same time, he heard someone knocking on the door and asked for permission to enter. The boy immediately realized it was the old man knocking. He got excited. Chen told the old man that he was on time and to come in. The old man remarked that everything seemed to be resolved with the Thousand Feathers Empire. The protagonist reported that through common action, the Empire of 1,000 Feathers had been suppressed. The cult building has been completed. Soon we will be able to accept disciples. The old man said that a couple days ago a monster appeared where they were looking for treasure. Here the old man stopped. Something from outside caught his attention. The old man looked with surprise at the black dog lying before him. Elder Chen noticed the strange behavior of the old man. He turned around in surprise. The boy asked the old man what had happened to him. The old man pressed himself against the door out of fear. The old man thought to himself that the dog's breathing was similar to that of the black serpent he had seen earlier. The old man remembered that he had insulted the serpent, but assumed that the serpent would not take revenge on him. Xiaolinger asked the old man in surprise if he was afraid of dogs. The old man replied that he was not afraid, and he realized that if the dog was here, the snake was under the control of the elder. The old man asked the boy what he wanted to say. The older man said that there was a difficult task. Chen asked cheerfully to the old man if they could recruit 10,000 disciples in 10 days. The old man replied that it was possible, only he would need the help of the protagonist. The old man decided that all the cultivators of the world would flock to the city if the elder appeared in person in the city. Then the old man said he needed a dog for a couple days, then he could find 10,000 disciples. The old man decided that he could fulfill the elder's task and take the black serpent away. The main character was surprised that the old man needed that big black dog. Chen thought to himself that Mu Ronggong seemed to be afraid of the dog. He also remembered that Yao Lu had appeared nearby. The main character decided that Yao Lu might be the black dog. In the cultivation book, it was written that some demonic creatures, although they look normal, can go on a rampage and start killing. Senior thought about the dog that it might eat the chicken, or it might attack Xiaolinger. The main character decided to try asking the old man again. He asked him what he would do with the dog. The old man replied cheerfully and confidently that he would take the dog to town. Chen told the old man to leave his estate as soon as possible. The old man took the dog in his arms and told the protagonist that he would have 10,000 students in 10 days. The dog looked pitifully into the pond where the fish was. She called out to it, calling it an ancestor. The fish replied to the dog that he could come back here at night. Then the main character noticed a ray of fire coming from the sky to earth. Chen thought to himself that he wasn't sure if he could do it or not, but he wanted to participate. The protagonist heard a crowd of people calling him. He thought to himself that thanks to God, he could gratify his ego at the expense of the people's cheering. Chen Pinghan remembered that he hadn't made sure his aura worked on everyone yet. Someone in the crowd pointed at the main character and asked what kind of asshole he was. The eldest had finally decided that the old man was the one to rely on. At this time, the old man and his dog arrived at the residence of the Ping and cult. He entered the residence and told the black dog they were on site. The dog was suddenly very angry. He turned his displeasure to the old man. The dog told the old man that he had deprived her of the opportunity to become stronger. The old man replied that he was trying to help her. The old man told the dog that the older man had kicked him out because he did not like greedy people. The dog liked that answer. The dog turned to the old man and called him Mr. Gon. The dog said he owed him a favor. The dog said if they are in the senior's place of worship, he will try even harder. The symbol of the cult's defense formation appeared in the sky in a bright glow. The dog said that he had infused the protective information with spiritual energy. Therefore, the information would be able to withstand a cultivator's attack even at the peak of the Mahayana realm. Then swords and other things fell from the sky. The dog called it garbage. The dog said he couldn't use it all, so it's all for the old man. The dog looked at the old man with great attention. A golden ball glowed inside her. Here at once, the dog was transformed into a large and flying black dragoness. The old man told her that he hadn't seen her for a couple days. She'd already changed shape. He added that it was all thanks to her ancestor. The old man said that after this moment, the recruitment of the Pin and cult begins. Elder Lao observed from afar the formation of the Mahayana realm. The elder thought and connected the formations of the kingdom with the dragon protector of the mountains. He saw a huge black dragon above the residence and thought that the elder had accidentally given them this formation. He remembered that the older man thinks things through and he couldn't go wrong. Petty Officer Lao decided that this was a divine test of the three. The first test was the Empire of 1,000 Feathers. The elder knew they would prove to be arrogant and oppressive. He gave them a chance, but this empire unfortunately didn't change. The second check was Elder Lao himself. He, under the command of an elder, had saved the people of the mountain cult. He also handled the destruction of the 1,000 Feathers cult on his own. The elder was still looking at the dragon. He realized that the third check would be the mountain cultists. Apparently those had done well too, and for that reason the elder had gifted them with the formation. Lao realized immediately that everything was going according to plan. The elder was able to calculate everything. His warrior appeared in front of the elder. Lao demanded that he find him a great gift. The warrior told the master that he didn't know exactly what kind of gift he wanted. The elder said he needed something suitable for life on the peak of the mainland. At the same time, Chen Pinggang was at his home in his residence. He got a message from the system that the cult mission was over. The guy got a lottery ticket. The older man was glad the task was over. He hadn't expected Moran to do it so quickly. The system's instructions started the drawing. Then the system informed that it is now possible to draw a ticket. Chen thought to himself that he didn't like the sword he had picked up on the mountain. At the same time, a boy with golden hair looked out from behind the door. Immediately, I received a message from the system that the ticket was successfully pulled. The system says the guy's about to get his winnings. It was a big bag. The bag fell out of the sky on the guy. He almost fell out of his chair. Chen Pingan looked at the bag carefully. He pondered what was inside. That's when the guy realized he was inside the bag of fertilizer. He thought he was lucky because he wanted to grow something in his yard. The guy called the girl Xiaolinger and said that if she wanted watermelons, she could buy seeds. The girl was overjoyed. She agreed with the main character. The protagonist decided to take a walk into town together with the girl Xiaolinger. They went to town and bought watermelon seeds for themselves to plant. They then proceeded to cultivate the soil for planting watermelon seeds in it. They organized a small vegetable garden in their yard and enclosed it with a fence. The protagonist competently and confidently sowed the soil with watermelon seeds. Xiaolinger helped him inspiringly. Gradually, they got it all in. After the job was over, the guy said cheerfully that they were finally done. Chen looked at himself and saw that he was dressed like a commoner. He noticed to himself that he was moving away from the cultivator's lifestyle. Xiaolinger was very excited for some reason. She pointed at the bed to the elder. The boy saw a green sprout on the ground. He was surprised that the seed had already sprouted. Chen realized that these fertilizers accelerate the growth of any plants very quickly. The guy said it was a normal gift, not the garbage it used to be. That outraged the fish in the pond and the broom in the corner. Also, the main character's words about trash didn't endear him to the axe on the stump. Xiaolinger shouted joyfully to the main character that they would soon have watermelons. The guy said that although the fertilizer is good, it should be used properly. You will have to wait for 2 weeks. The girl said she would go and change and start cooking right away. Xiaolinger was about to leave, but then she noticed a huge bag of fertilizer. The girl looked at the bag for a long time. She was considering something very emphatically. Xiaolinger poured the fertilizer into a bowl and began to scatter it over the bed. The girl ran merrily around the bed and sprinkled fertilizer everywhere. She thought it would grow faster. Fertilizer did the trick and green branches began to emerge from all sides of the bed. Chen approached the girl and asked what she was doing. She immediately stopped. Xiaolinger shouted to the guy with joy that the watermelons had grown and could now be eaten. The guy was surprised he realized this magic fertilizer was stronger than he thought. Chen then looked at the girl enigmatically. She was silent in response. The guy asked strictly to Xiaolinger what happened to the fertilizer. A third of the bag had disappeared. The girl said it might have been blown away by the breeze. The girl ran away and hid behind the door. The guy thought she was so fond of watermelons. He told the girl to go wash her hands and she agreed. Chen decided to make his own watermelon. He started to cut it into pieces. The guy thought to himself that watermelon is hard to cut. It might not even be edible at all. Chen decided to try the watermelon first before Xiaolinger ran. He noticed that the girl was already eating watermelon without any restrictions. The guy asked her if she was doing well and if she was feeling okay. She said the watermelon was very sweet. The older man told the girl to eat slowly and no one would steal her watermelon. Xiaolinger, gorging on watermelon, said that the guy could give it to the boy outside the gate. Chen didn't even realize at once which boy the girl was talking about. Then he heard a knock on the gate. The elder decided to see who was bothering him at this time. He went to the gate. When he opened the gate, he saw that there was indeed a boy standing there who had come for something. The boy with red hair stood and silently looked at the protagonist. Chen was still standing with a piece of watermelon in his hand. He asked the boy what was wrong. The boy was still silent. He was still looking at Chen. The protagonist thought he had scared him. Here the protagonist guessed and asked the boy if he was a cultivator. The guy realized the boy was scared by a bug. Even Old Man Long used to get scared. The main character thought, why is the boy silent? Is he really stupid? The guy gave the boy a slice of watermelon and said he wouldn't invite him inside. Chen told the boy to go home and not make his parents worry. After that, the boy closed the gate door. The boy with red hair was left alone. After a long pause, the boy said out loud finally that he was scared. The protagonist opened the gate and told the surprised boy that he could talk. The guy closed the gate again. He thought to himself why the cultivators of this world were so strange. Not a single normal one. The boy decided to leave. He began to walk gradually away from the main character's house. The boy ran as fast as he could. He decided he had to get out of this place. He thought to himself that he had discovered many treasures. He was so frightened that he couldn't say a word. The boy didn't think a man as strong as the older man would live on the outskirts of a small town. Running away, the boy was genuinely glad that the older man did not scold him. He ran until he reached a deep forest thicket. There he felt at ease. The boy felt at ease and decided to taste the watermelon that the main character gave him. The boy thought to himself that the older man didn't want to be disturbed, so he lived on the sidelines. Then the boy froze. He felt some important change in himself. He felt that the level had increased. He received the first level of divinity and the 5th level of Dan. The boy looked at the piece of watermelon and realized that the main character had given him a chance. He was holding a magic amulet and thought that the neighboring cult had intensified because of the protagonist. Holding the amulet, the boy said to his grandfather that this cult is not as easy as it seems. He also said that he had to prepare a better gift. At this time, Chen was at his manor. He kept thinking about the boy's strange visit. The boy decided to himself that the gate door should be bolted. Chen kept pacing and pacing around the courtyard. He was very much concerned about one question. He walked over to Xiaolinger, and looking at her thought, how could she know that someone was standing behind the tree? A guy asked strictly a girl if she knew the basics of cultivation. Xiaolinger realized she couldn't escape. The protagonist figured it out. The guy kept looking at her. Xiao thought she was pretending so well to please Chen. She didn't understand how he knew. Xiaolinger unequivocally confirmed to the guy that she knew the basics of cultivation. The main character was very surprised by the girl's answer. He didn't believe it was true. Xiao told him coyly that she was very weak compared to other people. The guy thought to himself that even the girl had cultivator abilities, and he didn't. Chen told the girl that she had been hiding her abilities for a long time. He asked her what degree she was at. Xiao hesitated. She didn't know what to say to the guy's question now. The girl asked about collecting chi energy. She looked at the peach tree and saw a girl appear behind the tree. Chen noticed that Xiaolinger was looking in the direction of the tree. He turned around to go there as well, but the protagonist near the tree saw nothing. The girl behind the tree disappeared. The guy asked strictly to Xiaolinger when exactly she became a cultivator. Xiao noticed the girl appearing behind the peach tree again. She advised Xiao to tell the guy that she had become a cultivator not too long ago. Chen was worried again. He realized that something very important was happening to the tree. The guy realized why Xiao was always looking behind his back when he said something. He thought someone was giving the girl a hint. The protagonist looked around once more and realized that it was just him and Xiaolinger. Chen took the watermelon dish in his hands and said, "Xiaolinger has done a very bad thing." The protagonist added that if the girl didn't tell him everything, he would take the watermelons away from her. Xiao said it wasn't her fault. Xiaolinger told me that her sister Peachtree taught her. She asked the guy not to take her watermelons. The guy was interested in this kind of answer about Sister Peachtree. He remembered about the cultivation book. The book reported that all living things that survive for many years can become immortal. These spirits can take human form and speak. The boy looked at the peach tree. He remembered that he had gotten a sprout from it from the system. Chen thought for a moment. He suggested that a tree sprout like fertilizer might be unusual. Peachtree Sis was upset she didn't like that Xiaolinger told the guy everything for the watermelons. The system turned to the peach tree. She told it that it needed to find a solution to the problem. Sis agreed. Sis realized there was only one way out. She put her fingers together in a magic spell. The Peachtree sister directed a magic beam at Xiaolinger's head. After a while, Xiao turned to the protagonist. She wanted to tell him something. Xiao said that not only the peach tree spoke to her, but also the clouds and even the watermelons. Chen lashed out at the girl with anger. He didn't understand what was happening to her. Xiao said in a weak and exhausted voice that she was very hot. The guy thought the cause of the girl's ailment was a side effect of the fertilizer. Chen took Xiao in his arms. He said that he had a sick woman in his arms, but he kept thinking about his own. The guy carried the girl in his arms into the house and told her to brace herself. At that time, Elder Lao was sitting at the edge of the forest. He was surrounded by flames. Something distracted him very much. He heard a loud noise in the distance. Elder Lao saw a huge and powerful explosion as if from under the earth. Lao saw a man appear in front of him. He called him a mean old man. The elder shouted at the alien for daring to attack an immortal. Bai Guofeng appeared in front of Lao. He told the elder that he was now stronger. Bai Guofeng asked Lao, is it impossible for him to even just say hello? The elder asked angrily at Guofeng why he chose to say hello in this way. Guofeng thought to himself that he had used the strongest chi energy technique and Lao was able to dodge very easily. Elder Lao thought to himself that Xiao Chong wasn't lying to him. Guofeng was able to break through to a new cultivation level with the help of the elder. Elder Lao said that he was very lazy to bicker with someone at the peak of the Mahayana realm. Guofeng replied to Lao that the last time they saw each other, the elder was also at the peak of Mahayana. Guofeng advised the elder to shut up and not say anything more about the Mahayana peak. The elder told his interlocutor that he had become worse than him. Guofeng got angry. Xiaolinger was quietly resting in her home. She was lying on her bed. Chen didn't understand where a girl could have gotten such a high fever. The main character realized it wasn't the watermelon. He had eaten it too, and he was fine. After thinking about it, the guy decided that it was because Xiaolinger was a cultivator. The main character heard someone knock on the door and asked if he was home. Chen greeted Old Man Lao and told him to come in without asking. An old man came into the yard and was very surprised. He was interested in the garden with watermelons. The old man thought that a couple of days ago there was nothing and now a huge number of watermelons. The old man felt that there was more spiritual power in watermelons than in the strongest medicines. The main character looked at the old man and thought he liked the watermelons. Here the guy remembered that the book said that when using excessive amounts of spiritual energy, a fever can occur. The boy asked Old Man Lao if watermelons could become elixirs with energy. He thought to himself that it was possible to create an elixir with magic fertilizer. The old man replied that he did not believe that watermelon could be an elixir. The old man thought to himself that watermelons had indeed become elixirs. Chen decided to himself that if the watermelons can't be an elixir, then it means that Xiaolingair just has a fever. The old man said that today was the opening day of the school, and for that reason, he had come to call the boy with Xiaolingair with him. The guy replied that the girl was sick, so he would follow her. The old man thought to himself how immortal Xiaolingair could get sick. The main character came to the bed and said that Xiaolingair can't eat all the watermelons. The guy gave the old man watermelons and told him to share them with the students at the ceremony. The old man answered the protagonist in agreement. He was still holding the watermelon in his hands. At the same time, a strong energy began to come out of the old man's hands. It was absorbed into the watermelon. The old man said he would return for the ceremony. Chen told him not to worry about the 10,000 disciples anymore. Old Man Lao said sternly and importantly to the guy that the students have already been recruited. At the same time, a ceremony with guests was taking place in the building. There were many people walking around, and there was also Old Man Lao and his granddaughter. The granddaughter asked the grandfather if the older man was coming today. He told her that the main character had other things to do, so he wouldn't come. The old man saw that a princess had come to the ceremony. He told her that he didn't think she would come. The princess came up and said hello to the old man and called him Grandpa Muron. Then the old man came to the center of the court and told the celebration to begin. A man came up to the old man and called himself the Emperor of the Ancients and wanted to talk. The other man said that this Taoist was the Emperor of Shaozhen Mountain Country, and he himself wanted to talk to him. A young master of the Purgatory sect was standing nearby. He looked at Old Man Lao and said that the patriarch was now at the stage of no more than a demigod. He added that there was no great power in the sect, other than the information dragon. It was almost useless. He asked his colleague nicknamed Cannon Fodder if he meant it as an encounter with an immortal. Cannon Fodder replied to the master that he wasn't lying to him. He was telling the truth about how this sect of outcasts had suddenly risen to the heights of fame and managed to gain the favor of the empire. The young master of the Purgatory sect said strictly that it was all a trick to deceive the disciples. The young master of the Purgatory sect instructed Cannon Flesh to enter the clan with the mountain defense training. Even if it opens up, it won't have any effect on them. A young master saw a dragon in the sky. He said that this dragon was only at the peak of Dhyana, so he could give it a fight. At the end, the young master instructed a subordinate to capture Murong Shui. The young master looked at Murong Shu and said that now they would be able to capture her and turn her into a weapon. Just then, Murong Shu's attention was distracted by something off to the side. She turned around. She saw a young master of the Purgatory sect standing next to her. Suddenly, the young master saw Long Aoshin, the owner of Tianzhong Tower, fly across the sky. Zheng Danten, who was the director of Shushen Immortal Academy, also flew by. Then Bai Gufeng, who was the owner of the treasury, also arrived. Next to him flew a boy with red hair. They all came down from heaven and said they were here to congratulate you on the opening. The young master of the Purgatory sect was surprised by the arrival of the three strongest people. The young master of the Purgatory sect didn't understand why all these people were here. Long Aoshin, the owner of Tianzhong Tower, thought that Bai Guofen had arrived since he had heard of Senior. Old Man Lao apologized for not greeting the three guests properly. They told him he was very polite. Old Man Lao thanked the visitors for saving him that time. Zhen Danten, the director of Shushen Immortal Academy, told the old man too that he could just call him Brother Zhen. Bai Guofeng also wanted to introduce himself but didn't have time because of the other's behavior. Zheng Danten and Long Aoshin shouted that Gufeng should be called a jerk. Old Man Lao told the guests that they had come apparently because of the elder. He invited them to pass. Zheng Danten told the old man to accept their humble gift. He took out a box. Zheng Danten opened the box and said that it was a painting called The Dragon and Phoenix Chengxiang. He added that if you look at the picture for a long time, you can improve your cultivation skills. Old Man Lao was very amazed at what he saw. He had not expected such a gift. Old Man Lao said that this is the treasure of the Shushen Immortal Academy. Zheng Danten confirmed his words. He said it was a gift for the academy to open. Bai Gufeng came over with a box. He said he could not leave the old man without a proper gift. He opened the box and a blue glow came out. Gufeng said it was a source of pure spiritual energy. Long Aoshin said that there are 5 levels of spiritual guides. These are low, medium, and high. Long Aoshin told Stark Lao that he could flush Guofeng's gift down the toilet. He added that the absolute energy conductor would be better. Gufeng shouted to Long Aoshin that he would not calm down. He replied that he was always one step ahead of Gufeng. Bai Gufeng said unexpectedly that he has another gift. It's a gold card that gives a 10% discount in his treasury. Zheng Danten was very amazed at such a gift for Old Man Lao. Zheng Danten looked at Gufeng and thought that 10% was half of the treasury. Long Ocean said that he and Tianzhong Tower are at the full disposal of Senior. Long Ocean asked rudely at Guofeng how dare he take money from the elder. Bai Gufen shouted that his grandson would study at this academy, and from today he is a member of the Ping-An cult. The boy was very happy about this news. It was a nice gift from his grandfather. Long Aoshin shouted to Guofeng that he was planning to send his grandson to this academy. Gufeng replied that Long Aoshin could also send his grandson here. The conflict between Long Aoshin and Bai Guofeng was watched from the side by Zheng Danten. He thought how difficult it was to deal with them. The young master of the Purgatory sect was surprised that the top cultivators had come here to congratulate him on his discovery. He realized that there was someone very powerful at the head of the cult. His assistant Canon Fodder asked if they are still on schedule. The assistant reminded his master that they needed to catch Murong Shu. The young master shouted to the assistant to look around before opening his mouth. Murong Shui pointed at the young master of the Purgatory sect and his assistant, and said that those people were up to something. Such words made Long Bai and Zheng very excited. They couldn't understand who dared. Long Aoshin walked over to the young master and put his hand on his shoulder. Long asked strictly to the young master of the Purgatory sect what he was saying. Long asked the young master if he came from the torture cult and if he knew whose cult it was. He pointed out that the young master had gone on a rampage in his brother's cult. Bai Gufeng didn't like Long's boasting. Zhen told the young master that he had insulted his academy too. The young master turned to the older one and said that they must have misunderstood. He called himself a guest. Old man Lao said there was a misunderstanding. He called the young master a guest. After a little thought, the old man asked the young master if he had prepared a gift. Seeing the young master's confusion, the old man said that he was not picky. Old man Lao added that even if the gift is bad, the young master can give more to make up for it. Thanks to the spells, the young master poured out a bunch of gifts. These were gold coin swords and other valuable items. All the older ones looked at the pile of presents and were not very happy. The young master was very angry with all the elders. He didn't like everything that happened. The young master thought menacingly to himself that he would kill everyone here. Long Aoshin told Old Man Lao that he lived on a hill nearby so would pass to him from time to time. A black dragon in a golden glow was flying across the sky, and gradually it turned into a black dog. The dog leisurely began to descend down from the sky to the site of the ceremony. The dog came up to Old Man Lao. She was frightened and exhausted. The old man called the dog Sister Dragon and asked what was wrong. The dog replied that he could not defeat the man in the sky. Everyone present looked up into the sky and saw a guy floating there. Old Man Lao said that there was an immortal in the sky. It was Chen Yangming. He said that he didn't think his trip here would be so fruitful. Chen added that the dragon didn't completely swallow the essence. In the future, the dog would not be able to become a full dragon. Chen Yangming shouted menacingly while addressing everyone present below. Old Man Lao was very frightened. He didn't know what to do in such a situation. Chen Yanming told the people present that if they didn't want to die on the spot, then let them destroy the formation and hand over the dragon to him. The old man turned to the immortal and said that the dragon did not belong to him or the cult, but to another man. If he wanted to take it, he should go to him. Chen Yangming called the old man a bug and said that he was giving him 3 seconds to think. Old Man Lao realized there was nothing he could do. He waited for his fate. A boy with golden hair flew up behind Chen Yanmin. He asked Chen what he planned to do. The immortal turned to the boy who had flown in and called him Golden Feather. Chen Yangming asked the boy what he was doing here. Golden Feather replied that he was defending this territory, and Chen Yangming was wasting the Immortal Realm's resources. Chen Yangming couldn't understand why the boy was defending the mortal cult. He didn't understand what was going on here. The immortal looked at the Golden Feather and sensed that the boy was very strong. Chen Yanming felt a very large force coming from the boy. He could not resist it. The immortal felt himself being carried away by an unknown force into the sky. The boy Golden Feather asked the immortal why he was running away from him. The boy flew and began to overtake Chen Yangming. He was very frightened. Golden Feather swung around and tried to strike the immortal. The boy managed to catch Chen Yanming a few times. As a result, he started to fall to the ground. The immortal collapsed down from a great height. There was an explosion on the ground. A huge hole had formed at the place where Chen Yangming had fallen. At the bottom of the pit lay the immortal. The Golden Feather boy came running up. He told Yanmin to go back to the cult and kneeled down and apologized. Chen Yangming said that he wouldn't apologize to the bugs. He was still lying on the earth. Besmertny wanted to announce now the conditions under which he would apologize. As a result of the boy's exposure to the Golden Feather, Chen Yangming came to the cult and asked for forgiveness on his knees there. The boy gave the old man Lao a bag of the immortal's things. He said that these things now belonged to the old man. Golden Feather told Chen Yangming to leave and tell everyone that the boy was protecting the cult. The immortal called the boy an elder and said that he would do everything. The next moment, Chen Yanming soared into the sky and disappeared into the clouds. The immortal shouted from the sky that he would come back again. The people on Earth were surprised. All this was very striking to old Lao. He thought deeply. The old man said that when everything was finally resolved within 3 days, they would receive 10,000 disciples. 3 days later, the system gave the guy a message that he had completed the task of taking on 10,000 students. Chen rejoiced. He realized that old man Lao was able to complete the task. He had not lied to him. The system reported that the guy as a reward could ask something ordinary, or he could recover cultivation. The main character got very excited. He realized he could become stronger. The system began to be updated, and this process started with 1%. After some time, the renewal process had already reached 50%. The guy waited. The update had already reached the 90% mark. That's where the update is almost over. For some reason, it froze at 99%. Then the whole system froze. The update remained at 90.9%. Chen was very annoyed. He didn't understand why the update was taking so long. The guy asked the system what kind of files it was downloading that took an hour. The guy noticed Xiaolinger behind him, wanting to run behind him unnoticed. He shouted at her to stand. Chen told the girl that she couldn't have watermelons. She told him it wasn't the watermelon's fault. The guy got distracted and he got a message from the system that there was an update. The main character was glad that it was finally over. He looked at the screen. The guy noticed that the system screen was now glowing with a golden color. Chen was very happy that the system would now have a golden screen. The system reported that now the user can choose the path of development and missions will appear automatically. The user has to wait for the mission to appear, and after completing the mission, he will get different rewards. Pass the raid mod. The system will pick 100 locations around the world. The guy will be able to move between them, and at the end of the mission, he will become stronger. After completing the 100th mission, he'll be invincible. Chen realized that he would need to fight people after the raid mod. He asked the system if he could fight someone now. The system reported that a guy can become a cultivator, but he has no spiritual roots. For this reason, it's impossible for him to develop independently. Cultivation would be at the peak of each level. The guy confidently said he was taking the second option and pressed the button. The system automatically confirmed acceptance of the changes from the protagonist. The system said that from now on the guy would be at the peak of the Duntane formation. The guy was glad that cultivation had been restored. It had taken 5 years for that to happen. Chen felt the appearance of a different flow of energy within himself. It was unknown to him. He looked and saw a golden glow in his hands. He thought it might be key energy. The protagonist decided to try out what new opportunities he had. Chen shot a whirlwind of fire from his hand into the wall of the building. He succeeded. The guy saw the destruction in the wall and realized that he could now use the cultivator techniques. The guy thought he was very strong, but Xiaolinger was behind him. She thought the protagonist was weak. The guy yelled for the girl to come over. She said she was on her way. The guy gave her a bamboo stick and asked her to hit it with all her might like last time. The girl agreed. Xiaolinger gave the guy a sly look and thought that he would be punished. A girl jumped up and swung a stick. She decided to punish the guy for not giving her watermelons. The protagonist thought that the girl could enhance herself with Kai energy. The protagonist recalled an incident that happened to him once. It was like yesterday for him. Chen sat on his veranda and indulged in the tea ceremony in complete peace. He noticed that the water in the cup began to move. He was distracted by it. Chen was displeased and couldn't understand who dared to interrupt his rest at such a time. Then he came face to face with a group of people whose movement could destroy the world. They appeared beside him. The guy told them all to attack together since he didn't have time to deal with each one. The main character was relaxed. He was still holding a cup of tea and was ready to fight. Very soon, the main character's enemies were completely neutralized and dead. Chen was able to kill all of them quickly without any effort and was unharmed himself. The boy with golden hair was surprised that the elder was so strong before. The elder told him not to ask stupid questions. The system gave a message to the guy that the first level was ready. She asked if he was going to start. The guy thought to himself that it was better than waiting for the assignment. He was ready to give an answer to the system. Chen heard someone calling him. He realized it was Old Man Lao. The guy told the system to wait for a while. Just then the manor gate opened and through it Old Man Lao entered the courtyard. Old Man Lao brought the dog and told the protagonist that he had come to return it. Chen replied that he didn't have to return the dog. The old man informed that the student intake was over and the dog wanted to spend time with the older man. The boy was surprised. Chen looked at the dog and said that it was kind and wouldn't bite. He thought to himself that he had become a cultivator and had gotten the roots of chi energy. He had nothing to fear now. The old man told the protagonist not to worry about being attacked. The dragon practiced Buddhism, so it wouldn't kill or maim people. The guy found it hard to believe that a demonic creature could be Buddhist. Chen looked at the dog for a long time, and then asked him if everything the old man said was true. The protagonist crouched next to the dog and commanded it to sit. Chen told the dog to give him a paw. The dog complied with the request. Chen named the dog Smolka and said it could always accompany him everywhere. The old man thought that only the eldest could play with the dragon without any problems. Chen asked the old man to lend him some level 3 or 4 pills. The old man was surprised at such a request. He didn't understand why the protagonist needed such garbage. Old man Lao looked at the protagonist and thought that the elder had suppressed his qi to the first level of Dantian. He didn't understand what the protagonist was up to. He told the guy that the ring on his hand had what he was looking for and wanted. The old man handed the guy the ring and said he'd go to the cult and get stronger medicine. The old man added that there was no need to return anything since the property of the Pinyin cult belonged to the protagonist. The boy thanked him. He thought to himself that he would pay the cult in full when he became stronger. Chen suggested that old man Lao take a couple more watermelons. The old man agreed. The guy said it's only a couple of watermelons. Xiaolinger won't eat many of them, so the old man can have them. The old man thanked the boy. He thought to himself that if the older man traded valuable watermelons for pills, he was giving them a chance to develop. As the old man left, he thought that maybe the main character couldn't find a reason to give them watermelons, so he came up with the pills as an excuse. The old man left with the watermelon and thought to himself that the elder was very kind. Chen thought to himself that the old man wanted to refuse him but was shy, so he agreed to his request. The protagonist thought to himself, looking happily after the old man, that he was very kind. Chen said that with the help of Smolka's dog and the right pills, he would get through the first level quickly. He remembered that he was missing a weapon. He thought to himself that he could use a cleaver, but this axe is very modest looking. The protagonist decided to go into the house. There he could find the weapon he needed. Chen and the dog stood together and silently looked at the sword that was in the room. After some thought, the protagonist decided that he would definitely take this sword for himself. The protagonist picked up his sword. He noted to himself that it was sharper, but without a sheath it was uncomfortable. Then the guy noticed that the sword glowed with a bright yellowish flame in his hands. Magical transformations began, and a scabbard began to appear around the sword. In the end, the guy received a battle sword with a luxurious scabbard. The weapon shone brightly. Chen noted to himself that the scabbard had appeared on its own. He said that a magical weapon was worthy of being one. The protagonist hung the sword on his belt and called his dog Smolka to him. The guy was walking and instructed the system to get ready. The dog thought she had just gotten back and where to go next. The boy hidden in the sword told her to just walk and keep quiet. The dog was very much surprised. She looked at the shining gold plate. The magic sword shown in it had its own spirit hidden within it in the form of a boy. The system gave a message that the power was hidden, so you have to be careful not to reveal yourself. It's enough to show a little bit of power. Sword Boy felt a lot of pressure. He wondered if this was what Big Brother was talking about. Then he noticed the lady. Then the mistress appeared in her blue reality. She was seen by the Sword Boy. Mistress said she had finally entered a new stage. She didn't think there would be so many obstacles. Next, Mistress said she was wasting too much time. At the end, Mistress confidently and mysteriously said that they would meet soon. The main character came to the northern region. It was a big city. A guy was walking through the city with tall buildings and crowds of people around him. Chen noted that the place was very lively. He assumed that he would be performing system missions in the forests, but his missions would be in separate kingdoms. The system told the guy that in this kingdom he would be known as Long Aocean. The system said that after the successful completion of the task, the guy's Kai level would increase. The guy didn't understand why he had to use the old man's name. He remembered that the main task was to make everyone in the kingdom aware of him. He decided to try that now. Chen approached the nearest passerby and asked him if he thought the main character was different. A passerby yelled angrily to the guy that he was crazy and moved on. Chen thought that the system error on everyone doesn't work. He wouldn't be able to cheat. Then someone put a hand on the guy's shoulder and told him he was different. The guy saw a local man with him. He introduced himself as Wen Dragui. He asked the protagonist if he was a cultivation genius. He said that he would become a worthy person in the future. Chen told the passerby to back off and called him a peddler. Wen Dragui said he wasn't selling anything. Wen asked Chung if he could join their team for the tournament. The boy was interested. Wen Dragui said that the protagonist is new here, so he might not know something. Wen Dragui said that martial arts are highly valued in the kingdom of Jiangwu. For this reason, a martial arts tournament is held on the prince's birthday. The team needs 5 people. So far, there are only 3. Wen Dragui had told the protagonist that his cultivation was at the first level. That's why he asked him. The boy thought to himself that if he got any place, he would complete the assignment and be able to test his skills in public. He realized he had to be extremely careful. Chen replied to the passerby that he had thought about participating, but he was busy with something else. Wen Dragui told the guy to think hard and go to the tea room. He agreed. Wen Dragui watched the protagonist leave with regret. Van decided sadly that he seemed to have been turned down. He was on his way to the tea house. In the tea room sat a beautiful girl dressed in green. She was holding a cup in her hand. The girl told Van the drag queen to find someone else. Then Chen noticed a nearby place with a lot of people around it. He wondered why everyone was crowded there. The protagonist noticed that there was some kind of gambling going on at the table. One of the participants shouted that he had made 5 bets and all of them failed. One of the participants demanded that his money be returned to him. Li Shua was the boss of the game. He told the loser that his luck had simply turned away from him. Li Shua thought that if it was only an angry rookie who resented him, then he was not allowed to beat him. Here, Li Shua showed the surrounding people a mysterious white card in his hand. The people around him were surprised. They realized that Li Shua was a 3rd-level master. The main character came closer. He decided to chat with Li Shua. The other people started to disperse. Li Shua called the protagonist brother Taoist and asked the protagonist if he wanted to try it. Chen replied that he was only interested in the method of operation of his spheres. Li Shua began to explain that there are barriers under the domes. The first is the Anidia.era defense barrier. At the same time, under the second dome is the integration protection of the external environment. Li Shua continued the protagonist to choose one of the barriers and try to destroy it. If successful, Chen would receive 10 times his bet. Chen liked the offer. He realized he could make some money here. The protagonist said that he didn't have a soul stone. He asked Li Shua how many times he could play for a level 1 pill. Li Shua replied that such a pill is worth 60 soul stones. The protagonist can play for such a pill 11 times. The guy liked this kind of continuation. Li Shua thought the protagonist was a stupid rich man, so he decided to rip him off. Li Shua wondered whichever dome Chen chooses, he would still lose, since none of the domes would even crack. At this time, the protagonist began to pull his golden dot-colored sword out of its sheath. Li Shua was very much disturbed by this. He didn't expect to see this weapon here. Li Shua thought to himself that the protagonist had some kind of low-level sword. He thought he had seen this weapon somewhere before. Li Shua recalled the case of the magical appearance of the golden ray from heaven to earth. The boy Golden Feather was also present at the time of the appearance of the golden ray. Li Shua still couldn't believe that the protagonist was holding the same sword. Li Shua had also heard that the Immortal artifact had made its way to the southern lands, but he couldn't understand how the sword could recognize the protagonist. Li Shua remembered that the guy had paid anyway, so he would set his defense to the max. The boy swung his sword at the sphere and it shattered. Li Shua realized that the main character was holding an immortal sword. He was greatly amazed. Chen was personally surprised by his success. He joyfully held the sword in his hands. The protagonist noticed that along with the dome, the backing of the dome also broke. He thought it was because he had swung very hard. Chen asked Li Shua how to calculate his winnings now. The guy didn't have any money for repairs. Li Shua rejoiced. He realized that Chen knew he was cheating but wouldn't kill him. Out loud, he confirmed the protagonist's win. Li Shua gave the protagonist the winnings of 600 soul stones. Chen thanked him and said he was an honest man. As Chen left, he was glad that Li Shua did not demand money from him for repairs. Li Shua was glad that the protagonist wasn't angry. He realized that an immortal weapon like he once said could protect his master from anyone. Li Shua looked after the protagonist. He noticed something very interesting. Chen was walking down the street with his dog. A group of people started to follow him. The guy thought the people following him had been following him from the beginning. They could have been the guys from the shopkeeper he met at the entrance to town. Li Shua walked up to the protagonist, put his hand on his shoulder, and greeted him. Chen asked Li Shua what he wanted. He replied that he didn't come with those guys who wanted to rob the protagonist. He was here to help him. Li Shua told the protagonist that under his protection, no living soul would come near him. And further down the street following the protagonist was a group of armed warriors. Li Shua told the protagonist that he was now untouchable. Chen thanked him for that. Afterward, Li Shua asked the main character his name. Chen said that his name was Long Aocean. Li Shua was very wary when he heard Long Aocean's name. He had heard it somewhere before. Li Shua remembered that Long Ocean's name was the boss of Tianzhong Tower. After thinking for a bit, Li Shua decided unequivocally that a cultivator would never use another person's name. Li Shua remembered that there was a very strong man behind the Tianzhong Tower. At the same time, the main character is holding an immortal weapon. Chen asked Li Shua why he was sweating so much. Li Shua, to justify himself, told the protagonist that he was sweating because they were standing in one place for a long time. The protagonist decided to return to the tea house he had already been to today. Chen walked to the entrance of the tea house and greeted all the people there. Wei was very surprised to see the main character. He asked him if he agreed. The girl in green was very surprised to see that Li Shua had come with the main character. Inside the tea house was Peng Han. He was a cultivator of the 5th level of the Dantian realm. He asked Li Shua rudely what he was doing here. Li Shu replied that he wanted to participate too, so he's joining them all together with the main character. The girl in green was happy. Peng Han was angry. He realized that until Li Shua came, he was the strongest cultivator. This could help him win Fei Shan's attention. Peng Han still looked at Li Shua with anger. He thought to himself that he didn't expect this trash to come. Unexpectedly, Peng Han was attracted to Smolka, the dog who came with the protagonist. Peng Han asked Chen if this dog was his and why he brought it here. The protagonist calmly replied that it wasn't a dog that came with him, but a demonic being. Peng Han asked the protagonist with interest if he knew what he was talking about. Peng Han called the dog a garbage dog and said it couldn't be a demonic creature. A dragon began to awaken inside the dog. Peng Han noticed some changes in the dog. It made him very wary. Peng Han clearly saw and sensed a huge demonic dragon coming from the black dog. Peng Han seemed to be very much frightened, and with fright he fell on his knees on the floor. All the people around him were very surprised by this. They didn't understand what had happened to Peng Han. Li Shua became very interested in what was happening. He realized that the dog was the cause of everything. Li Shua looked at Smolka and realized that although she looked like a normal dog, she was emitting energy like a demonic being. The dog thought to himself whether Peng Han would dare to say anything to her again. Peng Han couldn't get up. He was still on his knees and couldn't understand why he had fallen. Peng Han looked at Smolka and couldn't understand that there could be so much pressure coming from her. Chen asked Peng Han whether he had fallen due to lack of hemoglobin or whether he had seen a ghost. Peng Han said in his defense that he just slipped and fell. The verbal conflict was interrupted by the girl in green. She told everyone to stop. The girl said there's not much time left before the tournament. We need to go to the wild mountains to get a good workout. They got together as a group and went to a distant forest. The distant place was called the Distant Mountains. Chen asked the girl why there were no creatures in the forest. She replied that they came at the wrong time. Small creatures hide if they see someone stronger and fiercer than them. The girl told the main character that he was on the lowest level, so he should stick with them. The guy agreed. Peng Han turned to the girl and called her Shen Shen. He said that she was of their level and no monster could harm them. Peng Han added that they came to pump, and they don't need to protect this scum. Shen Shen replied rudely and directly to Peng Han to bite his tongue. This kind of answer from the girl pleased the protagonist. Peng Han was still looking at Chen with anger. Peng Han looked at the protagonist and couldn't exactly realize how strong he was. Peng Han thought that he had no spiritual roots, and so he couldn't determine the level of the people around him. Chen felt that Peng Han wanted to hinder him. Sword asked the dog if he had shown the dragon's breath. Smolka answered that she didn't know. Sword said he had more cultivation than a dog. If she released the dragon breath, he wouldn't even notice. Sword added that if the dog released its energy again, they wouldn't meet any monsters. The dog thought to himself that he would help the people around him to practice. Smolka, after thinking about it, decided to sick a couple of monsters on Peng Han. Two bears were walking in a deep part of the forest. One asked the other to leave together. Shower Bear said that there was a very frightening beast on the other side of the mountain. Next to him was another bear, Xiongde. Xiongde replied to his friend to stop panicking. Shower is already at the initial stage of the Soul Realm, and no one can defeat him anymore. A dog came up behind the bear and told Xiongde to go and defeat the monster. The bear turned around and saw a dog sitting behind him. He was surprised. Xiongde realized that an unusual dog was sitting in front of him. He saw its powerful spiritual level. Xiongde saw a huge black dragon bursting out of the dog. The bear was very frightened, and out of fear he hid behind his friend. Xiongde calmed down and asked the dog what she was doing here, calling her a senior high. Smolka told the bears that she would not hurt them, and hoped they would help her. The protagonist, accompanied by other companions, walked farther and farther through the forest. Chen saw the bear in front and told those around him that there seemed to be a monster ahead. Peng Han asked the protagonist where the monsters were. He wanted to kill them with his own strength. Peng Han threw himself on the bear to show his heroism in front of Shen Shen. Peng Han prepared to strike the bear hard. His hand was enveloped in blue flames. The boy kicked the bear with all his might. He hoped he could defeat the monster right away. The bear remained standing as if nothing had happened. Peng Han was very surprised at this result. Peng Han saw that the bear wanted to attack him back. He was very frightened. Peng Han saw the bear swing its paw. He thought that the monster was in the early stages of the Soul Realm. The bear swung his paw at Peng Han with all his might, and he flew backwards. The bear was very pleased. Peng Han lay on the ground without any consciousness. Shen Shen thought with fear that here comes a strong monster. She saw the beginning stage of the Soul Realm in the bear. The girl looked at the lying Peng Han and realized that they only had one at the 7th step of the Dantean formation. The girl realized she had to flee. The bear wanted to attack her too. He was furious. The protagonist realized that the girl was in trouble and rushed towards her to save her. The protagonist bravely rushed with his sword to defend the girl from the bear. The bear wanted to hit Chen with his paw with all his might. He defended himself with his sword. The Shen Shen girl was very surprised. She didn't expect such bravery from Chen. The protagonist's other companion would also be very surprised that the guy was so brave to throw himself against the bear. Standing behind the others was Li Shua. He calmly watched everything that was happening. The bear stopped and calmed down. He realized to himself that it was a good thing he had been delayed. Bear thought to himself that if he had wounded Chen, the High One would have made mincemeat of him. Chen thought to himself that it was good that he had repelled the bear's attack, or he would have died on the spot. The boy was still holding his sword, and he wondered if he could hold off the bear. Why the others were not fighting. The main character's companions told him together that they were leaving everything to him. Chen decided that the monster was very weak, so they decided to entrust it to him. Peng Han possessed the 6th stage of the Dantain formation. He was lying unconscious. The guy thought that the bear only had the 1st stage of the Dantain formation. For this reason, Chen's companions wanted him to show off his abilities, so they trusted him to kill the monster himself. The guy realized he had to act decisively. He realized it was worth the effort. The protagonist hit the bear with all his might. It had no effect on the bear. The huge bear-shaped monster stood there and did not react to Chen's strikes in any way. Here, though, the bear realized he had to give in to the protagonist. He fell on his back. Chen was very excited about his success. He decided to continue killing the monster. The guy jumped up and wanted to finally wow the bear by jumping on top of it. Chen exposed his golden sword. He wanted to use it as a weapon now. The bear was very amazed he didn't expect the main character to want to kill him. Chen continued to attack the bear. The monster asked the dog why the elder was trying to kill him. After all, the bear was only supposed to play along with the protagonist. Smolka quietly replied to the monster that it was no longer her problem. The bear resented that answer. Lying on the ground, the monster decided it was time to end this circus or Chen would kill him. The bear rose to its paws with full determination to kill the protagonist now. The monster decided that he needed to avoid the main character's attacks and kill everyone else. He prepared to attack the girl Shen Shen. Chen once again with his sword rushed to defend the girl. The protagonist stood in front of the bear and yelled at the monster not to even think about such a thing. The bear realized he had to retreat. He calmed down and raised his paw in a conciliatory manner. The main character was very surprised but could not understand why the monster was leaving. Peng Han came to his senses. He opened his eyes and sat down on the ground. Peng Han asked what had just happened to him. He only remembered being thrown back. Then he saw a huge bear in front of him. Peng Han was very much afraid of it. Peng Han realized with fear that he would not be able to escape or defend himself in any way. In the end, the monster beat up Peng Han very badly and he could not defend himself. When they were all walking home, they didn't understand why the bear only beat him. Shen Shen said that the main character is very cool. She added that during the tournament, they might get on him. Peng Han was very angry that all the attention went to the protagonist. He decided to try to publicly humiliate Chen. Just then, Peng Han felt someone put a hand on his shoulder from behind. He thought at first that it was Wende Gui. He turned around and saw a huge angry gorilla behind him. Peng Han was very much frightened. He didn't expect to meet another monster. The gorilla from himself beat up Peng Han very badly. He didn't understand why all this was happening to him. After that, Peng Han was attacked by a huge giant snake. It strangled him with all its might. After that, Peng Han was attacked by a huge wild boar. He did not understand why it had happened. Peng Han lay battered and mangled with no strength. He didn't understand why he was the only one being beaten. Shen Shen said that she wanted to improve her teamwork skills first, but after so many incidents, it's not worth it anymore. Peng Han was lying on the earth. His companions made a stretcher for him to carry. Peng Han didn't understand why this had happened to him. The other guy told Peng that it wasn't that bad and he would be as good as new in a couple of days. The guy looked at Peng Han and said that he was badly hurt but not seriously injured. Chen thought to himself that he had assumed that Peng Han was strong, but he turned out to be a common sucker. The protagonist told Peng Han that if he was weak, he should not give up and keep practicing. Peng Han wanted to reply something, but he didn't have the strength to do so. He couldn't even stand up. In the end, Wen Han became completely unconscious. His last thought was why this had happened to him. Li Shua thought the protagonist was very strong. He thought it was good that they had a good relationship. Chen told Li Shua that he had to go to the Alchemist's Guild, so won't see him tomorrow. Li Shua told the protagonist that he had to go there too. He wanted to buy pills there and suggested that we go together. Li Shua asked the protagonist if he wanted to buy healing pills. Chen replied that he wanted to sell his pills to the Alchemist's Guild. Li Shua said that the Alchemist Guild knows him, so they would be favored in the sale. The next day, they arrived at the site. At the entrance of the Alchemist's Guild, they were greeted by a cute girl. She asked Li Shua why he had come to them. The girl in the guild was called Ye Ming. She asked why Li Shua had come unannounced. Ye Min looked closely at the main character. She hadn't seen him before. The girl suggested that Chen eat with him together sometime. The guy replied that he had come to sell something. Ye Min told the protagonist to show what he brought, and she will evaluate it further. Chen thanked the girl and took out of his pocket the ring that old man Lao had given him. The guy started manipulating the ring. He needed to get pills for himself. The guy conjured a piece of yellow material out of the ring and said the pills were here. Li Shua and Ye Min were very much surprised. They didn't see any pills in the guy's hand. Chen looked at the piece of yellow material in his hands and said it was something wrong. The protagonist said that he just got this ring and so he is not very good at using it. Li Shua thought to himself that the protagonist was able to kill the Yuan Yin monster, so he has no right to embarrass himself on nothing. Chen continued to perform spells with the ring. He was not succeeding. Unexpectedly, the manipulation resulted in the protagonist being able to create a gold card. The card thus created fell to the ground. This attracted the girl's attention. Yimin took the card in her hands and said that she had seen something like this somewhere before. The girl guessed that it was a gold card from the treasury. She knew that there was only one such card and it belonged only to the owner of the treasury. Chen, through complicated manipulations, still created his pills. Yimin turned to him and asked him to wait a little longer. Yamin ran somewhere and she shouted that she would be right back. The guy was very surprised. The girl realized that she had a difficult person coming to her if he had such a card. She decided to ask the master. Her master was sitting at the table and was busy playing. Bai Gufen and Long Aoshan were present. Master Yimin's name was Shimin Chen. He was very surprised by the story the girl told him that a guy named Lan Aotian, who owned a gold card of the treasury, had come to sell pills. At this time, Bai Gufen was playing at the table with Long Aoshan. They were all arguing over the game. Simon Chen definitely couldn't understand what was going on. He asked them to be quiet. Shimin Chen called Bai Guofeng and Long Aoshan, who were arguing beside him, idiots. Long Aoshan noticed something in Simon Chen's hands. Guofeng said that Simon was holding a gold card of the treasure hall. They realized that the main character was here. They decided to give advice to Shimin Chenyu. Long Aoshan took hold of Simon Chen's clothes to tell him something very important. Aoshan said in an important voice for Simon to treat the protagonist as his father. Simon was a little surprised. Gufeng in turn told Heman that even if his alchemist guild was emptied out, he should not say a word. Simon asked his guests if they were now referring to the guy they had previously met in the southern region. Simon told his guests in a commanding voice to stop. Shimon was told that he couldn't throw out the protagonist. Chen must be treated with respect and fulfill any request. If Shimon insults the protagonist in any way, he is finished. After this conversation, they continued to quietly play onward. Long Aotian said that he didn't think the senior would make it to the northern region so quickly. Simon Chen said that the protagonist could visit the treasure hall without any problems. Therefore, he would have no problem buying pills or elixirs. Simon said he knew the reason why the protagonist came here to see him. Simon said he needed it for senior, because he even came to the North Region General Council to find it. Long Aoshan thought to himself that he really disliked his interlocutor Simon Chen. Heman Chen looked at the card in his hands and thought about what he should do. Yemin's girlfriend was sold on romantic dreams of her possible love with the protagonist. She decided that she had to fulfill all of Chen's demands. She hoped the guy would propose to her. Yemin imagined realistically in her dreams how Chen offers her hand and heart. The girl thought to herself that the main character was very good. She ran. Yemin imagined how she would continue all of herself to Chen Yu. The girl imagined the guy's reaction. The mistress from the system was watching all of this. She didn't like it at all. Mistress was evaluating a possible meeting between the protagonist and Yimin. She said annoyed that here comes another one. The protagonist at this time was rejoicing over his successful transaction. He was holding the sack in his hands. Chen said that he didn't expect to be able to sell so many spirit stones for 10 third-level elixirs. He added that it was all thanks to the acquaintances Brother Liu had found for him. The hero also bought 2 cultivation manuals. He will study them at home. The boy, along with his dog Smolka, approached an alley. They stopped. Chen instructed the system to teleport him back. The system gave the confirmation. The boy thought to himself that the people Liu's brother had introduced him to could be very useful. He didn't understand why girls in this world always wanted to get married. The guy thought to himself that it was because he was very handsome. The system issued a message that the teleportation process was complete. The protagonist had to teleport to the grounds of his estate. The guy noticed that there was some kind of error. He didn't believe that the teleportation was complete. The protagonist and his dog were thrown after being teleported to the ground near the trees. Chen asked the system why the hell it had thrown him off the ground. The system told him that there was an error during teleportation. The boy shouted that there was no need to look for excuses. The dog and the sword wondered what was happening to the older man. The protagonist thought that he had been gone for a long time. For that reason, Xiaoling might have missed him. At the same time, the girl Xiaoling was relaxing in the courtyard. She thought to herself that the days without his brother were the best days for her. Suddenly the doors opened. The girl didn't expect someone to come in now. Xiaoling was happily resting and enjoying her solitude. Then she heard the voice of the main character saying that he was back. The girl was amazed. The girl revealed that she was very excited to see the main character arrive. Chen silently looked at the girl. Xiaoling wanted to hold back hard, but she still hiccuped. The girl wanted to cover her mouth, but a hiccup was still breaking through. She was ashamed in front of Chen. The girl said pitifully that she thought she was dying. She kept looking. The protagonist asked her how many watermelons she had eaten. At the same time, the night passed into the immortal world in the sky. A blood-red moon was shining. In the mansion, Mistress was taking a blood bath. The maid was pouring blood on Mistress. Here, Mistress scooped up some blood into her hand and something really displeased her. Mistress, sitting in the bathtub, said grudgingly that there was not enough blood again. The mistress demanded that her warrior come to her. He asked for instructions. The mistress said with a smile to go to the mortal world and destroy a few cities to replenish the blood supply. The next day, the protagonist woke up at his estate and it was a bright day. Chen said that even if he didn't sleep much, he was still full of energy. Chen stood near the peach tree. He had planned to leave on his business today. Xiaolinger anxiously asked her boyfriend if he was leaving her alone today. The older man looked at the girl carefully. He thought something might have happened to her. Chen replied to the girl that he would stay home with her and miss one meeting today. Xiaolinger told him that she was fine and not lonely. It won't be good for Chen to miss appointments. The boy thought to himself that it was a good thing he hadn't stayed long in that kingdom. Otherwise, the girl would have been sad without him. The protagonist told the girl that he would have to be away on business a lot. He advised Xiao to keep the fever at bay and consume watermelons minimally. The girl agreed. The guy came to the gate and he yelled to the girl that he was leaving. She said goodbye to him. Xiaolinger was very glad that Chen had left. She had her own plans for fun. A girl ran into the barn. She turned to the cleaver and told him to come out and play with her. The protagonist has come to a large city in the warrior kingdom on business. Chen was walking down the street. He thought to himself that he was a little late and he needed to find Brother Liu and the others. The protagonist noticed a red light in the sky. He realized that someone from the immortal world had come down here. He thought it was someone from a cult. Smoka the dog wondered what kind of immortal world this was and what kind of sect it was. The guy remembered that if there was an evil sect that could use human blood in its cultivation level. Apparently they were interested in the blood of people from this town. The guy decided he needed to go check out who exactly came down from the immortal world. A sect warrior flew across the sky. He looked down at the people and decided that there was a lot of blood to collect in this kingdom. The warrior prepared to use the spell to kill people. He wanted to start here. Suddenly the warrior heard the voice of the golden feather boy behind him. He asked the warrior why he had chosen this particular place. A sect warrior saw the boy carrying the golden weapon of the immortals. He didn't understand how he could have it. The boy told the warrior that those were the last words he spoke. The warrior shouted to the boy to stop. Golden Feather attacked him with his sword. The boy using the golden sword was able to kill this warrior. The boy was approached by a dog named Smolka. She said that this world is very big. But for some reason, the immortals from the sect decided to choose this place. The dog said the warrior who flew in was definitely out of luck. The boy said the dead warrior wasn't the only one who came down here. At the same time, the immortal sect warriors began to destroy other cities. There were a lot of dead people as a result of the destruction. The dog said they don't care about other cities without orders from the senior man. At the same time, Old Man Lao came to the gate of the main character's residence. He knocked. No one answered the old man. He thought to himself that the older man must be at home. Old Man Lao saw the elders begin to descend from the top of the sky. Elder Zhen looked around and was surprised to see his colleagues nearby. Bai Gufen said that they are all here for the same reason. Long Aoshin added that immortals destroy cities. Long Aoshin asked Old Man Lao if the elder was at home. The old man replied that the elder was not here. The elders who arrived were very surprised that the protagonist wasn't here. They were all spotted by Xiaolinger from the side. The girl approached the elders and greeted them by calling them grandfathers. One of the elders looked at the girl and saw that she had a very strong aura. He thought to himself that he never imagined the girl would be so cute. Long Aoshin shouted to one of the elders that Xiaolinger is the sister of the elder. Old Man Lao told the girl that they had a very important matter and needed the help of an elder. He asked where Chen was. Xiao said that the protagonist wouldn't be back until tonight. Old Man Lao thought anxiously that millions of people would die by evening. Xiaolinger asked the elders if they meant the guys in red suits. She said she could help too. Old Man Lao asked the girl if she had seen them. Xiaolinger replied that she had seen it. At the same time, her eyes sparkled. The girl said that if Chen returned early, her plans would be ruined. She decided to help the elders with such simple things. The girl started waving her arms in different directions. That should have helped. Xiaolinger raised her hand up and said cheerfully that it was ready. The elders stood nearby in bewilderment. High in the sky, two warriors of the immortal sect were talking to each other. One asked why two people were missing. The other replied that the other could not be contacted for some reason. The warrior said they can't do anything in this world and they can't be killed. Suddenly, the warrior saw a huge blue spirit in the sky in the form of a girl. It was Xiaolinger. One of the soldiers was very frightened. He did not expect to see such a thing. The warrior wanted to protect himself from the girl. He saw her huge hand in the sky. At the same time, Xiaolinger delivered a powerful blow with her hand on the warrior. Long Aoshin asked Xiaolinger seriously if she was joking. She replied that she was not. The girl remembered annoyed that she had missed one warrior from the Immortal sect in the skies. The warrior flew to the place where he was scheduled to meet his colleagues, but there was no one there. Just then something very much caught the warrior's attention. He turned to the side. The warrior saw a huge blue projection of Xiaoling'er in the sky, and it prepared to attack him. Xiaoling'er told the elders that she was able to destroy the warrior just by snapping her fingers. The girl gave all the details about the battle in the sky. Old Man Lao thought it would be hard for them to believe her stories. Bai Guofeng told Old Man Lao that they had no more time to wait. He suggested going to the northern region to find the elder. The old man replied that if they went there for nothing, they would violate the agreements of the elder in the region. A masked warrior jumped down from a tree and turned to Old Man Lao. He asked what was wrong. The masked warrior said that the immortals who destroyed the city were confronted by a huge figure. After that, they all disappeared. Old Man Lao was very surprised by this story. He asked the masked warrior if he had told everything. After that, Old Man Lao commanded the resolute warrior to leave. The old man thought to himself that they were thinking too much. He also remembered Xiaoling'er's stories. The girl told the elders that if she had helped them, now let them help her. The elders were busy working at the main character's estate. They decided to fulfill Xiaoling'er's request. Elder Zhen was cultivating the vegetable garden. He thought to himself that if the elder's younger sister was very strong, how strong was the elder himself? Another elder turned to his colleagues and said that all 5 of them were high, ranking people of varying power. Old Man Lao asked surprised if these words applied to him too. Long Aoshin said that 5 people are like 5 fingers to rule the world. He said that the elder plays them like pawns in chess. Bai Guofeng said that he was honored to join them as a pawn of senior. All the other elders said they were honored too. They were the 5 most powerful people in this world. At the same time in the Immortal world, in the evil sect's hallway, the female blood general brought reports to her lord. The female blood general said that the people they sent to the mortal world to collect blood suddenly died almost simultaneously. The blood lord said that there is someone in the mortal world who is immortal. The female lord told the female general that she really needed blood to get to a higher level. She also told the female general to go down herself and scout the situation. Xiaoling'er went to the elders and suggested that they eat watermelons. Long Aoshin asked the girl if she was serious about giving them this watermelon. Xiaoling'er confirmed that she was serious. The girl thought slyly to herself that she could then tell Chen that all the watermelons were eaten by the elders. Long Aoshin accepted the platter of watermelons from the girl's hands. They began to eat them. While the elders were enjoying the consumption of watermelons, the girl heard someone call out to her. Xiaoling'er saw a man standing in the gate. He asked permission to enter. The girl refused him. The man told the girl not to be mean to him. He reminded her that he had the right to visit them once a month. Then the hen looked menacingly at the man who had come in and asked if he had not heard the girl's answer well. The chicken confirmed to the guest that the girl said no. The fish added that the master was not at home. The elders could not understand what kind of man had come to them and dared to break in here. Bai Gufeng said that the alien's cultivation level was very high. He asked what kind of idiot came to her. Long Aoshin replied that an immortal emperor had come to see them. Guofeng immediately didn't even understand the answer he received from Long Aoshin. After thinking for a while, Elders Zhen and Guofeng were very surprised that the immortal emperor had come to them. Long Aoshin called the immortal emperor Brother Su and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The emperor called Long Aoshin Brother Moon and asked what he was doing here. Aotian explained to the emperor that he and the other elders are the assistants of Senior. The emperor listened to them attentively. Aotian added that they had come here to find the elder. The elders decided to tell the emperor what had happened. All this took a long time and the sun was already high. The emperor was still standing near the entrance of the manor. Long Aotian was telling him what had happened. After explaining the situation in detail, the emperor said that the massacre was caused by the evil sect warriors from the Immortal world. He is also looking into the matter, but has not come to any conclusion yet. Immortal Emperor said that he sensed that someone had decided to come down here again. He called the elders to come with him. At the same time, a portal to the warrior realm from the Immortal world opened. The female blood general went down to the place where the first soldier disappeared. She thought that the mortals in this world should feel her aura. Suddenly, the woman was very attracted to something. She was surprised. She saw the elders floating in the clouds. She could not understand what these people were doing here. The elders were still consuming the watermelons with gusto. They looked at the woman of the bloody general. The immortal emperor flew up behind the woman and asked if she was looking for him. She was very surprised. Just then, the immortal emperor grabbed the woman's throat with his hand with all his might. The emperor told the woman to spill everything. He threatened her otherwise to destroy her whole sect and torture her for 1,000 years. The woman couldn't understand what the immortal emperor was doing in the mortal world. She also thought that the emperor didn't need to appear in person even if her lord herself came here. This woman had a hunch of some kind. She decided to try to escape. The next moment, the Emperor noticed that the female blood general had disappeared. The Emperor wondered what kind of escape technique this woman from the immortal world had used. The Emperor shouted confidently after her that she could not escape him. The female bloody general teleported successfully to another location. Sitting on the ground, the woman realized that she wouldn't be able to escape from the immortal Emperor. Here the female blood general remembered her lord's request. She decided to be sure to kill every mortal within a 100-mile radius. She was ready to die and take everyone with her. The immortal Emperor was able to catch up with the bloody general's woman. He asked her how dare she brag to him with such weak skills. The Emperor told her to look at the real power, and he activated his virtual amulet. The Emperor thought to himself that he couldn't use that much energy. The female bloody general realized that the immortal Emperor in this world appeared because of someone he was looking out for. She didn't think it would be because of a mortal. The Emperor didn't know whether to use his full power or not. Long Aoshin said that if he let the woman go, more mortals would die in the future. The Emperor said that saving these mortals was not a problem. He added that the female bloody general had taken hostages in the forest. Chen was among them. The Emperor noticed that behind the hostages was also an elder. The protagonist could not understand why his companions had stopped. Li Shua said he felt a terrifying aura of death and a desire to kill. Another guy, Peng Han, said he couldn't move at all. Peng Han realized that he couldn't even speak. He didn't realize it either because of suppression or fear. Peng Han decided that in such a situation, they couldn't just sit and wait. He decided to act now, even if it was 1 chance in 10,000. Peng Han decided to save the girl Shan Shan by all means. She was standing there unable to move. Peng Han noticed that the main character had decided to approach a woman from the immortal world. He asked her what he was going to do. Peng Han told the protagonist not to go there for he would be killed. Smolka the dog asked Sword what they should do now. The Sword replied that it could not fight this woman from the immortal world because it was very dangerous. The female bloody general was surprised that the protagonist was freely approaching her. She saw that Chen was only at the first stage of Dantane formation, but he wasn't suppressed by her ki energy. The main character approached the girl and asked if there was anything he could do to help her. She was very surprised. Smolka the dog and the golden sword didn't understand what the main character was doing now. The female bloody general replied in a surprised voice to the guy that she had taken them all hostage. The guy was surprised to hear that. He didn't expect that there were still such things as robbing ordinary girls. The woman from the world of immortals was surprised that the protagonist called her an ordinary girl. She eventually decides that Chen is very strange, and so she might as well kill him. The woman wanted at that moment to hit the guy's neck with her hand with all her might. No matter how hard the woman tried, she was never able to bring harm to the protagonist. All the attacks of the female bloody general did not bring any harm to Chen. The woman was very surprised. She didn't understand why she couldn't break through the guy's defense. The main character took the woman's hand and told her not to worry. He told the woman to take the soul stones, and she would always be as safe as when she met them. The main character told a woman from the immortal world that his friends are very powerful. The female bloody general thought it had been 1,000 years since she had been treated like a normal girl. She was surprised the guy gave her the spirit stones. The main character turned around and waved to the woman and told her to go home. She was surprised. The woman squeezed the rocks so hard they cracked. She thought the main character was still crazy. The woman decided to attack the protagonist from behind. She wanted to know what other secrets he had. The female bloody general was surprised that the guy didn't even move during her attack. She realized she couldn't attack the guy because of the space barrier. A woman from the world of the immortals noticed that she could not harm the protagonist or his friends in any way. The female bloody general realized that even the immortal emperor was not capable of such a thing. Here she felt a source of power that kept her from attacking. The woman from the world of immortals turned her gaze into the endless distance to the mansion in the mountains. She saw the system mistress standing on the balcony of the mansion and looking at her. The mistress of the system strictly said that a woman is not worthy to touch the protagonist. A woman from the immortal world felt a blue glow surround her. The female blood general began to be enveloped by blue lightning. She couldn't resist. Gradually, the blue lightning bolts began to destroy the female bloody general. After that, the space barrier was deactivated. The protagonist and his companions felt it immediately. Chen asked, wondering where the woman from the world of immortals has gone. It was as if she had vanished. Shen Shen's girlfriend asked the protagonist if he was okay. Chen asked what was wrong. Eventually, Shen Shen began to explain to the protagonist in detail everything that had happened. Chen was very scared when he found out that the woman from the immortal world actually wanted to kill him. Peng Han was surprised very much that the protagonist did not understand everything right away. The protagonist said that he was actually very weak. He thought to himself that he didn't have the spiritual root to sense the aura of the enemy. Li Shua said that he has a feeling that Chen himself does not believe that he is very weak. Shen Shen said that they were done practicing for the day. The protagonist told her that he hadn't practiced enough. Li Shua offered compensation in the form of a walk. Suddenly, Li Shua felt a card activate in his pocket. He thought it might be urgent news from home. Long Aoshin said that he regretted that he didn't see Senior Battle. Immortal Emperor thought that it was the power of the Flood Black Dragon and immortal weapon. The Immortal Emperor deeply pondered whether he was right in his judgment. Old Man Lao said that the Elder was really in this region. Elder Jen said that the protagonist had taken a liking to some of these guys and they wanted to support him. Another elder said that he had details about Chen coming to their association to sell pills. The elder said that the protagonist passed along with a second-rank mage named Liu Shua. At the same time, a group of guests came to the Liu mansion to visit its owner. The great elder turned to Liu Qi and told him not to force them. The grand elder reminded us that they are all family. He added that under his leadership the family will be several times stronger than it is now. Liu Qi was the father of Liu Shua. He told the grand elder that he had received his position from his father and could not pass it on to him. The grand elder once again menacingly asked Liu Qi if he wanted to accept his proposal. Liu Qi was silent and he decided not to give in to the elder's entreaties for anything. The grand elder attacked Liu Qi with a blue lightning strike. In the end, Liu Qi was lying on the floor without any strength. The grand elder said that he would ask again. The elder asked Liu Qi whether he agreed or not. He added that he would take the seat anyway. The grand elder told Liu Qi that he had no sense to stay in Liu's family. He wanted to hit him. Suddenly, Liu Shua entered the house. He told the great elder to stop. The father asked his son why he had returned. Liu Shua replied that he could not help but return at such a moment in time. Liu Shua asked the grand elder if he was trying to start a riot. He said he might kill him before he killed his father. The elder said he was surprised to see young Master Liu. The grand elder asked Liu Shua how he wanted to stop him with his current strength. He swung around to hit the guy. At the same moment, Tower Master Tianyun and the rest of the elders walked in. The master of the treasure hall and the president of the Alchemists Association also came. The grand elder didn't understand why these big shots had come here. The Liu family has nothing to do with the elders. At this time, Liu's father asked his son who he had already offended. The grand elder was worried that some of the family members would not be convinced by a violent takeover of the head position. Now he could justify it. Bai Guofeng asked strictly to the grand elder where the head of the Liu family was. Bai Guofeng thought that he should be the first to take the opportunity to please the elder. The great elder introduced himself. Bai Guofeng hit the grand elder and told him to get out. Lan Aotan asked Bai Guofeng why he was in such a hurry. He rebuked Bai Guofeng that they had come to visit and he was being rude to people. Bai Guofeng agreed and said that it was indeed too impulsive. The great elder had a mark on his face from the blow. Bai Guofeng approached him and said that he was in too much of a hurry, so he didn't pay attention to who was in front of him and apologized. The elder replied that it was fine and he was fine. The main thing was to make them happy. Hemen Chen approached Liu Shua and asked him if the man standing next to him was his father, and if that was the head of Liu's family. Liu Qi had beating marks on his face. Zhen Danteng excitedly asked who beat up the head. The grand elder said that he was the one who beat up the head. Since he had insulted bigwigs like them, Liu Qi deserved to be punished in his opinion. Bai Guofeng grabbed the great elder by the scruff of the neck and told him to repeat what he had said. Bai Guofeng angrily asked if Elder Liu Qi had injured Veliki. The latter replied that he had. Bai Guofeng threw the great elder with all his might and told him to get the hell away. Bai Guofeng grasped the shoulder of the hand with which he had thrown the elder and said that he was unlucky. Liu Shua turned to the elders. Lan Aotan said that there is no need to be polite. There is an elder who is interested in the young man's growth, and they just follow his wishes. That is why they came to visit him. Lan Aotan gave the young man a silver ring with a green stone. He said it was part of the assets of his branch in Tianzhong Tower. It was a gift. The man asked the boy to accept it. Bai Guofeng held out a gold ring with a red stone to Liu Shua. He said it was part of the assets of his treasure branch. He asked the young man to accept the ring. Hemen Chen also gave the young man a ring. He said that it was part of the assets of the Chtab, the Alchemist Guild apartments. Zheng Danten was surprised at the luxurious gifts his friends gave him. He thought that they were mocking him for not opening more branches. He awkwardly held out a modest ring as a gift from his Shushen Academy. Liu Shua felt embarrassed and said that he could not accept such gifts from men. Lan Aotan told the young man to just accept the gifts, for it was all for the sake of the elder. He put the rings in the boy's hand and wished him a bright future. Liu Qi thought that all these artifacts were worth more than the entire kingdom. He didn't understand why it was all given to Liu Shua. Liu Qi asked his son in a whisper whether the elder they were talking about had met the young man in his stall. Liu Shua replied that he had. The young man told his father that he did not expect to meet such a powerful man, Epi Sr., and he would never open his kiosk again. His father smiled and advised Liu Shua not to close the stall, because he could make a good career by opening more branches. The boy was shocked. Meanwhile, there was a clear sky over the forest where the elder was. The older man was sitting on the ground, looking at all his treasures. The boy thought he had gotten pretty rich, and he never thought he would find so much treasure wandering through the mountains. Senior thought that all these treasures should have been lost by cultivators of different levels, so this kind of treasure hunting was much more profitable than cutting firewood and digging up herbs in the mountains. At that moment, the elder heard a loud sound that came from deep within the forest. At this time, Yang Ming, the prince of the warrior kingdom, and his subordinates were also in the forest. They also heard the sound and were frightened. A demonic beast of the astral realm that looked like a giant panther appeared in front of Yang Ming and his men. The prince of the warrior kingdom was greatly frightened. Looking at the animal, he thought that this was where they would die. The young man thought that only a miracle could save them. At that time, the elder ran quickly to the sound he heard. Yang Ming saw the elder running straight towards the animal. Yang Ming realized that the senior was at the first stage of the Dantain formation. The young man thought that this guy would definitely be a quick snack for the demonic beast. The older man ran up and braked sharply against the ground. The elder stood directly in front of the demonic beast. The young man pointed his sword at it. The demonic beast screamed loudly in terror. The older one didn't understand what was going on with the beast at all. The elder's dog sat across from the demonic beast and glared viciously at him. The dog showed the demonic beast his true gut, a dragon. The demonic beast of the astral realm was frightened, saw this, and screamed loudly. The animal started running away. The older man shouted at the animal to stop. The animal did stop because of the young man's words. The eldest was very surprised that he made it. Yang Ming was puzzled because the elder had just scared away this monster. The guy thought that the elder was only at the first stage of the Dantan realm. Then why would the beast do his bidding? The elder coldly gave the demonic beast the command to sit. The cat obediently obeyed the elder's order. Yang Ming was shocked at what was happening. The demonic beast lay on the ground. The elder walked over to it and started stroking its head. Yang Ming didn't understand what happened to this monster and why it was acting like a dog. The older man asked if he was depressed. The boy sighed. The demonic beast started hugging and rubbing against the older man. The guy thought that this beast was too weak. He would have liked to face a monster like the bear last time, so at least he would be able to practice. Elder asked the demonic beast if he was scared of her burden. The cat's eyes rounded. The demonic beast frightenedly looked to the side. He looked at the dog, who was glowing with energy. The demonic beast thought it was very frightened. The elder didn't understand why the demonic beast was seriously frightened. He looked around. Thigai thought that maybe his big key was still working, and even though it didn't work on humans, but maybe on the monster it did. Yang Ming thanked the young man for saving them. The older man said that the most important thing was that he was okay. Yang Ming asked the elder what his cultivation level was. He thought that to be able to instantly suppress an astral realm monster, the elder's strength should be above the initial realm. Most likely the strength coming from him was just a trick. The elder was embarrassed by this question. He didn't want to talk about his low cultivation level. He replied that it didn't matter. The older man replied that maybe he was a little stronger than them, just a little. Yang Ming thought that the guy was hiding his cultivation level. He said that he understood. Yang Ming said that he wouldn't bother the elder anymore, and now he had to go. The elder told them to take care of themselves. One of Yang Ming's subjects asked him if it was true that even he couldn't determine this guy's cultivation level. Yang Ming replied that he really couldn't. He thought that the elder was much higher than the rest of the realm, perhaps so much higher that he couldn't even comprehend his strength level. The prince said that Senior had let them know that they shouldn't ask him about his cultivation level, so they should stop. The guy was going to demonstrate the way the elder looked at this world. Yang Ming said, "Put 2 fingers to the eyeball so that a small circle is formed. The guy thinks that for the older one, the world is exactly like this." Yang Ming thought that the presence of such a person in the kingdom was an important event, so he should inform his father as soon as possible. Senior wondered what to do next. With his key bug, he wouldn't be able to find any monsters to practice his skills. But it looks like he can make those monsters search for treasures on this mountain. The elder told the demon cat that she was in his power, so he asked her to take the elder to the other monsters. The cat listened to him, and Chen Pingang went to explore the area with the animals. The cat led the older man to a huge gorilla. It growled angrily. Gorilla was at the 2nd level, the nascent soul realm stage. Chen Pinghan was at the 1st level of the Dantain formation stage. The guy was going to use the gorilla to raise his skills. He pointed his sword at it. The eldest managed to defeat the gorilla. She fell first. His team of animals increased. Chen Pingang, along with the 3 animals already there, continued to explore the forest area. An hour later, dust rose over the forest. It looked like someone was running through the forest with such force that it could be seen from afar. The cultivators gathered and blocked one of the paths in the forest. Someone said for everyone to stay alert. The cultivators were surrounded by a protective barrier. At this moment, Lanaotan came to the scene. He asked where it was. The head of monster supervision greeted the elders and thanked them all for their help in intercepting the monsters. Lan Aotan replied that they were here from certain things too. He asked them to stop flattering and suggested that they talk about the situation in general. The elders learned that there was a flood of monsters rushing through the forest. Along with Lan Aotan, Himin Chen also arrived. The last time he could remember was decades ago, when someone had hunted down and killed a baby Mahayana peak monster. As a result, the Mahayana peak monster had led thousands of monsters across the land, nearly wiping out half of the entire kingdom. The head of monster supervision said that the wave was moving towards the kingdom, but this time it looked like someone was controlling it. The numbers of the wave reached 10,000. The elders were stunned by so many monsters advancing on the kingdom. Bai Guofeng asked if the goal was to strike the kingdom, who could control so many monsters, and if an immortal was behind it all again. Lan Otan said for Brother Su to leave, meaning that there are no other immortals in the mortal world to cause trouble. Lan Aochin also wondered who was behind all of this. In any case, he couldn't leave the tens of thousands of people living in this city to die. At this time, a wave of animals were carrying straight towards the cultivators at a great speed. They were closing in on them. Lan Aotan was very surprised to see someone riding a bear. Bai Guofeng also saw this. He was stunned. Lan Aotan said that he wasn't even surprised. Bai Guofeng added that it's not surprising, it's just commonplace. Himin Chen said that he had seen this before. The head of monster supervision was astonished. Such a reaction, he asked the elders. Didn't they just talk about how they weren't going to abandon people? Did they all give up? Lan Aotan said that they give up. After all, the person who controls this wave of monsters is Senior. The elder was riding a bear in the center of a crowd of monsters. The guy thought it was a lot more fun than driving a car. The bear was traveling at breakneck speed. The elder noticed the cultivators and wondered why there were so many people there. The young man pulled the skids and the bear stopped. The bear stopped right in front of Lan Aotan. The guy said that he was very glad that he ran into him here. The head of the monster supervisor was very surprised that the young man was only one to control such a wave of beasts. Considering his profession, he should ask this guy how he was able to control so many monsters at once. The head of monster supervision hadn't seen something like this ever before. Indeed, he couldn't understand how the elder was controlling them all. The head was amazed to see a dog come out from behind the bear. The head of monster supervision recognized the dog. He realized that it was actually a dragon. Lan Aotan said that they thought it was a wave of animals that wanted to attack the kingdom and were already preparing to attack. But apparently they were worried for nothing. The elder said that he had gathered all these animals because he needed their help to find the treasure. The elders didn't need to worry. There was no danger. The guy clapped his hands and told all the animals to disperse. The huge crowd of animals fled away from the elder in a flash. They carried on at great speed, kicking up dust high all around them. The animals knocked down everything in their path, broke trees. The guy was amazed to see it from the outside. Senior thought it looked pretty dangerous, so in the future, he wouldn't do it again. The elders wondered who else would pull something like that off. Returning home, the boy said that he had never thought that the wave of beasts could become so dangerous. Tomorrow, the young man had to go to Miss Tian's house to find out more about the tournament. The boy opened the gate of the house. In the courtyard, Warden Duan was waiting for him. The girl noticed that the elder had returned. The elder noticed Warden Duan standing in the courtyard. He asked what the girl was doing there. Warden Duan replied that she wanted to live here. The boy asked her what she meant. The girl said that it was honestly her uncle's place. 5 years ago, he left it in Warden Duane's care and left. The girl didn't care about this place. But recently the bookstore had to close for renovation, so she would have to live here for a while. The older man was confused when he found out it was her uncle's house. He asked the system what was going on. The system replied that the girl was not lying. Indeed, it was the house of Duan's boss's uncle, and the system had to borrow it. The guy was pissed off. After finding this out, he asked if the system couldn't have said this before, and why would she lie? The girl came close to Chen Pinggan and told him that she could not find temporary lodging except this house, so she asked him to be kind. The young man agreed. Senior went inside the house with Boss Duan. Evening had come. The girl decided to take a bath. She wiped her neck with a towel. Warden Duan thought how nice it felt after a bath. The girl looked very seductive. The older man thought that this woman was definitely doing this on purpose. The young man blushed with embarrassment and thought that he must have been crazy to agree to her living with them. The girl reached out to Chen Pinghan and asked if he was okay, if he was uncomfortable. The girl wrapped her arms around the guy's neck and asked if he was thinking about some naughty things. The elder shouted, "What is she even talking about? There's a child." Xiao Ling. He asked the girl to be more restrained and not to dress so revealingly. At this time, Xiao Ling was sitting at the table eating watermelon. Duan's boss laughed and said she was only joking. They all know each other. The girl told the older man that he shouldn't worry so much about small things. Warden Duan was about to go to bed. She went to her bedroom. The girl smiled seductively and asked Mr. Chen not to do anything indecent with her this night. The girl flushed again with embarrassment. The older man asked what she was even talking about. Chen Pinggang went out into the courtyard. He was angry and wondered why she was making this up. The guy went into his bedroom and slammed the door loudly. Xiaoling looked at this in surprise. The girl didn't understand anything at all, she thought, as long as they didn't take the watermelons away from her. Senior, sitting on his bed, thought that Mrs. Duan is dangerous and the guy is in danger. Every time the girl sees the guy, she keeps teasing him. Chen Pinggang feared what would happen if she only came to his room tonight. The guy thought that it was impossible since Xiaolin was at home, and the girl wouldn't be so bossy. Especially the door to the young man's room was locked. The older man decided that enough thinking was enough, and tomorrow he would go and look for a place for her to live. The guy fell asleep. Night fell. It was morning in the mortal world. Birds were flying around. Eldest woke up in bed. He opened his eyes and saw someone's hair. In his embrace, Madame Duan was lying in his arms. The guy was embarrassed. Waking up in the arms of Warden Duan, the young man was very amazed to see the girl. Chen Pinghan looked around. This was not his room. Guy didn't understand why he woke up in Boss Duane's room. The boy was confused. Chen Pinghan thought that maybe he was sleepwalking. He looked at Boss Duan. The girl was lying down in a very revealing outfit. The older man wondered how he didn't know. After all these years of mooning, the boy stammered. The older man got up from the girl's bed. Chen Pinggang didn't understand what was going on. At that moment, the girl reached out. The guy saw that she was wearing very seductive clothes. The older man was shocked. He looked at the girl in surprise. The older man thought that in any case, he should get out before he was spotted. He tiptoed toward the exit. At this moment, the door to Mrs. Duan's bedroom was opened by Xiaoling. The girl loudly asked if the girl was awake. Xiaoling caught a guy trying to leave Madame Duan's room. The girl was surprised to see her brother. She didn't understand what he was doing here. Xiaoling was embarrassed. She started to close the door and said that she didn't see anything. The elder said that he didn't do anything like that. Chen Pinggang told the girl not to make things up. These conversations woke up Mrs. Duan. She yawned. The girl said good morning to the older man and asked what he was doing in her room. The guy awkwardly said hello to the girl and said he wanted to take her to breakfast. Duane smiled and asked where breakfast was. The boy awkwardly replied that breakfast wasn't ready yet. It was a clear sunny day. Chen Pinggang was awkwardly eating a bun in the kitchen. All three of them were sitting at the table, eating breakfast. Warden Duane decided to talk about what had happened last night. The girl smiled and said that she had slept very well last night, and it was probably the best rest and sleep she had gotten this month. The older man blushed with embarrassment, remembering what had happened last night. Chen Pinggang was relieved that the girl didn't know anything. Xiaoling quietly asked her brother if she should now call Duan his wife. The boy choked on his bun at such a question from his sister. He spit out all the food right on the girl. Xiaoling asked why her brother did that. The elder replied that he told his sister not to make up anything. Duan smiled slyly. She took out a napkin and started wiping the girl's face. Boss Duan said that Xiaoling meant that the young man was already over 20 years old, so he should have found a wife by now. The boy thought about what his boss had said. He thought that this question had been bothering him for a long time, as well as the fact that there was a system that erased everything. Once upon a time, the elder lived in the world of men. The young man remembered those times and his home there. Chen Pinggang wondered how long he had stayed in this world. The young man thought back to his room where the picture of his wedding was hanging. The guy couldn't even believe he couldn't remember what his wife looked like. Warden Duan asked what was on Mr. Chen's mind and what he thought about the offer she made to him. The guy didn't understand what kind of offer she was talking about. Duan's boss asked what he thought about her becoming his wife. The boy blushed with embarrassment, his heart beating faster. The oldest put his chopsticks on the table, coughed and said he was full. Mr. Chen said he has some important things to do today, so he has to go. Xiaoling said Senior is so nervous, and can't you just say no? The guy went to the gate together with the dog. Madame Duan told the girl not to worry. One day the elder would understand and be careful, and if the girl tried to hint to him, the girl would confiscate her watermelon. Duan pulled Xiaoling by her ear. Warden Duan smiled and said that now was not yet the time for him to find out everything. At this time, it was a clear sunny day in the warrior kingdom. The elder came to the marketplace of the warrior kingdom. The young man decided to put aside ideas on finding a house for Duan for now. Tomorrow was the tournament. If the task couldn't be completed, there would be a big problem. Unexpectedly, Senior saw Miss Tian walking along with her acquaintance. They were talking about something. The older one approached the girl and said he was just about to look for her. What a coincidence. He asked where the others were. The girl didn't recognize him. She asked if they knew each other and what the young man's name was. The boy bewilderedly introduced himself with a stranger's name, Lun Aotianem. Miss Tian's acquaintance asked if the girl knew the older man. The princess replied that she didn't know him and had never seen the guy. Senior asked what about the tournament. Miss Tian's acquaintance told the young man to fuck off. He said that it was better for him to realize all at once that he shouldn't harass his fellow tournament mates. Senior thought that Miss Tian had teamed up with someone else again for the tournament. The older man got angry and thought that it was nonetheless overkill to pretend that they didn't know each other. Chen Pinggang said that in that case, he would consider that they didn't even know each other. The young man left. Senior told Miss Tian that they would see each other on the tent. The guy who was with the girl called the Senior Danton Level 1 trash. He was surprised that the guy had the courage to challenge. Hearing these words, the older man stopped. The dog asked why the sword didn't kill him. The sword replied that he wanted to, but it depends on the situation. There are too many people here and there is nothing he can do. The older man told the young man that since he was so good, how about we have a duel? The boy told him to bugger off. He didn't want to waste his time on someone like the elder. Chen Pinggang asked, "The young man is unwilling or just can he do it? The person who calls others trash at every turn is no better." The dog and the sword thought that the boss said just fine. The cocky guy said that since the older guy wanted to be beaten up so badly, then he would satisfy him. He told everyone around him to disperse. The guy's name was Mo Yi, and he was the son of the prime minister. A girl in the crowd wondered why he was in conflict with someone who was on the first level of the Duntain formation. Mo Yi asked the older man when he wanted to start fighting. Mo Yi asked the elder when he wanted to start fighting. Mo Yi said that he tried to do the elder a favor, but apparently he didn't need it. He asked the elder not to blame him for knocking him out. The older man started counting. He called out the number 3 and then 1. The young man pushed himself off the earth. The elder punched Mo Yi in the face with his fist. The crowd was surprised. Mo Yi himself was surprised. He didn't expect this from an elder. The guy flew to the ground from Chen Pinggang's blow. Mo Yi said that the elder is much stronger and how dare he disregard the martial ethics and use his power secretly. The older man reminded Mo Yi that he said they would start when he counted to 1, not 3. He swung his foot at Mo Yi. The crowd was in shock. They didn't understand what was wrong with this guy. Mo Yi had a mark on his face from the older man's shoe. He got very angry, saying that it was enough. The guy started to use his power. Mo Yi said that the older one is very good at trampling others, so he will tear his foot off today. Mo Yi got into a fighting stance and began to use the 1,000 breakthrough technique. Qi energy was blazing around him. The elder thought that the young man was going to use a martial art. According to the books, the essence of martial arts was to control one's qi. The elder realized that the lightning around his body was where he controlled his qi. The lightning was concentrating around Mo Yi's fist. Senior thought that it didn't look too difficult. Lightning was also surrounding Mo Yi's leg. Mo Yi swung at the senior and started attacking him. Chen Ping'an realized that the guy was using the 1,000 breakthrough technique. The elder dodged Mo Yi's strike. He didn't expect this. Blue lightning flashed around the elder. Mo Yi saw that Chen Ping'an had started to concentrate qi energy around his body. Mo Yi didn't understand how the elder had learned how to master this technique. The guy thought that Chen Pinggang was going to use his legs in battle. However, this turned out to be a bluff on the part of Senior Chen Pinggang struck Mo Yi's face with his fist. An excited Miss Tian ran up to Mo Yi. She asked if the young man was all right. The girl helped Mo Yi to sit down. She asked who the elder was and why he was getting in the way of others and beating them for no reason. Chen Pinggang didn't understand what the girl was talking about. He said that maybe he was wrong and there were 2 identical versions of the girl in this kingdom. At this moment, another Miss Tian called out to the elder. The guy was shocked that his assumption turned out to be correct. Chen Pinghan was stunned to see 2 identical girls. Turns out they were twins. Tian Laiqi asked if the young man was a member of Tian Shanshan's team. The latter replied that he was. Laiqi realized what her sister was going to do. Attack them before the tournament. She asked if that was the method the girl had chosen. Shan said it wasn't. The guy realized that the girls were twins. He thought they looked too much alike. Chen Pinggang wondered how he didn't realize that the girls were twins earlier. Tian Shanshan said that it must be a misunderstanding, and suggested that they talk about it and try to make up. Mo Yi was coming up from the earth. He was angry at this misunderstanding. Mo and began to use his powers, said he was insulted twice in the street and the girls tell him it was a misunderstanding. Mo Yi angrily said that he wanted to take Chen Pinggang's life. At this moment, Liu Shua joined their conversation. He wanted to see who here today wanted to touch the older man. Mo Yi was horrified when he saw Liu Shua. Mo Yi greeted the guy and asked him what he wanted. Liu Shua replied that he wanted exactly what he said he wanted. He explained that it was just a misunderstanding and there was no reason to quarrel. Mo Yi was furious because of the young man's words. The elder beat him 2 times in a row. He didn't know what kind of luck had fallen to the Liu family. Mo Yi didn't understand how, from a family whose existence was unknown to anyone, they had grown to a family that could not be insulted. Liu Shua smiled widely and said that it seems that Mo Yi doesn't really like it. Liu Shua asked what the guy thought about him exchanging a couple of punches with him. The elder said that it was unbelievable that Liu Shua was already recognized even on the streets. He wondered who his uncle was. The guy thought that there were big people behind Liu Shua. The guy thought that the senior was overplaying his hand too much. After all, he was the one who gave him everything Liu Shua had now. Mo Yi still pacified his anger and apologized to Liu Shua. He said that it was just a misunderstanding and they were leaving. Chen Laiqi glared angrily at her sister. Liu Shua thought that the elder could kill these two with a single sweep of his hand. But after all, he was pretending to be an ordinary person. Chen Pinggang said that he was sorry, and because of him, the two sisters now have a conflict. Tian Shanshan replied that it was fine. The girl said that because of certain circumstances, she and her sister had a bad relationship for a long time. Tian Shanshan suggested that the older man go to practice. Meanwhile, in the Immortal world, it was a dark night in the evil sect. The Immortal Emperor came to the evil sect's territory. He thought it was a disgusting method of cultivation. The man thought that apparently the elder also knew about the existence of these people, and for him to find them because of a mistake was to erase them. The Immortal Emperor thought that there was no need to give notice. He began to use his powers. His tremendous strength rushed to the top of the Immortal Emperor. The Immortal Emperor was going to exterminate all the members of the evil sect. He angrily commanded them all to die. The Immortal Emperor struck using his power on the sect. There was a loud explosion. Suddenly, the Immortal Emperor noticed something flying out from the explosion site. It was the Bloodlord who flew out. She thought that it was no surprise that people sent to the mortal world were dead. She thought that at best, it was a person from the immortal realm. The girl didn't understand why it was the Immortal Emperor. A sword was placed in front of her face. The Immortal Emperor asked if the girl thought she could escape. The Bloodlord stated that he couldn't kill her, because he knew who was behind the girl, and if the Immortal Emperor killed her, he would also die. The Immortal Emperor looked coldly at the Bloodlord. The man swung his sword and took the head off the girl's shoulders. He smiled and said that he would look at it again. It was a clear day in the divine world and the sun was shining brightly. Someone was playing checkers in God's world. The full man said that in one immortal world, the demonic seed he had sown was destroyed, and the reason was not clear to him either. The old man who was playing with him thought about it and asked if he was talking about the devastated immortal world. The man asked how the old man knew about it. The man said that his men had wounded the dragon, but he thought that was how it had fallen in the devastated immortal world, yet there was no trace of it there. The old man even had a premonition that something terrible would happen next. The man asked if there was someone stronger than them in the immortal world. He added that it was time to send someone and check things out. The man made a move with his checker. The Immortal Emperor walked through the ruins of the evil sect after the battle. He thought it was good that in the end the problem was solved. At that instant, the Immortal Emperor saw a huge golden door appear in the sky. The golden gate in the sky opened. The Immortal Emperor was very surprised to see them. He didn't understand what they were. A man from the divine world appeared from the golden door. She asked if the man was the son of the Immortal Emperor of this world. A girl from the immortal world descended to Earth. She said that it seems like it was the Immortal Emperor who destroyed this place. The person from the immortal world asked who was behind it. The Immortal Emperor raised his sword and told her to dream of the answer. The girl was surprised that the Immortal Emperor was going to fight her. She noticed that he had a strong spirit. A girl from the immortal world would like to see this battle. She wondered if the Immortal Emperor's bones would break first, or if he would be torn to pieces immediately. She began to use her strength and attack the man. The peach tree was blooming in Chen Pinggang's garden. Warden Duan was resting in a chair under the peach tree. A vision came to her of a man from the immortal world who had come to the mortal world. Warden Duan realized that it was the executioner who had come. Warden Duan called for help with a kitchen knife. It came in a flash. The kitchen knife took its human form. Warden Duan told him to go to the world of immortals and help the emperor. Knife smiled and said he would do it. The executioner all fought the Immortal Emperor. The girl said that the Immortal Emperor had a lot of courage to withstand her attacks for so long. The man told her to go to hell. He could hardly stand on his feet. The executioner noticed that there was still a man on the battlefield. That man was a knife. He flew to the Immortal Emperor's aid. The executioner said that she thought the man who came down here would be more impressive. However, it was only a small servant. Knife sighed. He said he thought someone would be stronger here, but unfortunately, he doesn't have time to play with the executioner. Knife took out a spell seal. Knife began to use his powers on it. The executioner looked on in horror. At this, she realized the knife was about to be used. The girl looked with surprise at all these seals. There were so many of them. The knife replied that there were more than 3,000 such seals. They surrounded the executioner. The knife decided to break only one seal today. He cut it in half. Knife said that would be enough to do the job. A sword of energy materialized in his hand. The Immortal Emperor fell to the ground. He coughed up blood. The Immortal Emperor realized that the man was the spirit of the knife from the Elder's house. He woundedly sat on the ground. The executioner asked who the knife was. He replied that she did not need to know who he was. Knife conjured up a sword. The light from it traveled upward. Chi energy began to appear around the sword. It collapsed everything around it. The executioner grimaced and asked the knife to stop. Knife swung his sword and destroyed everything around him in an instant. The blow of the sword came against the executioner's body. The girl screamed pitifully. Knife thought that he really missed the times, destroying the immortal world in one blow. He used to have more fun before. The immortal emperor didn't know that the knife used by the elder possessed such strength. The immortal emperor, looking at the crater left by the knife, wondered what the elder's true strength was then. A peach tree was blooming beautifully in the elder's yard. Knife finished his mission and flew home. He reported that everything had gone well. Warden Duan was displeased and asked what was good about it. Duan sat together with Xiao Shui and drank tea. The girl told the knife to make it more clean next time. The knife was confused. Warden Duan told Knife to go. He scratched his head, he felt awkward and said he would go. Duan put the cup on the table and thought that the emperor was still here and would need to meet him. At this moment, the immortal emperor was standing outside the elder's door. He thought that the young man had sent the knife to save him, and perhaps Chen Pinggang had already returned. The emperor felt it was necessary to tell the elder about the world of immortals and the secret attack by one of them. A man knocked on the door. The door was opened by Supervisor Duan. She asked what was wrong. The immortal emperor was very surprised to see the girl. They were already acquainted. He kneeled before the chief of the Duan. The immortal emperor called the girl a great master. She had already told him that she was not the immortal emperor's master. Duane asked if the man had forgotten what she had told him. The immortal emperor replied that the girl had told him to always treat her as a stranger. But 10,000 years ago, she had given him a heavenly law and allowed a man to become an immortal emperor. He would never forget her kindness and would never be able to repay her. Warden Duan said that since she had given him the heavenly law, the girl could not afford the word master. She asked the emperor to be a good boy and pretend he didn't know her. The heavenly emperor agreed. Warden Duan said that if the emperor was waiting for the elder, he wouldn't return until late in the evening. She suggested that he come in and see Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui glared angrily at her father. Immortal Emperor saw the girl and thought that he would come by some other time. Warden Duan thought that the girl would calm down after a while. The Immortal Emperor hoped that Duan was right. The reason why Xiao Shui doesn't want to see her father might be because of her mother. Warden Duan stopped the Immortal Emperor's story and said that she already knew everything and wasn't interested in hearing about it again. The man realized that it was quite expected that the girl already knew everything. The Immortal Emperor had a feeling that Chen Pinggang was a great strategist. He was worried that Duan was the opponent of the elder, however. Now that they were living together, he was relieved. It came to the Immortal Emperor's attention that these two were living together. He imagined their family life and thought that they were in a romantic relationship. It was a clear sunny day in the divine world. The man who had previously played checkers was angry. He did not understand how this was possible. He was saying that the man who had just been sent to the immortal world in an instant was killed along with his soul. The man didn't even have time to send reinforcements. The old man was shocked after hearing this. He said they don't have a way to research it properly anyway. The man said that the person who was sent down was one of the top of the middle level in the Divine World Division. And in that instant, he was killed, but all the evidence was gone. The man added that there is probably only one person with such power. The old man asked if he was referring to the Eternal God Emperor. Did he really come out after being in seclusion for so long? The old man did not understand how he was related to the immortal world. The man said that he did not know, but they were one of the most important figures in this divine world, where he had placed them. The man suggested that we go to him and find out for ourselves. The events unfold in a divine world in a beautiful castle. God, the emperor asked what the two were forgetting in his palace. Two men came to the peak of the God realm level. The God Emperor said that he had recently come out, so he was gaining strength. He asked them to speak quickly and to the point. One of them said that the God Emperor was in charge of the three factions. Gods, demons, and Buddhas, the God Emperor had to maintain neutrality. The man asked what his intentions were, attacking the demon faction now. The old man said that they came today to get an explanation. The God Emperor asked what had happened in the demon faction. God Emperor asked with a bored look if the men thought he had taken any action against their faction. God Emperor didn't remember doing such a thing. The man was very angry. He began to shout at God the Emperor. The man said that he had sent his man there, but the man had been destroyed along with his soul. The man demanded an explanation. The God Emperor looked at him intently. God the Emperor interjected what the man had said and swung his hand. He ran up to the man and asked with a furious look if someone had been destroyed along with his soul. The man was frightened and said that it was true. God the Emperor smirked. He understood what he was talking about. The God Emperor stirred and said that no one could do such things except these two. It was years ago, and finally he got some information. God, the Emperor, demanded that the men tell him everything they knew. It was a clear day in the mortal world. Li Shua looked up in surprise at something. He turned to Brother Long. Wen Dagui and Tian Shanshan were also looking at something fearfully. Li Shua asked if they were sure about it. Their sparring partners were to be the bears Xiaoer and Xiangde. They were the ones the guys looked at with horror. In front of the bears stood the elder. Chen Pinghan smiled and patted the bear on the back. He told the guys not to worry. He had used a secret artifact, so the bears would be very docile and they could confidently practice on them. Peng Han was certain that there was no such secret artifact that could control these demonic creatures. The young man remembered how in the past one of these bears had defeated him in a fight. Peng Han accused the elder of being the one to make those bears beat him up the other day. The elder said that he found this artifact a day ago, so it was definitely not him. Peng Han said that he had indeed treated the elder unkindly that day, and so he got what he deserved. Peng Han didn't know how many secrets the senior still had that he was hiding, but with him, the boys should have a good chance of winning the tournament. The tournament was very important to Tian Shanshan. The girl had already started practicing for the bear fight. Peng Han told the older man that he saw her sister today. They used to be very close, but now they have become enemies. The bear swung his paw at the girl. Tian Shanshan was unable to form a team at first because her sister had secretly set her up. The young man thought that the elder must have wondered what the situation even came to be. The bear hit the girl with its paw. Chen Pinggang stood astonished and listened to this story. He did not understand why Peng Han was still telling. Peng Han had already started to tell the story of the Tian sisters' Sora. Chen Pinggang huffed and said that he was not interested in listening to this. The young man was surprised. The elder said that he was participating in the tournament to achieve his own goals. Fate just happened to meet all of them, and so he was also an ordinary person, and didn't want to mess with his head. Peng Han listened to this in surprise. The elder saw the young man's reaction, and asked if it wouldn't be enough if they won the tournament. The next day the tournament was started. All spectators and participants gathered at the tournament arena. The elder petted the dog. He called her Smolka. The young man said that she could not participate in the tournament. The animal was upset. The young man tied her to a tree and asked the dog to just stay here while the tournament was going on. The dog nodded. The older man said that was good, and he would come back when it was over. He stroked the animal's head again. Chen Pinghan turned around and walked towards the tournament arena. A girl with pink hair was walking towards him. The young man didn't notice the girl. She was significantly shorter than him. Chen Pinghan bumped shoulders with her. The older man apologized for his inattention. The girl stopped. She turned around in surprise and looked at Chen Pinggang. The girl thought that the sword in his hand was not simple. She thought she had seen it somewhere before, but could not remember where. The girl woke up and thought that she couldn't be distracted anymore. If she didn't get the bird back this time, she would be scolded to death. Turns out the girl was distracted by treats and interesting food in the mortal world and lost the bird. The girl looked at Chen Pinggang's footsteps. She thought that the sword in his hand could really be a treasure. She thought that if she brought him home, that act would atone for the sin of losing the firebird. She decided to have a little more fun at the mortal tournament and compete in it. Flags were hoisted over the tournament arena to signify the start of the competition. Tian Laiqi and Mo Yi were sitting at the resting place in the tournament arena. Suddenly Mo Yi was called out and called his brother. The young man turned around. It was that girl with pink hair. Her name was Guo Shiyun. She asked if the tournament had already started and said that she was a little late. Tian Laiqi asked Mo Yi if Guo Shiyun was the participant the young man had decided to call. The boy replied that he didn't know anything and hadn't seen her before. Mo Yi asked the other participants if anyone knew this girl. The people around him replied that they did not know her. The girl's eyes lit up with chi power. She called the guys funny and asked how could she not be known since she was Guo Shiyun. The girl started to use her power on the others. It was something like hypnosis. She said that she was the most important member of their team. The power worked on Mo Yi, and he believed it. Guo Shiyun smiled slyly and thought that she had succeeded in hypnotizing the people around her. Sword Elder watched the scene. He thought that there were quite a few familiar faces in this mortal world lately. Sword knew the girl. She was a saint of the Yunji Immortal Realm sect. Tian Shanshan began to explain the conditions of the tournament. The girl said that the tournament was divided into 2 rounds, with the first round being a duel and the second round being a team match. Their team had enough strength to take first place, but they all had to be careful. Everyone on the team and listened carefully. The older man interrupted the girl and asked if he could go first in the duel. The guy explained that other teams would not allow their strongest player to participate in the arena, so they could keep their chai and earn higher points in the team matchup. The guy said that he was the weakest here, so this was the right round for him. Li Shua looked at him incredulously. Li Shua smiled and said, since the elder was burning with the desire to go first, It was worth giving him the opportunity. Tian Shanshan awkwardly agreed to this. The girl was surprised by this decision, as she thought that he was the strongest among them. The older man was very happy with the team's decision. He had learned something from the last fight on the street. The guy noticed that he could learn other people's martial arts skills at a glance. He was going to try this chip again at the tournament. The senior thought that if he could get so many skills for free, he could make a fortune from it. Li Shua told the elder that the prince was also participating in the tournament, so he should be careful. Chen Pinggang confidently reassured him and said that he would not hold back. Li Shua didn't know what to say to the guy. The king begged Li Shua to tell the elder, for he was afraid that Chen Pinggang would accidentally cripple the prince very badly. It was time for the tournament. In the first round, a senior fought against a prince. That prince turned out to be Yang Ming. He recognized the elder. After all, he had helped him deal with the monster. He was surprised that a person as high level as Chen Pinggang had also come to the tournament. The elder was surprised and delighted to see his opponent. He thought it was a wonderful discovery, and suggested he start fighting. Senior took a fighting stance and thought that since Yang Ming was a prince, he must have some very expensive martial arts skills. Yang Ming bowed politely to the elder and said that he was giving up. Chen Pinggang was shocked by this turn of events, and thus the senior won the first round. The tournament spectators were amazed that the prince just gave up. They could not think that the elder could be the prince's benefactor. Chen Pinggang, suddenly one of the audience, remembered something about the benefactor. A few days ago, they were attacked by a monster in the mountains. The monster looked like a huge centipede. The man defended himself against it with a shield. Turns out the older man was controlling the beasts in that forest and quickly saved those people from the monster. The elder was then riding a bear, his bear crushing this monster. The men now understood why the prince had given up, for the elder could control all these beasts. The man realized that the young man in the arena now was Chen Pinggang. Another man remarked that the older man had also saved them once. The rest of the audience also joined in and started saying that he had also helped them in the past. The other participant in the tournament, once their round with the senior also started, surrendered and bowed his head. Chen Pinggang didn't even realize who he was. This situation was repeated again. Another participant surrendered to the older one. The guy was amazed by this. He said that they had not even started fighting and those were already surrendering. At this point, another tournament participant approached the senior. He started singing a song in which he thanked the elder and showed him a heart. The elder became very angry and resented this behavior. The young man didn't realize whether it was a tournament or a charity event, and if he had known it was going to be like this, he would have been better off not going out at all, because so many people had already given up and it was a big loss. At this point, the next competitor in the tournament came out to the senior, and he confidently said that he didn't care what tricks the young man used. He told the elder not to think that he would let him win just like that. Chen Pinghan was glad that at least someone wanted to fight in this tournament. Opponent senior drew his sword from its sheath. He was surrounded by ki energy. The elder's first opponent was Mo Yi. He swung his sword and said that this time, he would make the young man suffer. He told the elder not to think that he would let him do the same thing that happened then. Mo Yi asked if the elder knew what the sword in his hand was. The elder was disappointed when he saw Mo Yi. He said that he had already learned his techniques and asked to fight someone else. Mo Yi was furious. The elder smugly remarked that Mo Yi's sword was not as good as his sword. Mo Yi became furious and asked who had even asked the elder about it. Mo Yi said that since they both used the sword, then he would let Chen Pinggang use the sword so that others would not think that Mo Yi was bullying him. The elder agreed and prepared to attack. Mo Yi thought that the elder really didn't know anything about the sword. This sword was found in a secret realm, and even powerful people on the continent want to obtain it. The guy smirked. At that moment, the elder swung his sword and struck Mo Yi's sword. It shattered into many shards. Mo Yi was amazed and realized that it was a spiritual weapon. He looked in shock at the shards of his sword that were flying everywhere. Senior asked why Mo Yi was talking about such a lousy weapon for so long. It was pissing him off. Mo Yi wondered how his magic weapon broke his spirit sword. It seemed impossible to the guy. The elder added that, to tell the truth, he had actually made a mistake that day and confused his comrade. But he had decided to beat up Mo Yi because he had called Chen Pinggang trash. The elder pointed his sword at the young man. Mo Yi asked if the elder would feel low if he beat him with the weapon. Senior didn't understand why he should care. After all, he had already behaved shamelessly in public twice. The guy thought about it and decided that taking a sword to easily slash Mo Yi didn't look good. Mo Yi sighed in relief and thought that as long as the elder didn't use the sword, everything would be fine. The elder conjured another sword for himself in a flash. He grinned and said that he thought chopping Mo Yi with two swords would be more stylish. Mo Yi was shocked at this guy's actions. He admitted defeat. Senior said it was the right decision, and now he's letting Mo Yi go. The spectators were shocked at Mo Yi's decision to admit defeat. They thought that his sword was the best, but the older man shattered it with a single blow. The difference between the two guys' strengths was really great, and Mo Yi had nothing to do but surrender. The onlookers thought the senior was just something. The young man stood proudly, rejoicing in his victory. Mo Yi frustratedly left the tournament arena. Yang Ming smiled. He had no idea that his benefactor had such a wonderful sense of humor. The prince realized from the conversation between the elder and Mo Yi that the two of them had a problem. Yang Ming glanced angrily at Mo Yi. The latter was the son of the prime minister, and the prince thought that he still needed to tell his father. The 10th round came. In it, the senior fought against Guo Xiun. The girl entered the arena and told the guy that his sword was really something. The older man was horrified to see who would fight him in the next round. The young man asked loudly who lost the child, pointing his finger at Guo Xiun. The girl got angry and said that his whole family was children. The girl started accusing the older man of having double standards for girls. Because what's wrong with being cute? She asked him why he called her a child. The older one asked if she was really participating in the tournament, because there was so much noise around because of the girl. Guo Xiun replied that in truth she was very interested in his sword. She offered to bet on this duel. The young man was surprised and interjected that the screensaver she wanted to bet. The girl said that he must put the sword that is in his hand. And the girl was going to bet herself. She asked how he could do such a thing. Guo Xiun started to use her powers of hypnosis. The guy looked at Guo Xiun with a bored look. She seemed mediocre and uninteresting to him. He replied that he didn't want to place a bet. The girl was shocked by Chen Pinggang's answer like that. She didn't understand how it was possible. Guo Xiun realized that the power of control wasn't working on him. She became very angry. The girl clenched her fists and replied, since the elder was so ignorant, she would take his sword herself. Guo Xiun started running to attack the elder. She used the blue phoenix technique. The older one's eyes sparkled. He was happy that he got to see a new technique at the tournament. The girl swung at the older man and struck him. At that instant, the older man vanished somewhere. The girl did not understand where the young man had gone. The elder moved behind Guo Xiun's back. He used the blue phoenix technique. Chen Pinghan couldn't believe that he had learned such a technique with just a single glance. He wondered if he was a genius. Guo Xiun noticed the elder behind her back. She tensely turned towards him. The girl landed another blow on the guy using her blue phoenix technique. Guy also used the blue phoenix technique and pushed off from the earth. He jumped high and I dodged the punch. Guo Xiun doesn't understand why the guy is using the same technique as her. Guo Xiun asked Chen Pinggang where he learned this technique. The girl said it was a secret technique of her sect. The older man replied that he had just learned it. Guo Xiun accused the older man of lying. He smiled and said that he wasn't lying and suggested that they shouldn't compare anything in general and just continue. The girl agreed. She figured that no matter what the truth was, the secret technique had already seeped into the mortal world. The girl reached for the sword on her back. Guo Xiun thought that this was why the elder should not be allowed to stay alive. She activated the power of her sword, drawing it out. Everything around her glowed with blue flames. The onlookers were surprised that Guo Xiun had a supreme spiritual weapon, because there weren't many such weapons in the entire continent. They wondered where this girl came from. Guo Xiun was a supreme master. The shape and will of her sword was unknown. Her sword was ready to be used. Many blue glowing swords appeared around. Guo Xiun closed her eyes and pointed all those blue swords in one direction. The elder was amazed that immortal cultivators usually recited their spells audibly. Senior decided to try to learn this spell. He said out loud, Supreme Master Gu Shifan. The power of the spell began to appear around the elder. Guo Xiun asked the young man if he could see the most powerful martial art of their sect. Chi energy also began to appear around the girl. Each sword the girl created represents a piece of the kingdom. Guo Xiun explained that one sword equals one human death. At that moment, the girl was suddenly struck by something. She stared forward. Chen Pinggang also created such swords from chi energy. They surrounded the guy and were aimed at Guo Xiun. The boy didn't understand what she was saying. He looked at the girl with a thoughtful face. Guo Xiun was angry that the senior was copying her techniques. The elder pointed all of his swords at the girl. Guo Xiun thought that he was clearly not a mere mortal in the immortal world. The girl had never heard of a genius of this level. Guo Xiun pulled out her sword from behind her back. It gleamed in the sun. The girl didn't believe that she couldn't defeat the elder. Guo Xiun started to use her strength on her sword. Suddenly, Guo Xiun stopped. She thought she saw a firebird behind her. The girl turned around, but there was nothing behind her. She thought that the aura of the firebird had appeared at a very bad time. Guo Xiun yelled at the guy and told him not to dare to run away. If he had the courage, he should wait for her to come back and they would fight again. The guy was confused by this sudden departure of Guo Xiun. He didn't understand how to undo the spell he had just learned. The girl flew away in the blink of an eye. Chen Pinggang shouted after her to stop and help him. There were a huge number of chi energy swords around the elder. The guy didn't know what to do to stop the spell. The senior looked down at the tournament spectators. He saw a man who was horrified at the sight of an older man surrounded by swords. The boy looked at the other people. They were also very afraid that the young man might hurt them. The people thought the older man was the murderer. They asked what his name was. At that time, the young man floated in the air with all his swords. The audience scattered in fear. At that moment, a letter from the system came to the elder. He looked at it with surprise. It said that the mission to make everyone in the kingdom know that Chen Ping'an existed had been successfully accomplished. The system congratulated the senior on the successful completion of the task. Chen Pinggang was furious. He didn't want people to know about him like this. He tried to break the system's notice and demanded that it help him get everything back now. After a while, everything became normal again and people calmed down. Yang Ming said that since no one is participating in the next bout, Tianshanshan's team won the first place in this competition. He congratulated the team. Only the Tianshanshan team members were standing in the tournament auditorium, and all the other spectators scattered. The guys were confused. Tianshanshan asked Li Shua that they had won without doing anything at all. The guy replied that no matter what, as long as the big boss is having fun, then everything is fine. Liu Shua noticed that despite winning, the elder was not particularly joyful. Chen Pinggang was depressed. He thought that a complete mess had happened. The elder thought that at least this was the first time this had happened when he could make a name for himself in this world. And he wanted it to turn out okay. The bottom line was that now everyone thought the young man was a devil. Yang Ming walked over to the elder, patted him on the shoulder and told him to ignore it. Later, the young man was going to send people to walk from one door to another and explain this misunderstanding. The elder thanked the prince for that. Yang Ming added that there would be a banquet tonight at the palace in honor of his birthday. He invited Senior to come to the party. Chen Pinggang was surprised by the banquet. At that moment, the elder received a message that the return teleportation would be in about 50 minutes. The young man realized that he would not be able to attend the banquet at the palace. The elder bowed and apologized for not being able to attend the prince's celebration. He was going to ask someone to give Yang Ming a gift. Yang Ming was saddened to hear this. The senior told his team members that he had spent a lot of time with them, but for some reasons, he wouldn't be able to stay for long. The young man apologized for that. Tian Shanshan said that since he had decided so, they couldn't force him to stay. The guy said goodbye, said they'd see each other again, and waved to his teammates. Meanwhile, some events were also taking place in the elder's home. The kitchen knife was in the guise of a man. His attention was drawn to something at the side. The same hot bird that Guo Shiyun had lost flew over his head. Knife asked the phoenix hen if she had called the firebird. The hen replied with a sparkling look that she had. The chicken. Phoenix noticed that the other creatures of the elder already had apprentices. The firebird landed on the ground. The phoenix hen said that the time had come when she would take an apprentice. The firebird was enormous in size. Guo Shiyun came to the elder's house, following the energy of the firebird. She was aghast that the aura of everyone in the elder's courtyard was stronger than an immortal emperor by 10,000 times. The girl looked fearfully through the open door into the elder's courtyard. She did not understand where in the world such a place could be found. The girl saw a kitchen knife in the yard, in the guise of a man and a phoenix bird hovering above it. The kitchen knife noticed someone standing outside the gate. The bird, a phoenix, perked up and transformed back into the shape of a chicken. Knife shouted loudly at her that the master would be back soon. The firebird asked the hen what was wrong. The hen ran away frightened. The phoenix hen told the firebird to stop talking and hide. The firebird obeyed her order. At this time, Guoxin didn't understand what was going on in the courtyard. At that moment, someone came into the elder's house. The girl heard footsteps. Guo Shiyun was very scared when she realized that someone was approaching from behind. The girl wondered who exactly could have scared all these mighty creatures to such an extent. She turned around shivering with fear. Behind her back, she saw the older man. The girl was in a stupor. The elder was shocked by the girl's presence. He didn't understand what she was doing here. After all, the northern region was hundreds of kilometers away. Chen Pinghan thought that perhaps Guo Shiyun was hiding her true strength. The guy had an idea that the girl had come here to take revenge. Guo Shiyun was shaking with fear. The girl clung to the older man's leg and began to sob. She was saying that it was all her fault for trespassing in his yard and talking nonsense. The older man tried to pull the girl off him. The elder said he didn't blame Guo Shiyun and asked the girl to stand up. She continued to sob. At this moment, someone called out to the senior. Chen Pinghan looked in that direction. It was Warden Duan and Xiaoling. The warden asked what the young man was doing. They were both carrying groceries in baskets. The elder asked if the girls had gone to the market. He was very surprised at their sudden return. Guo Shiyun continued to roar as she clung to the young man. The elder again asked her to quickly stand up. Boss Duan asked if Guo Xiyun is the same girl that Chen Ping'an likes. She said that it's no wonder the elder is so indifferent to her love. Xiaoling covered her eyes with her hands and thought that her brother was a pervert. The elders asked her not to make things up. The elder sighed and made an effort to unhook Guo Xiyun from himself. The elder approached Mrs. Duan and asked to be allowed to explain everything. Guo Xiyun was sitting on the ground at this time and trembling with fear. Guo Xiyun thought that there were suddenly so many terrifying masters. She had a feeling that this senior's cultivation must have been fake. The girl noticed that Boss Duan's strength was just as unfathomable, as if with a single thought she could make it dissolve into thin air. Guo Xiyun didn't understand who Xiaoling was. She thought that the girl was the daughter of Senior and Madame Duan. Guo Xiyun noticed that she didn't even look like she was more than 12 years old, but she was already Immortal realm level. Boss Duan gave Guo Xiyun a friendly hand and asked if she was okay. Duan smiled widely and said that she hadn't seen a girl in this city before. She suggested her to come inside for a cup of tea. However, Guo Xiyun saw this sentence very differently. She thought that Boss Duan was very mean to her and thought that she was trying to take her man away and wished for her death. Guo Xiyun was horrified at such a suggestion. Guo Xiyun turned her head, desperately refusing. Boss Duan was surprised by the girl's demeanor. Guo Xiyun began to slowly stagger backward, trying to get away. Suddenly the girl rushed away from Miss Duan with all her legs. Tay thought that the girl's behavior was very strange. Boss Duan thought it was very strange that the girl wouldn't even let her walk her home. Chen Pinggang started to justify himself to Mrs. Duan. He was saying that it was really not what she thought. Warden Duan smiled slyly at the young man. She was up to something. The girl said the older one is such a cutie and he may not have to explain himself before the days. The senior blushed and thought that Boss Duan was right. The young man didn't understand why he even started explaining things to her. Boss Duan said that she and Senior had known each other for almost 5 years and suggested that they address each other differently. She would call the young man Pinggang and he would call her Xin Xin. The boy agreed. Xiaoling watched with a sly smile. The young man blushed and thought that maybe after that night when they slept in each other's arms, he really had fallen in love with Boss Duan. The girl approached the older man. As he recited a new address to Madame Duan, he suddenly remembered something. Xin Xin's name seemed familiar to him. Images popped up in his mind. The guy had heard that name somewhere before. It seemed to be the name of his wife in his past life, which he had forgotten. Somewhere in his subconscious, scenes from their wedding were playing out. He remembered the music playing at their wedding and the doors slowly opening. His wife, Miss Chang Yun-shin, had a beautiful white dress. She was led under the hand of her father to Senior. The father accompanied his daughter to her beautiful future. There was music playing all around. A man who looks like a Senior's kitchen knife and a peach tree were also at the celebration. The newlyweds held hands. The guest said that now the girl is an adult, she has a loving man. It was clear to everyone that it was not just a regular ceremony, but above all, it was a great responsibility and love binding, the feelings. The newlyweds were very happy with their wedding. The elder tensely recalled Shinshin's name. The guy realized everything. He grabbed Madame Duan by the shoulders. The elder excitedly shouted out that Madame Duan was Zhang Yunshin, his wife in the past world. Mrs. Duan snapped her fingers. The guy froze and went black and white. Because of Miss Duan's power, everything around, including the peach tree, became black and white. Time stopped. Everything around her froze, Mrs. Duan thought. She can't change it. She gently touched the elder's face. The girl didn't think that just changing her name could loosen the seal. She apologized to Chen Pinggang. Mrs. Duan said that according to the plan, she couldn't let the elder remember everything now, and she would have to seal his memories again. The girl touched the elder's forehead and used her power. She asked him to wait a little longer. Her power to seal memories began to take effect. The older man woke up. He didn't understand anything that had happened. The guy was holding on to Miss Duan's shoulders. She asked why he was taking so long to let her go and what he was thinking about. The boy embarrassedly replied that he was thinking about nothing. Chen Pinghan thought it was strange. He wanted to say something, but for some reason he felt like he had forgotten something very important. The guy was confused. The older man stirred and wondered where his dog, Smolka, was. The dog remained tied to the tree at the tournament site where the elder had left it. Smolka was depressed and wondered if Chen Pinggang had forgotten about her. Mrs. Duan spotted a firebird on the roof of Senior. The firebird was shaking with fear. She hoped that this elder would not chase her, or else if the Yunji sect caught her, they would make soup out of her. Mrs. Duan told the firebird not to worry. She would give them a small compensation. Guo Xiyun stood panting in the forest. She was relieved that everything was fine and she had finally managed to escape. The girl was very scared. A message came to Guo Xiyun from the system. She looked at it with surprise. At this point, 2 more notifications from the system came through to her. The girl didn't understand what it was and was very scared. At this time, some events were also taking place in the Immortal world. The Yunzi sect was dumbfounded by the news that the Firebird was missing. Sect elder Yue Donglai was angry. He said that this Firebird was very important. He was furious that it was lost. Teacher Guo Shiyun Zhanglin Guo asked the elder not to be angry. The girl had already sent Guo Shiyun to catch the Firebird. However, Guo Shiyun had not returned yet. The girl was angry that not only had that troublesome student lost the Firebird, but a teacher was also reporting to the elder. The elder angrily asked, "If Shiyun didn't catch the bird, then why is Zhang Guo here?" She replied that the girl is the only one who has been running the sect while Yue Donglai has gone into the shadows, so she just can't leave the sect. The girl said that the mistake was made by her disciple. Yue Donglai picked up the bat and told Zhang Guo to stop making excuses. The man said that the girl is Shiyun's teacher, so her mistake is the teacher's mistake too. He angrily remarked that the girl's ass was so itching to get hit with the bat. The teacher was scared. Zhang Guo was horrified by this attitude towards her. She knew that the elder was treating Guo Shiyun as his granddaughter, however. She did not want to be treated like this. At this time, Guo Shiyun returned home. The teacher looked at the girl angrily. Zhang Guo thought that the girl had come back just in time. She was going to watch this wretch get a lesson from the elder for making a mistake due to her carelessness. Yue Donglai's eyes lit up with joy when he saw the girl. Guo Shiyun was also very happy that the elder had returned. The girl said that Yue Donglai had been in the shadows for over 10 years, and she missed her very much. The girl threw herself into the elder's arms. The man noticed how Guo Shiyun had grown during that time. He said that she had become very mature. Yue Donglai stroked Guo Shiyun's head and told her that she was still just as beautiful. The girl was very happy to hear that. Zhang Guo was furious as she watched their interaction. The teacher wondered why the elder immediately became so cute after all. This girl had lost the Firebird. Yue Donglai asked if Guo Shiyun had found the Firebird. The girl replied that she hadn't found it and would probably never find it again. Zhang Guo was very happy about the girl's failure. She thought that it seems like the elder has common sense, so she wanted the man to teach Shiyun a lesson. Yue Donglai picked up the bat and swung it. He asked Guo Shiyun to wait for a while. At first, the elder was going to teach Zhang Guo a lesson. The girl was very scared. She didn't understand why she would fall under the crush. Guo Shiyun tugged at the elder's clothes, asking him to calm down. The girl said that even though she was unable to catch the bird, she found a better opportunity in return, and with it, they would be able to ascend to the dragon level and reincarnate into them. Zhang Guo was furious. She believed that the girl was becoming a liar, and if the elder continued to pamper her like this, something bad would happen to her in the future. Yue Donglai told the teacher to be quiet and let Guo Shiyun speak. The teacher sighed heavily. The girl said that she drove the Firebird into the mortal's courtyard. Inside the courtyard were many terrifying superior beings, each of their auras stronger than that of a celestial immortal emperor. Guo Shiyun added that even the owner of this courtyard could easily destroy the immortal realm effortlessly. Yue Donglai was very surprised by the girl's words. He asked if she was serious. Zhang Guo said that she was obviously lying, and he still believed the girl and spoiled her. Yue Donglai smiled widely and told Shiyun that lying is bad if she continues to behave like this. No one will believe her. The elder took the bat again and replied that he would teach her teacher a lesson first. He looked very angry. Zhang Guo didn't understand why she would get it again. Zhang Guo walked over to her student and addressed her. The teacher was furious. She said that whatever the girl said, it was a lie. Zhang Guo demanded that she quickly admit her deed and apologize. Guo Shiyun pouted and said that she wasn't lying to them, and to compete with them, the goods owner gave her the Law of Heaven technique. Yue Donglai asked which Law of Heaven technique the girl was talking about. Yue Donglai asked if this technique was practiced by the Immortal Emperor. Guo Shiyun proudly replied that it was. The teacher and elder were confused. Yue Donglai walked over to the girl and put his hand on her shoulder. The elder said that Guo Shiyun can't lie, or else he would have another reason to punish her teacher. Zhang Guo yelled at the elder for being ungrateful. The teacher was very angry. She thought that the girl had gotten too deep, so the elder should teach her a lesson. She was furious that the girl was even using the Heavenly Emperor technique as an excuse. She thought that everything the girl said was untrue. Guo Shiyun joyfully took out a book from behind her back. She was all glowing with happiness and asked the elder to take a look at it. Zhang Guo was very surprised to see this book. The teacher thought it must be a fake. It sounded very doubtful that the girl had lost her bird, wandered the world, entered a mortal's home, and gotten such a technique. Zhang Guo folded her arms and thought that if everything Guo Shiyun was talking about was true, she would smash her head against the wall. Opening the book, Yue Donglai was surprised to realize that it was indeed a Heavenly Emperor technique. The teacher went to bang her head against the wall as promised. Guo Xiun saw a teacher hitting the wall and asked what was happening to her. She replied that she was fine, but her worldview had just collapsed. Yue Donglai was overjoyed. He asked if what Xiun said was true. The girl replied that what she said was indeed true. Yue Donglai said that if that is the case, then the person the girl met at the tournament is probably not so simple. And it was inevitable that the Firebird escaped. The elder feared that fate was to blame for all of this. Guo Xiun thought so too. But in the end, she was politely chased away. Apparently the elder didn't want to be disturbed. The elder thought that was probably the case. The girl added that the tournament was held for the birthday of the Prince of the Kingdom, and that Senior also has a very good relationship with his teammates. Guo Xiun said that they could thank the elder and his teammates through the prince. Yue Donglai was very excited. He thought that this was just great news, and the girl had really grown up and came up with a great idea. The elder glared angrily at the teacher and told her to learn from her student. Yue Donglai said that anyway, even though the Firebird was lost, Xiun had done a good job. The girl happily thanked the elder. Zhang Lingguo clenched her fists furiously with anger. She didn't understand why Xiun was receiving praise and she was being punished. The teacher was trying to calm down. After all, she was first and foremost her student. She was having a hard time keeping her cool. Her thoughts were scattered around her. She told herself to stay calm and act without unnecessary aggression. Zhang Lingguo's internal dialogue was observed by Guo Xiun. She asked the teacher if everything was all right. The girl replied that she had been taught diligently for years since she was a child and had been asked not to cry, beaten when she did something wrong. The girl angrily said it was okay. It was a clear, sunny day in the warrior kingdom. Someone approached Brother Lu. It was Tian Shan Shan. She asked if what she was looking at was the very gift that the elder had asked to buy to give to the prince. Li Shua replied that it was, and it was a unique item. He was very proud of his choice. The girl said that it was indeed unique. 2 large stones were lying on the table in front of the boys. Li Shua was glowing with happiness. His teammates thought that the guy must have been tricked or it was a joke. Li Shua said that at any rate, he bought it according to the arrangement with the elder when he left. The latter gave him 110,000 spirit stones and asked him to buy a gift for the prince with 100,000 stones. For the remaining 10,000, the young man himself chose the gift, and in the whole street, only these 2 stones were worth exactly 110,000. The guy smugly believed that there was no one in this kingdom who dared to cheat him. Wen Degui was dumbfounded by such a gift. He wondered if there was any point in saying anything at all. Peng Han asked Li Shua why doesn't he just buy some ordinary gifts. The guy asked if it was possible that Li Shua had misunderstood the elder's words. He replied that there was no such thing, and they had all seen the depth of the elder's strength and thoughts. He must have his own reasons for doing so. Tian Shan Shan excitedly asked from whom the young man bought the 2 stones. Li Shua replied that he was walking down the street until he met the guy who was selling them. Li Shua added that it was the first time he had seen the guy and he looked normal. Li Shua began to remember how he had bought those stones. The salesman was very much like the knife from the elder's house with a mustache. He said that they could see that Li Shua had an amazing and extraordinary temperament, and it must be fate that they met. The salesman said he had a cool treasure here and suggested the guy take a look at it. Tian Shenshen asked Li Shua if he was really going to give the stones after the banquet. Li Shua took his head in confusion and replied that it's kind of difficult after all. He doesn't even know what the stones are for. Peng Han didn't think the guy should be so worried. Li Shua was pleased and asked if he knew anything about these stones. Peng Han replied that he didn't know, and since the circumstances were such that the king called him almost a brother, no one would object to Li Shua giving him a gift. Li Shua was confused by these stones. He sighed heavily and closed his eyes. The guy looked at the rocks and said he thought he would only find out what it was during the banquet. It was time for the banquet to celebrate the prince's birthday. There was confetti and fireworks everywhere. All the guests wished the prince a happy birthday. Yang Ming told all the guests to forget about formalities today and do whatever they wanted. All the invited guests solemnly raised their glasses. The ceremonial presentation of gifts to the prince began. The first was a gift from the Prime Minister's son. The Prime Minister's son donated one of the swords of the treasury. The next were given a gift from the Alchemists' Union. They were the purest spiritual herb. It was the turn of the gift from the son of the state counselor, a top-grade breastplate. Li Shua was very panicked and embarrassed because the prince was given so many things. The boy thought that perhaps he should give these stones later in private. Yang Ming at this time was staring intently at Li Shua, expecting a gift from him. The young man was very embarrassed and even more nervous. Li Shua made the decision to trust the elder. He stood up from the table. At that moment, the attention of all the guests was attracted by some strange flashes. Right in the celebration hall, a portal appeared, revealing 3 shadows of people. One of these men stepped out of the portal and stepped into the banquet hall. Yang Ming was very scared. He looked at these people with horror. The uninvited guests were Yue Donglai, Zhang Lingguo, and Guo Xiun. The three of them walked out of the portal. The prince wondered what level of qi these people had. Li Shua realized that the immortal key in front of him. He wondered if this was the girl that the elder had fought in the tournament. The young man thought that they had all gathered here to take revenge on him. Yang Ming greeted the three of them with fear. He asked why they honored his kingdom with their presence. Yue Donglai replied that there was no need to be alarmed. They were only here to attend the banquet and present a gift. Yang Ming was shocked that such honorable people had come here just to attend his celebration. The prince was surprised that the elder was very polite, and even called him a young other. The prince was embarrassed to think that it was all because of his benefactor. Guo Xiun asked if the elder who fought with the girl yesterday would come to the banquet. Li Shua awkwardly replied that the elder would not come. He asked the young man to give a gift from him to the prince. Yue Donglai was clearly upset by this. He sighed and wanted to say something. The elder replied that it was a pity the elder would not be here, but they had not come here just to see him. The elder said that since he was talking about presenting a gift, he should not retract his words. The man gave the prince a gift called a talent token, which is extremely rare in the immortal world. The mark on the token was directly related to his sect. Every time the prince would touch it, his cultivation level would continuously improve. Yue Donglai added that after a while, Yang Ming would be able to break through to the immortal level and everything would happen very smoothly. The prince was surprised by such a gift. He thanked the guests. Yue Donglai replied that there was no need to thank him. They were doing it all from the bottom of their hearts. The prince thought that he would be able to increase his cultivation level and also reach the immortal level. Li Shua said that he had a gift from his elder. The prince was surprised to be given a gift from his benefactor and asked what it was. Li Shua awkwardly remarked that he didn't know what the gift was either. The young man explained that the process of buying this stone was also quite strange. The elder gave him certain instructions, and he followed them. Li Shua thinks that the function of this stone can only be revealed when he offers the gift, and he just wanted to learn it to the prince. The guy thought that these three should know how to use it. Yue Donglai looked at the gift with surprise. The elder realized that the elder had even predicted the fact that the man would go to the banquet and had even properly presented the gift. If the man had not come, no one in the place would have known that, and it would have made no sense. This stone was the transformation, the material from which the talent token had just been made. According to this size, it should make a grand total of 3 tokens. Yue Donglai added that it also meant that the elder wanted the man to help them create a talent token, but in that case, it would just be a duplicate of the gift that the elder himself had given. It wasn't clear to him what the elder's intentions were. The prince thought the man was right, and he already had such a token. He wondered what the benefactor meant by his gift. An idea came to the guy that this stone could be used to make 3 tokens, and besides the senior, there were 3 people left on their team, and these tokens could help the guys. Yang Ming was very happy that he had guessed everything. He pointed at the boys and said that the 3 tokens would belong to them. Tian Shan Shan was confused and asked why the principal was giving this gift to them. The one said that it was exactly what the elder wanted. Yang Ming asked Li Shua if Senior had prepared a separate gift for him. The boy replied that he had. Li Shua took out a small stone and asked what its usefulness was. Yue Donglai was shocked when she saw this rock. He ran up to Li Shua and asked him if he wanted to be his disciple. The boy was surprised at the offer. Li Shua was very surprised by the man's proposal. The elder thought that not only was the guy able to guess the elder's intentions, but he was also gifted with a very rare and excellent transformation stone. Perhaps the heavenly technique wasn't just given to them because of the compensation of the firebird. Li Shua pondered. He was ready to give Yue Donglai an answer. He bowed his head to Yue Donglai and agreed to be his disciple. It was a clear sunny day at the elder's house and the following events took place. Chen Pinghan woke up, opened his eyes after a sound sleep. Today he woke up in his own room instead of Mrs. Duan's room. The older man was confused and wondered why he felt a sense of loss and despair when he woke up without his girlfriend. Madame Duan smiled slyly upon seeing this. She watched the senior's actions through the system and sat at the control panel. The elder received a message that the quest reward had been given, and the next level up quests would open once it was received. The reward was in the part of the main realm level. The guy's cultivation level had reached the 5th soul nucleation level, and Chen Pinggang would be given system-related functions. The guy was surprised that he had only passed 1 stage and immediately jumped to the 5th level of soul nucleation. Chen Pinghan wondered if he scored 100 points. Would he become invincible? He thought that maybe now he would be able to exchange for heaven-destroying skills. However, the guy only had the option to trade for condoms. They were worth 10 points. Chen Pinggang got angry and tried to break the system's notices again. The older one thought the system was broken, She wasn't happy that the guy treated her that way. Thealdis still poked around in the system's exchange menu. Chen Pinggang could trade for a pistol, sniper rifle, grenade, and other items. He also had the opportunity to trade for a small bike. He was interested in the item. Guy because with him he will never get caught in traffic and can get home quickly. The boy thought it was a very difficult choice. The elder now had the opportunity to choose his own terms of exchange points. There were several options provided, all related to people's feelings of admiration or submission. Chen Pinggang thought that depending on the level, these 3 options are relatively easy, and the first 2 are passive and the third requires him to exert effort. The third option had a loophole. It didn't matter if the person actually liked Chen Pingana. If he answered yes, the guy would get points. The senior chose the third option, which says that points will be awarded if the person answers the question of whether Chen Pinggang likes him. Mrs. Duan was upset because the elder immediately gave up the 2 right options. It was a clear day outside as before. The peach tree was blooming in the garden and birds were flying. At the elder's house, dumplings were served for lunch. Someone put them on the table. The elder walked up to Xiaoling. She smiled when she saw the guy. The older one asked with a creepy expression on his face if the girl liked him. The girl was very frightened at the sight of her brother. She ran away from the house. He did not understand what caused the girl's reaction. Chen Pinggang older reached out his hand to grab his sister. He asked why the girl is screaming, because just honestly need to answer her brother's question. Xiaoling said she doesn't like him always scolding and confiscating candy. The elder was very surprised at this answer and this reason. He asked the girl to simply say that she liked him, and he would not scold her in the future. At this point, the door of the elder's house boiled off. Their conversation was seen by Lord Duan. The guys had surprised expressions on their faces. She asked why it was so lively in the morning. Had something good happened? The girl was wearing a very revealing outfit. Xiaoling was upset and ran to Boss Duan with shouts. She showed the guy her tongue and said that she didn't like Chen Pinggang and only liked Mrs. Duan. The older one was pissed off that it had only been a few days. The girl had already changed sides. Gentleman Duan told Xiaoling that there was nothing wrong with this matter and stroked the girl's head. Miss Duan said as for her, she has no luck with such questions. She looked at Chen Pinggang. The elder blushed with embarrassment, his heart beating faster. Chen Pinghan didn't know what to say to her in response to such words from Madame Duan. He turned around and said that he had to go. He had a couple of things to do. Chen Pinggang ran away. Meanwhile, in Xinkyun City, a man asked a salesman at a Kanbao pharmacy what he was reading. The guy replied that he had recently found a book about medicine, but the content was very strange. The man in this book is a traveling doctor, and he can cure all kinds of difficult diseases. But the one thing he can't cure is a man who likes another man, and the male protagonist is prone to rivalry and won't stop until he's cured. The male protagonist, took the hand of his love interest in the book. They were the traveling doctor himself. At the end of the story, he fell in love with the main character. The men embraced. The young man's teacher was not sure if it was a medical book. The guy replied that in this book, the human disease is called the kindness of the dragon Yang. The boy thought that perhaps there were records of this disease somewhere. The teacher was very surprised. The teacher yelled at him and told him that this could be everywhere, and he couldn't handle it. An older man walked into the drugstore and said hello to the old man. They looked toward the door. He asked how their business has been going lately. The old man approached Chen Pinggang and asked with a smile if the elder was sick. This time, Chen Pinggang came just to chat with the old man. So 29. The elder asked if the man liked him, and the man replied that the elder always helps people in town and is always kind to others. He had already started to answer. But he remembered the book his student was talking about and started thinking about something else. The old man asked if the elder was talking about decent. Chen Pinggang did not understand what the old man meant. 32. Chen Pinggang smiled and said that it was so. The old man and the disciple were shocked by the young man's answer. They misinterpreted the meaning of his question. The old man said that the elder was sick and had a very strange taste. The old man thought Chen Pinggang had a romantic interest in him. The old man hurried out and told his disciple to take care of the elder's question. He was shocked. Senior just wanted to score points, and people in this world might misconstrue that and think he's gay. The guy thought that the old man's disciple was young, so he shouldn't have any strange thoughts. The older man asked what Xiao Jun thought of him. The boy was frightened. The boy ran away from the older man, yelling that he wouldn't fall for his tricks. He also thought the older man meant romantic feelings. The older one was horrified by this. He did not understand what was wrong with them. Chen Pinghan didn't understand what was going on with these two. At this time, the preparations for the second level had been completed. It was very lively outside in the Danshen Kingdom. It was a clear day. The elder teleported into this realm in the middle of the street. He was depressed because he tried to convey his intentions incorrectly, and is now seen as a misunderstood person. Chen Pinggang thought that perhaps the system was trying to trick him by giving him this assignment. The system said it was the guy's way. His choices had nothing to do with her. The older man was angry because he didn't know that people here would take his questions that way. The guy thought that if he continued to ask such questions, the genre of this manhwa would have to be changed. He decided to look at the assignment and called the system. She said that here he would be called Jen Danton. Now, Senior joined the Dano Yuan sect, and most people there appreciate him because of his alchemy skills. Senior thought it was necessary to find someone to tell him about it. At this moment, Chen Pinggang heard shouting behind her, someone demanding to stop. 3 girls were running after the guy. He was thinking how he could lose them and was scared. The guy saw something in front of him. He was in a stupor. The guy ran that way. There was a dead end up ahead. The guy's back was turned. Chen Pinggang politely asked the guy if he needed help. The senior thought it was a great opportunity to make new acquaintances. The boy thought the man was in the right place at the right time. The guy ran to Chen Pinggan and said he really needed help and asked him to help him. The elder started to use his chi energy. He noticed that it was a beautiful day. Chen Pinggang conjured a sword and thought, how can he stand by and watch the violence on the street? Chen Pinggang saw all those girls chasing after the guy. He looked at them in surprise. The girls looked at the senior in surprise. They stopped. Chen Pinggang did not understand what kind of situation this was. The girls' forms were very lush. The older one was embarrassed and thought it was different from what he had imagined. The girls got angry. They demanded the guy to speak clearly and give them an answer. The girls asked decisively which one the guy would choose. The older man was shocked and said it wasn't something he could help with. The elder asked the boy how he managed to get into such a situation. Mr. Wang thanked everyone for their waiting. The guy slyly said he'd already found his soulmate. Mr. Wang touched the older man's chest and began to explain who was the only one he liked. The guy replied that the only person he liked was Chen Pinggang. He was confused. The girls were shocked to hear this. Their world collapsed at that moment. The guy's points went up 10 points. He was very upset, but he realized how his points were going to go up. The older one didn't want to be in those situations and get compliments from men. The girls were stunned. One of them asked if it was true that Prince Wang liked boys. Everyone was confused. The girl smiled slyly and said that was even better. Senior and Prince Wang didn't understand what the girl was talking about. They were shocked. A girl said that Chen Pinggang looks quite handsome. Another girl said that since he was a man, if she was around him, nothing much would change. The girls ran up to the guy and started hugging him. The older one thought that these girls were too overexcited, and it seemed to him that if he stayed here longer, he would have to fulfill some difficult request. The elder touched Prince Wang's shoulder and thought that they should run. With his current level of 5th stage Yuan and the technique he had learned to escape was a simple matter. He took Mr. Wang in his arms and started running away from the girls. The girls ran in pursuit of the two. They called desperately for the prince. The older man looked back with tension at the girls who were chasing him. The older one realized they were chasing them. The girls shouted for the boys to stop. The guys managed to get away from the girls. They were standing under someone's house. It was getting dark. The older man panted and said they finally broke away from the girls. The elder asked Prince Wang what he had done to them that they wanted him so much. The young man clung to the elder's chest and was embarrassed. The elder noticed that the prince was acting strangely somehow and looked at him in surprise. Mr. Wang blushed with embarrassment. The older guy got mad, threw the guy off his hands and said it was gross. Prince apologized and said that since he was little, he had never been carried in his arms before, he just got carried away. The older man told him not to say such things anymore, and if the guy liked being in his arms, Wai-O then ran away. The prince hesitated and began to explain the whole situation to the older man. The young man said he didn't want to. He said that most of them are his younger sisters. Sometimes he teaches them alchemy on weekdays. Prince Wang didn't expect to be in a situation like this. The elder was surprised at what the boy said about alchemy and asked if he was a member of the Alchemist Guild. Mr. Wang surprisingly replied that he was a member. The elder got very excited and said that he originally came here to join the guild. Prince Wang smiled and said Chen Pinggang came just at the right time. In 3 days, the Alchemist Guild would hold a competition in which only people under 30 could participate, and those in the top 20 could join the sect. The difficulty of the competition wasn't that hard. The senior looked at the guy awkwardly and said that he had never done pill cleansing before. Mr. Wang was surprised by that and said he thought it would be difficult for the senior in that case. Senior said that because of this situation, he now has no need to prowl around town. The elder cheerfully punched the guy in the chest and thanked him. Prince Wang was embarrassed by such a gesture from Chen Pinggang. The prince was surprised at his unexpected reaction to the elder's touch. Chen Pinggang said he needed to get ready, so he had to go. Mr. Wang asked him to wait. Actually, the guy had a way to join the Alchemist Guild directly, but he wanted to ask something from the elder. Prince Wang was very embarrassed. The elder thought it was a great suggestion and asked what was needed to help. Prince Wang explained that his family wants to find him a date, and no matter what, he can't resist. So the boy came up with a solution to this situation. The older man looked at him in surprise. There was wind all around. The leaves on the trees were rustling. There was an awkward silence in the air. Prince Wang wished that the elder would continue to pretend just as he had just been in the alley. Chen Pinggang was horrified, he thought. This one is nasty, and he doesn't like boys after all. The elder waved awkwardly at Prince Wang. He was confused. The senior quickly said goodbye to the guy and ran away. Mr. Wang was shocked by the boy's behavior. Prince Wang scratched his head and thought that he had forgotten something important to tell his elder. Turns out Prince Wang was actually a princess. It was a girl who looked a lot like a guy. Miss Wang once had long hair down to her waist. The girl was very beautiful. She was slender and graceful, not at all like a guy. Well, one night some unusual things happened to her. Because of an accident while cooking pills last year, everything changed. The girl was sitting over the medicine stove at the time. The furnace began to burn on all sides. It became dangerous to be near it. Because of this incident, the girl's hair was burned. She was very frightened. She didn't want it to be known, and she was embarrassed, so Miss Wang decided to keep it a secret. The furnace kept blazing while the girl looked at it in surprise. Miss Wang cut her hair very short. Other girls started coming up to her and calling her Mister. One day, a girl came up to Princess Wang and thanked her for guiding her. The girl was very embarrassed. She confessed that she had romantic feelings for Mrs. Wang. The girl blushed. Miss Wang was shocked. From such a confession from another girl, she didn't expect such a thing. She awkwardly said that she was, in fact, also a girl. The girl who confessed to Miss Wang was very upset. Tears appeared in her eyes, and she said it was not nice to reject her using such a reason. The girl turned around and left in tears. She apologized for bothering Miss Wang. But the princess didn't realize much more than that. She started receiving a huge number of love letters from other girls. Princess Wang was shocked by the large number of them. A whole basket of such letters was being collected. All the girls were crazy about her. The princess ran away into the forest. She was shocked at what was happening. Miss Wang ran up and started talking to the hollow tree. She asked loudly why she was being treated like this. She said they are girls too, and just want a relationship with a handsome guy, which she is not. There was an older man sitting on a rock in the forest. He breathed a sigh of relief and thought that at least those girls hadn't caught up with them. The eldest didn't understand what was wrong with this world and why men were paying attention to him. It scared him straight. But at least he got information about the country and the way to join the Dan sect. Chen Pinggang had never practiced pill-making before, although he had the necessary books and materials. He took out one of the books from his sleeve. However, the elder had no place for an oven and no stove for making pills. Chen Pinghan had never once visited Elder Gong's sect. The elder thought that he would find everything he needed in it. He asked the system to bring him back. The system teleported the guy. Elder Gong's sect was of an impressive size. The building simply glittered with grandeur. The elder was surprised by what he saw. He wondered if he had teleported correctly, if this was a world sect, and how Elder Gong had gotten so big. There were a lot of people at the gate. Senior wondered what they were doing there. There was a guy with red hair sitting near the gate. He was asking when Miss Muju would show up. He had been waiting for her for days. The guy was the prince of the empire. He was too pissed off by the whole thing. The two men standing next to him looked at him with judgment. One of them asked how many princes he thought there were here. Apparently, he was very embarrassed that he went there alone. The other guy said that if he didn't like waiting, he should leave, and Miss Murong wouldn't trust someone as impatient as him. The guy noticed two other people coming toward them. He said they were here too. They were Zhen Lenshu and Zhen Xia. They were the prince and princess of the strongest Jinyu Empire. Zhen Lenshu laughed and thought that whether it was status or strength, they couldn't even reach half his level, and how could they even dare to join Murong? The senior was also there. He awkwardly said hello to Zhen Lengshu. The latter thought that even a villager dared to go, and it must be a joke. The guy thought they were all just a bunch of little bugs, and he would definitely take Murong this time. Zhen Xia interrupted the guy's thoughts. She told him to keep smiling, or he would look very rude. The guy perked up. Zhen Xia said that contacting Miss Murong was not easy. He must remember to hold back a little. Zhen Denshu scratched behind his head and obediently agreed with his sister. The elder greeted the two of them. He suggested that judging from the way they spoke earlier, perhaps they were Miss Murong's friends and were joining the sect as well. Zhen Lenshu angrily told the guy to mind his own business. His sister looked at the guy with judgment. She punched him in the face with her fist. The girl told Zhen Lengshu to speak calmly. The girl apologized and said that her brother was off his medication today. She was Murong's friend, and they had specially come to see her today. The elder was just about to go and ask to open the gate. He suggested that they come over together later to say hello to Miss Murong. Zhen Lengshu thought that if the elder could open the gate of peace to the sect, he must have a high status. The elder began to shout loudly and call out to Elder Gong. He also asked if Miss Yamurong was here. Zhen Lengshu was stunned by the guy's actions like that. Chen Pinggang kept calling Elder Gong. He asks if they are here. Zhen Lengxia was shocked. He thought the senior was stupid. That guy with red hair asked if the senior was new here. He advised him to calm down and doubted that his shouting could make Miss Mu-rong come out. At that moment, the door behind the boy's back fell off. He was shocked that the older man's shout had worked. The girl opened the door with a smile and asked if Chen Pinggang was here. The guy with the red hair wasn't sure it wasn't a hallucination, and the girl really did come out at the guy's beck and call. He was surprised that the elder just called out for Lady Mu-rong to come out. Chen Pinggang was chatting sweetly with the girl at this time. A guy with red hair was holding a bouquet of flowers, he called out to Lady Mu-rong. He was going to take the girl out to dinner. All the other men in front of her house were also very happy that the girl was out. They wanted to get her attention too. Mu-rong replied sharply that she was busy. She turned the guys down. They were horrified. The girl asked the older one how it happened that he was free today. The boy replied that they had not seen each other for a long time, and he decided to go for a walk. Jen Xia walked up to Mu-rong and awkwardly said that she and her older brother had specially come to meet her today. The girl recognized Jen Xia. She smiled and said that she didn't have time to accompany them today, so she would have someone show the guests around the neighborhood later. The guys were shocked at such an emphatic refusal from Lady Mu-rong. They were stunned. The girl asked the older man what he was doing here. The older man replied that it was nothing special, and he came here to practice alchemy since the sect sort of has a lab. The girl said that it did. The boy asked to be taken to the lab. Jen Lenshu was shocked that the legendary Lady Mu-rong was so friendly with the guy. He was surprised that the girl was excited about the village boys. He pictured Senior and Mu-rong together. Jen Lenshu thought that perhaps Shui liked alchemy and this brat was talented at it. The guy gritted his teeth and wondered how, with his ridiculous soul level, he would be able to refine a 5th-grade elixir and get a girl to call herself a senior. Jen Lenshu told the girl that he liked alchemy and was a 4th-grade alchemist. He asked if he could follow them to the lab. The girl didn't know what to answer. Senior said that this gentleman wasn't an old man, but he already had such a high level of alchemy, and since he wanted to, the guy offered to go to the lab together. The elder thought he could get some guidance on alchemy with him. Jen Lingshu smiled slyly and thanked the elder. He thought that there was a chance that the elder's level might be high, and he probably wanted to use this opportunity to train him in alchemy. Jen Lenshu wanted to see what the older man could do. All 4 of them went to the lab. They arrived at the alchemy hall. It was already evening. Mu-rong took out a basket with many medicinal herbs. She provided the elder with an alchemical furnace and herbs. The elder thanked the girl for her efforts. Jen Lenshu was surprised that these were all 1st-grade herbs, and the highest pill that could be prepared would be 2nd grade. The young man did not understand what the elder was thinking of. The older guy asked the guys to wait. He needed to read the instructions. He opened a book on alchemy. The boy thought that maybe it was some kind of special pill. The senior was holding an alchemy book for beginners. Jen Lenshu was surprised that the guy was reading a beginner's book. Jen Lenshu pondered that perhaps it was all a disguise. Although his strength wasn't great, perhaps the guy was using a special flame to prepare pills. The elder read in a book that first he had to start a fire. He took 2 stones and started rubbing them together to make a spark. Jen Lingshu was shocked that a guy would use this kind of fire to refine pills. Jen Lingshu thought it was worth it to calm down and quiet his emotions. The guy thought that some very precious furnaces could be used with ordinary fire, and it wasn't surprising that a strong sect like Ping An possessed such a thing. Next, Chen Pinggang began to transfer his spiritual energy to the furnace. Jen Shu thought that at least the elder knew how to use his spiritual energy to increase the intensity of the fire. Senior had read in a book that each type of herb had to be purified separately for several hours. The guy thought it was too much of a hassle. The elder picked up the basket of herbs that Mu-rong had brought. The guy didn't want to exert himself, and decided that he would throw all the herbs together into the furnace. Jen Lingshu was amazed by the young man's actions. Jen Lingshu pondered that although it's unheard of for herbs to be processed together, perhaps the guy is some kind of master. The elder took the chopsticks and pulled out a mushroom from the brewing potion. The elder looked closely at the graya and noticed that it was best boiled. Jen Lingshui was out of shock as he watched the guy brew the potion. He was about to admonish the older man when his mouth was covered with his hand. Jen Xia covered her brother's mouth with her hand. He indignantly mumbled something and tried to break free. The older one, looking at these two, thought that maybe he was doing something wrong. The aroma of the pills filled everything around. The elder breathed it in. The elder looked into the furnace and thought it was done. Jen Lingshu didn't understand how this was possible. He looked at the pill guy with astonishment. The eldest succeeded in making flavored pills. Qi energy filled the whole room. The older one turned out 2 patterned and pill-flavored pills. It was considered rare. Jen Xia realized that it was 2 pills, so on top of that, the spiritual energy density was above class. At this time, Madame Duan was watching everything. She sighed and thought that it was good that her plan had worked. Otherwise, the elder would have ruined everything with his pills. But he had conquered his talent for alchemy too quickly, and now there would be more trouble with him. The lady saw the elder holding the 2 pills prepared with a smile. Mu Rong was delighted with Senior's pills and their quality. Her eyes were glowing. The boy awkwardly scratched behind his head. The older man didn't understand how his 2 pills came out, whether he had done something wrong or whether that's the way it should be. The elder was proud of himself, and thought that there were 1 in a million like him in alchemy. Zhen Shu asked her brother why she hadn't seen him do something like this since he had been practicing alchemy for a long time. The girl looked at Zhen Lingshui in surprise. He was just in unimaginable shock. The boy thought the older man was a liar and there was no such thing. His sister thought his brain was too overloaded. Zhen Lingshu kept thinking that there was absolutely no way such a thing could happen, and it was unheard of to make pills this way. He thought that the elder had some tricks of his own to get 2 pills out of such an item at once. At this time, Old Man Gong came into the room. He called out to Senior. Zhen Lingshu greeted the elder, but the elder walked past him and completely ignored the guy. Zhen Lingshu was shocked at this attitude of the elder. Old Man Gong approached the elder and told him that he could announce his visit himself and they would make preparations. The elder said it was fine. He had come here on a couple of errands. The old man said he didn't want to disturb the elder, at which time someone entered the room. The elder said that 2 men wanted to meet him, so they entered the room. Zhen Lingshu was very surprised to see them. He noticed their powerful aura and thought that these 2 were immortals. The guy was surprised that there were immortals behind the Pin sect who were supporting it. The older man was very surprised that the 2 gentlemen were looking for him. The 2 men approached the older man. The guy was shocked that they knew him. One of the men remembered the sword of the older man. It shocked him. He recalled how there had been a confrontation with an elder's sword and there was an elder present as well. The man's younger brother asked him to help him and save his reputation. The man angrily asked who dared to hurt his little brother. This man was one of the 10 immortal lords. He swore to kill whoever had wronged him. One of the 10 immortal lords and his younger brother were beaten, with bruises all over their faces. They were struck down by the sword of the elder. They were very depressed. One of the 10 immortal lords thought that the elder's temperament was extraordinary and could be recognized at first sight. He didn't understand how a mere human had the golden sword of an immortal. The elder said that the 2 had caused a disturbance at the opening ceremony. But now that they repented, they began to have a good relationship with the 2 brothers. They promised the elder to reveal additional skills and techniques. The elder told the brothers that it was great that they had discovered their mistakes and repented of them. Since they had made a brotherhood with Elder Lao, they must be very powerful. Zhen Lingshu was shocked that even such great people called an elder master. He thought that his current cultivation level must be a sham. He wondered what his real level was. Zhen Lingshui was in a stupor from the realization that he was arguing with himself. The eldest suggested we leave it all for later. He needed to practice making pills. Zhen Lingshui was surprised that the elder was still practicing. He was sure that this person was not simple and needed to be studied still. The eldest again did everything as it was written in the alchemy textbook. The first thing he did was to pour the herbs into the furnace. Next, I covered the oven with a lid that had a picture of a toad on it. After a while, the guy opened the lid and he got 2 gold pills again. Zhen Lingshu couldn't understand anything about what the guy was doing. One of the brothers asked if the other felt something unusual. The one replied that the elder must have been afraid of frightening people, so he suppressed the energy of the U-pillow. The level of the pills was lowered from high to 2 levels below. One of the brothers was convinced that it was impossible to use the spiritual herbs of the first level to prepare the higher pills. The older brother confidently replied that this was not true, and such a thing was possible. At this time, the elder used his energy to intensify the flame of the furnace. Elder brother said that even in the immortal realm, such a procedure was possible in theory, and one should replenish spiritual energy during their purification. In this way, the dirt is constantly purified, while the spiritual energy is constantly replenished and restores the medicinal properties. This method required a lot of spiritual energy. The brothers had witnessed such a technique, and now understood why the sect was under Chen Pinggang's protection. From the outside, the pill preparation looked simply unimaginable, everything around it filled with a blue color. The older brother thought it was terrible that the older brother realized he was shaking the world. At the same time, the elder kept completely calm. He made them pay attention to it without even doing anything obvious to the others. The man realized that Chen Pinggang had created 2 pills to warn them. If the man didn't get the hint, he would die a horrible death. The eldest was shocked that he had created 2 pills again. He tried to find the answer in the book. However, it was not written in the manual. The older man was confused. All the guests looked at the older man in surprise. He asked if they had any problems. Zhen Lingshui was confused, from Chen Pinghan showing his strength again. He bowed and said that he could not even remove the benefit of his actions. The elder wondered why they were benefiting, for on the contrary, they should be educating him. Chen Pinghan took a deep breath. He had something to say, judging from their reactions. The older man thought he should do well at the competition in a few days. The elder noticed Zhen Lingshui and Zhen Xia. The old man asked what they were doing here. The girl replied that it wasn't really anything special. They were just visiting. The old man smiled and said he understood. He smilingly shoved the two men out the door and told them to get out. Zhen Xia pouted and said that her brother was a coward. Zhen Lingshui said that this person is too scary, moreover he has connections with two immortals. The guy felt that their empire had no right to insult such a person. Zhen Lingshui said that her sister said she had a good relationship with Mu Rong, but it didn't show. In fact, the girl had only seen her once at a sect event. Zhen Lingshui replied that his father had originally planned that he would get close to Mu Rong to conquer their sect, but there seems to be no hope for that. Zhen Xia had a plan for what they should do next. She thought something would depend on her if she pulled something like that. The guy was surprised. The girl was going to seduce someone. Zhen Lingshui was furious. He thought that no one was allowed to covet his sister. The elder said that the sect is currently growing very fast, and the number of disciples has doubled. When the two brothers establish a branch, the number of disciples will be even greater. The elder replied that he did not expect them to develop so well. Unfortunately, he could not help them. The elder replied that the whole foundation was laid by the elder, and their current achievements also belonged to him. Chen Ping'an thought that he had done nothing but pick up the name of the sect. He thought that since he was here, it might be worth refreshing his memory. He reckoned that Elder Lao and the rest of the reasonable people would definitely think nothing bad. The elder said he had recently developed a technique to improve qi and suggested the others try it. Chen Ping'an said it was very simple. He would ask a question. They should just say yes or no. The guy wanted to ask a question that would help him earn points. The older one blushed and asked if they liked him. Mu Rong didn't hesitate to run up to the boy and said yes. 10 points were immediately added to the senior's score. The guy was surprised. He didn't understand why the girl was having such a violent reaction. The girl said that she really felt refreshed. Perhaps it had to do with qi. All the other boys went up to the oldest and told him that they loved him too. He immediately had 30 points added to his score. The elder also approached the elder and said that if he wanted, they could do it again. The guy said that according to his theory, they all could do it and he wouldn't lose anything in the end. The guys started repeating that they loved Chen Ping'an. At this time, 10 points were added to it every time. The guy was shocked at the intensity of the score. He ended up with a 1,000-point award. The guy finally finished scoring points. He was tired of making too much noise. The guy looked at the system and realized he finally had enough points now. Chen Ping'an was going to buy a gun with the points he earned. He tapped the system to make his choice. The guy thought that this thing would be more interesting than any cultivation. A gun appeared in his hands. Even though the senior had shot at the range before, the gun told him much easier than expected. The guy was surprised to notice that there was no magazine in the gun. The gun's safety was also fake. The older man looked at the gun with surprise and thought it must be a mirage. Chen Ping'an still decided to try out the gun in action by firing it. Chen Ping'an decisively pulled the trigger. The gun turned out to be genuine. A beam of light flew out of it and pierced through the tree. The elder was amazed at such destructive power of the gun. It was stronger even than his own qi energy attack. The older man had a thought that it didn't look like an ulu either. He decided to try it out again. He pointed the gun deep into the woods. There was a loud sound of gunfire and all the birds fluttered and flew away. Smoke appeared from the muzzle of the gun. The guy shot into the woods. In front of the elder lay a fallen tree which he had destroyed with his shot. He thought, as expected from the system, this gun with infinite bullets. The guy was very pleased. From behind, someone was approaching the older man. The boy asked who was there. The older man turned around. He had a suspicious look. It was that guy with the red hair. He was hiding his presence, but the older man found him anyway. The older man could not remember who the boy was, or whether they had met before. The one said that it didn't matter who he was. It was important that he wanted to settle a few things with the older man. He said that Mu Dongshui is from the world sect, and she is ice cold to the bone. But all the princes are eager to meet her at least once. The guy was angry, and said that Chen Ping'an was just a simpleton with a level 5 soul level. The guy angrily shouted that he did not know where he peasant came from, but would not let the girl run after him. Chen Ping'an didn't understand why the girl had such a reputation. The guy said again that Mu Rong was icy to the point of freezing his bones. He lit up with a red flame. The guy decided he was going to get justice today. He was furious. This level of cultivation that he had studied with the resources of the entire country was now being used against an elder. The boy suggested to the older man that he try to stop him. The older man fired his gun at the young man. The one was defeated. He fell to the ground. His shoulder was wounded from the gun. He didn't realize what it even was. The senior said it didn't matter what kind of gun it was, and the kid was wrong to think he could beat the senior. Chen Ping'an put a gun to the young man's head. He was frightened. The guy sitting on the ground said he was wrong. He was very scared. The elder with an intimidating look ordered him to flee. Chen Ping'an said that it wasn't very safe here and it was time to go home. The guy ran away. Chen Ping'an came home as he wanted to. Mrs. Duan was waiting for him, and she said that senior came back early today. The older one was very embarrassed to see the girl in a revealing outfit. He didn't understand why the girl was wearing such tight clothes. The boy involuntarily looked at the girl's breasts. He figured he would still abstain despite her attractiveness. Boss Dwan approached the older guy and asked if he was glaring at her. She suggested going and sitting in a place than just standing there. The guy said Xiao is still here. Mrs. Dwan angrily looked at Xiaoling. She didn't want the girl to disturb her. The girl turned away, covered her ears with her hands, and said that she didn't see or hear anything. The older man did not understand how the girl made her obey. The boy threw Mrs. Dwan his gun. She caught it and asked what it was. Chen Pinggong said that this is a secret weapon. He blushed. He added that the girl goes out every day and it may not be safe, so she could use it. Mrs. Dwan was embarrassed and thought the guy would use the gun himself, but all the while, he was worried about the girl. She smiled and said she didn't know how to use it. It was a lie. She just wanted to see what would happen next. The guy took Mrs. Dwan's hand aside and said that she was very difficult to deal with. He was going to go and teach her how to use a gun. The older man suggested to Mrs. Dwan to come to the tree and practice. The girl agreed. She quietly passed the message to Xiaoling. Mrs. Dwan smiled. She showed the girl that everything was going according to plan. Xiaoling supported her. Meanwhile, in the Yunji sect in the Immortal Mountains, someone was practicing their strength by sending out a stream of energy. The one who trained his energy was Yue Donglai. He thought that this Immortal Emperor technique was very powerful. The man thought that it didn't look like it would take him long to cross over to the new realm and reach its isle. At this moment, someone approached the man from behind. This person noticed that it didn't seem like it would take long for Yue Donglai to do this. Yue Donglai was sitting on the grass at this time. He became agitated. The Immortal Emperor approached him. He said that the man would soon catch up with him. Yue Donglai noticed that having comprehended the technique, an Immortal Emperor had appeared, and if he were to make an impulse now, would definitely shake his identity as an Immortal Emperor. The Immortal Emperor smiled and said that there was no need to be so polite. After all, he had been chosen by an elder. Yue Donglai wasn't sure which elder he was talking about, perhaps the one in the mortal world. The man was surprised that even an Immortal Emperor would call him an elder. The Emperor didn't expect the man to also obtain the Heavenly Emperor technique. He noticed that the man's future would not be inferior to his. The Immortal Emperor was amazed that Senior had given Yue Donglai this technique. He thought it was all to make him become an Immortal Emperor. The man thought that if Yue Donglai became an Immortal Emperor, he would no longer be one. He didn't understand if that meant it was time for him to ascend to a new level. The Immortal Emperor thought that perhaps he should go to the Divine Realm level. He looked up into the sky. Some events were also taking place in the Elder's home at this time. The door to the Elder's yard slowly fell away. Xiaoling ran into the courtyard and said with a wary look that something bad had happened. The older one asked what happened. The girl said something had happened to the door to the room. It turned out that the door to the room had been stolen. The guy was shocked by it. The elder did not understand how the door to the room could have been stolen when it happened. The girl said it was not long after he left. The girl was closing the doors to the room at this time. She sensed something strange behind them. Some silhouette stole into the room. She didn't even have time to react. After that, the man stole the door and fled. The older man didn't realize what kind of robber he was, whether he was bored or not. The elder asked Miss Duane if she had accidentally stolen it. She replied that Chen Pinggong knew she was with him in the forest, and there was no way she could have taken the door off. The elder looked suspiciously at Xiaoling. The girl started to make excuses, saying that she was weak and could not lift such a door. She added that the neighbors said he robbed many people. The guy decided to go ask his neighbors. He didn't believe there were such fun robbers. The boy came to the other side of the mountain and wanted to ask the old man if he had heard of some door robber, if there had been such a thing in his house. The old man replied that there was. No one can understand what kind of burglar it is that steals the door. The guy was shocked that the girl was telling him the truth. The old man added that just after he was about to leave, a silhouette rushed past him and he had no time to react. It was a silhouette that burst into the house and clawed at the door. Looks like it was a girl. Silhouette broke down the door with tremendous force. He only used one hand to do it. Silhouette took the door off its hinges and began to carry it away. After that, the silhouette just ran away with the door. The old man was shocked. They say this man had already robbed a lot of people, even left a lot of money. The boy didn't understand why things were getting even more confusing. Night came on. The lights were on in the elder's house. The guy said he believed the girl. It was incomprehensible to him why so many families only had their doors stolen. Mrs. Duan said that stealing the door is just a small thing. The most important thing is that Xiaoling was not hurt. She asked thoughtfully if Senior was sleepwalking. The girl explained that their rooms were opposite each other and had no doors. A mere glance would be enough to see much in the girl's room. She asked her eldest not to peep at her or do strange things. The elder replied emphatically that he had no intention of making them. Morning came, birds sang behind the house, peach blossoms bloomed. The guy woke up in shock again in Madame Duan's bed. Chen Pinggong didn't understand how he was there. Senior was horrified to think that he hadn't been sleeping in his room for the past few days. He didn't understand why he always ended up in Madame Duan's bed every morning. The older man got out of bed and thought to slip away quietly. The boy was about to get up from the bed, but at that moment, Mrs. Duane took the older man by the shirt. She clung to her tightly and wouldn't let go of the guy. Chen Pinghan looked at her in surprise. The elder shouted that Miss Duan should be patient and listen to the guy. Boss Duan woke up, opened her eyes, and told the guy to lie down. The older man awkwardly agreed. The sun was shining outside. Chen Pinggang was still lying in the girls' room. There were chickens walking around in the yard, bustling with life. The elder was lying snuggled up to Madame Duan in her bed. The young man didn't understand what was happening now. He was uncomfortable. Duan's boss said she knows he sneaks into her room every night and sneaks out in the morning. The guy can come when he wants, and he doesn't have to be sneaky. The older man blushed. He didn't realize if it was a hint. Chen Pinghan thought he was clear and clear. He looked at the girl sleeping beautifully in the bed. The boy looked confused and wondered what he should do. The elder decided that it was worth it to lie down for a while. He went to bed and hugged Madame Duan. They fell asleep together. It was midday. The sun was shining brightly at its zenith. At this time, preparations for the alchemists' competition were underway. The men brought several pill, making furnaces into the arena. The audience didn't understand why the competition hadn't started yet, as 2 hours had already passed. The events unfolded in the Dan Empire at the Alchemy Square. The spectators did not understand what Dan Yuanzong was doing. The girl looked around fearfully and didn't understand why Chen Pinggang wasn't coming. After all, he had said he wanted to participate in the competition. She was approached by her father, Dan Yuan. He was a sect master. He said that the man she was waiting for would not go and should forget about him. The girl looked at her father worriedly. She disagreed with him. At this moment, Chen Pinggang flew into the square. He ran with all his legs. The girl noticed that he had come and was very excited. The senior thought it was bad that he was late. Luckily, the competition hadn't started yet. Dan Yuan was very surprised to see the older man. He recognized the young man. A man was recalling past events. Someone tapped his hand on the table and told everyone to listen to him. It was Heeman Chen. He said that he had prepared very important information for this meeting of alchemy masters. All members of the Alchemists Guild must obey him unconditionally. He showed the senior's portrait and said that Chen Pinggang liked to pretend to be an ordinary country boy and blend in with the crowd. Heeman Chen told them not to try to act rashly. They should all understand his secret plan to act according to it. Dan Yuan was shocked that his daughter knew the elder. He thought it was probably just a coincidence. He should ask about it after the competition. Senior began to climb up to the stage for the alchemist competition. He was very out of breath after running. Chen Pinggang was glad that he had made it in time, and thought that the mission was about to fail. Other participants asked the older man why he was only coming here now. The crowd started shouting that it wasn't fair. One of the participants said that the eldest should not be allowed to take the test. Dan Yuan clapped his hands and said that now that everyone had arrived, the test should begin. Everyone was surprised at the man's attitude toward the situation. The elder didn't understand what his words about everyone having arrived meant. One of the participants was indignant that they had delayed the tournament for so long just to wait for one person. Everyone was pissed off that they couldn't start, and for a senior, the participants wondered what the big deal was with this guy. Dan Yuan didn't understand what he should do if he angered the elder because of his missteps and caused trouble for the guy. The man thought he was wrong. He remembered the president saying that everything this senior does has an extremely deep meaning. Since he was so late now, it must make sense, and his negligence caused everyone to dislike him. Maybe this is exactly what Chen Pinggang expected. Dan Yuan thought that this was probably the elder's goal, and he wanted to cause hatred in his direction. The man thought he must have figured it all out, and this older man really has some forward-thinking plans. Dan Yuan thought for a moment and told everyone to be quiet. He said that this time, the sect had recruited a total of 100 people, and the speed and quality level of alchemy was their benchmark standards. That's why it was worth it to stop gabbing and start the exam. One of the participants was very angry that the senior had delayed the exam time. He thought that he had to face hardships, giving him less chance of joining the world sect and consolidating his position in the imperial castle. The guy took hold of the necklace around his neck. It looked like an orange bead. He thought that since the elder had reduced his chances, he shouldn't blame the young man for using such methods. The fellow was the grandson of the third emperor of the Danu Empire, and this bead could control flames within a 10-foot radius.